Chapter 632. Li Qingshan glanced back at the soaring clouds terrace before turning around again. The corner of his lips curled into a mysterious smile. It's a joyous occasion, so I'll let you properly celebrate. Qingshan, are you fine? Han Qiongji went up to receive him. I'm fine. His Highness has been very good to me. He even gave me something. Li Qingshan waved the black hoop in his hand with a smile. Han Qiongji revealed a strange expression. Li Qingshan said, "Let's go. I still have to maintain order. You better go to Prefect Lu's place quickly. Come with me later." The White Wolf Guards patrolled the surroundings in groups of 2. A woman in the uniform of a White Wolf Guard stood nearby, waiting for Han Qiongji. Seeing Li Qingshan look over, she nodded at him in greeting. Li Qingshan returned the gesture with a smile. "You better go. Your friend is waiting." Before the soaring clouds terrace was a large square. It was divided into a total of 9 formations, led by the prefects of the various prefects. The Scarlet Hawk commanders and generals stood to the left and right, while each formation was divided into over a dozen different colors. Those were the attires of the disciples of the various schools. Coupled with the cultivators from other sects in the surroundings, there were over 10,000 people, but it did not seem crowded at all. This was the first time Li Qingshan had seen so many cultivators stand together. He could not help but sigh. It really is a grand gathering. He passed through the square and discovered that the Clear River Prefecture's formation was the smallest among the 9 prefectures. It was nowhere near as populous as the other prefectures, but due to the baptism of war, the disciples of the Clear River Prefecture possessed a different bearing and edge. Wherever he passed by, the place would fall silent. Everyone stopped chatting and focused their gazes on him. At first glance, he did not seem particularly striking. His bronze face still seemed very young, but due to the hardships he had gone through, he possessed a sense of steadiness beyond his age. However, his features were still distinct, making him seem resolute and almost unruly. He was tall and sturdy, and he walked with composure. His expression was not as arrogant as he was rumored to be. His head was slightly lowered as if he was in thought. But as his eyes wandered, everyone could feel that he did not take them seriously. He was like a fierce tiger quietly walking in the forest, with a natural contempt. The leaders of the various prefectures were rather worried. With this person present in the Clear River Prefecture, the final display of martial arts probably won't be very optimistic. This was especially so for the heads of the School of Novels. They were thinking hard about how to limit this person's power during the School of Novels martial arts exhibition. What the ordinary disciples thought was that a few years ago, he was just a nameless pawn without any background. If he could do something, it might not mean that they couldn't. This ignited their lofty ambitions. "Qiongji, your Qingshan is almost at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, right? His cultivation speed is truly astonishing. I heard that at that time, Junior Marshal Sister Han was the one who took the initiative to pursue him. Your foresight is truly admirable. Do you have any wonderful methods to teach me? Recently, my family has also been forcing me to get married. They are clearly looking down on me." Ding Min was troubled. After Han Qiongji became a White Wolf Guard, she had been the one to show her around, and the 2 of them had become good friends. She was also born in an aristocratic family. If she couldn't advance further in the cultivation world, she had the responsibility of breeding children for her family. How am I supposed to have any foresight? I just like him. Han Qiongji withdrew her gaze from Li Qingshan and smiled valiantly. "Big sis Ding, you know my personality. If I fancy someone, I won't care about anything else. That's your good fortune. I really envy Qianrongji. She's actually been accepted as a disciple by Commander Gu. Commander values your Qingshan very much, so why don't I get him to beg Commander Gu to accept you as a disciple as well? It's not like he's teaching 1 or 2 anyway. I hate begging people the most, and I don't want him begging people for me either. What a stubborn fool." Li Qingshan arrived at the Clear River Prefecture's formation and nodded at Chu Danqing, expressing that he was fine. Afterwards, he stood beside Lu Chongqing and waited quietly for the ceremony to begin. The others saw how he was in thought and in no mood to talk, so they were afraid to disturb him, which made him rather happy. He focused all of his attention on his clone. In response to North Moon's enthusiastic request, Siqing arranged for singers and dancers to perform. He had no interest in these things, but Jiangfu had kept quite a lot of them in the Marquis estate. When he inherited the position of Marquis of Rui, he had taken over all of them, so he could just barely make up the numbers. North Moon continued to sit with Siqing, crossing his legs without the slightest care for his image. He casually picked up Siqing's cup of alcohol and drank it. He did not use his chopsticks, directly grabbing it with his hand. As he drank, he watched attentively. His gaze never left the beauties of the dancers, as if he wanted to devour them in a single gulp. Although Siqing was displeased from his behavior, exchanging glances with Jiazhen and Yi Dan, there was a sense of delight from his scheme succeeding. Whether they were humans or demons, they could be controlled as long as they had desires. Gu Yenying smiled and sighed. This kid's acting like he's the real deal. Big sis, you said North Moon is impressive, but I don't think there's anything special about him. You better be careful that Siqing really pulls him over to his side and they work together against you. Sibao communicated with Gu Yenying in some worry. I know what I'm doing. Hehe, big sis, all you need to do is use your beauty a little, and you'll be able to make North Moon change sides. You're underestimating him too much. Yi Dan smiled at North Moon. What do you think of these women? Do any of them catch your eye? The women aren't bad, but the songs they sing are soft and weak. It makes me want to sleep. Oh, I didn't think you'd be proficient in music too. Then what kind of sound is strong? Don't tell me it's the roar of wild beasts? Siqing smiled. The cultivators could not help but smile. Even an uncivilized demon was bold enough to criticize the music of humans. He was truly asking to be humiliated. Although Moon Devil was very strong, they still harbored the natural superiority of humans and only treated him as an extremely powerful wild beast. North Moon pretended not to understand Siqing's mockery and leaped up from his seat. Speaking of which, that night, I refined the great river and looked up at the stars. I was in high spirits and sang a song. Today, I'll let you all broaden your horizons. He arrived beside the musicians in a flash. The musicians were all women, and they all cried out in surprise and scattered in all directions. He ignored them and picked up a zither. He casually fiddled with it, shook his head, and threw it at his feet. Then, he picked up a shang and blew on it a few times before throwing it to the side. The cultivators looked at each other and secretly communicated with their divine senses. Is Moon Devil for real? Forget it. We'll just take it as watching a monkey show. North Moon's eyes glanced outside the window. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he flew out before flying back. He carried the big drum used for reporting from the city gate tower and placed it on the ground with a bang. Then, he raised the drumsticks and began to beat them. Rapid drum beats suddenly rang out. North Moon sang loudly. The great river flows eastward. The stars in the sky join the Big Dipper. Hehe, join the Big Dipper. A bowl of wine for friends in life and death. When this shout came out, it reverberated through the clouds, and the sound traveled for 5 kilometers. Not only were Siqing and the others dumbfounded, even Gu Yenying felt like she was shocked. Chapter 633. On the square below the soaring clouds terrace, everyone stopped talking and raised their heads. This voice belongs to the Moon Devil. Afterwards, they looked at one another. They had no idea what had happened on the soaring clouds terrace. If a great battle had suddenly erupted on the soaring clouds terrace, it would have been easier for them to accept it. What was with him singing like this? Let's go just like that. You've got it, I've got it all. Hehe, I've got it all. I've got it all. I've got it all. North Moon acted like no one else was around, striking the drum and singing. When he reached I've got it all, he found it to be extremely fitting. In his past life, he did not think much of it, but now that he sang it, he felt like he was bursting with heroism and high spirits. Originally, he had purposefully come to make trouble for Siqing's ceremony, but now, he was in high spirits. With a shake of his clothes, he bared his upper body and struck the drum loudly. His scarlet hair blazed like fire. Although the crowd felt that this singing was completely out of tune, it was closer to the tune of a northern folk song. It had a kind of free and unrestrained passion that broke the shackles. It was not unpleasant to the ears. Even if they were not used to this rough singing, they could not help but be taken aback by the aura of his body. Surrounded by enemies, he sang to his heart's content. His enemies were all worried, afraid to act rashly. Above and below the terrace, the entire cultivation community of the Rui Commandery listened attentively. How delightful was that? When I see injustice, I roar. When I need to strike, I strike. Charging through the 9 provinces in a flurry. When Li Qingshan sang the last word, there was a great thump, shattering the drum. He laughed aloud. Sibao nudged Gu Yenying with her elbow. This guy sure is something else. Si Qing clenched his fists. This damned wretched demon. Li Qingshan tossed the drumsticks out the window. Bring some alcohol. I'll sing Nunchaku for you again. Since you can't accept this song, I'll sing one that you can't accept even more. I don't care if you like it or if you like it. He had an urge to turn Si Qing's ceremony into a solo concert. Although the crowd didn't know what nunchucks were, they all knew that they couldn't let him continue singing. They all dissuaded him. Singing the song is already an eye-opener for us. There's no need to sing anymore. I think it's about time. We can announce the start of the ceremony. Si Qing also stood up, grabbed North Moon's wrist, and said in a low voice, Ayu, I think it's enough. I'll announce the start of the celebration. Is that so? Since you said so, Qing, I'll perform for you next time, North Moon said, still not fully satisfied. He took the opportunity to hook his arm around Si Qing's shoulder, and they looked like good brothers. This place of yours sure is a nice place. It's much better than my dwelling. The beauties are all fair and tender too. Sai, you have no idea. Night roamers are all pitch black. Liubua, Liu Su, don't blame me. I'm just lulling the enemy. Seeing how close North Moon was, Si Qing could not afford to be too cold. He cleared his throat. If you like it, you can always. I can order people to specially build a palace for you. Originally, he wanted to use the fine wine and delicacies of the Marquis estate to erode North Moon's willpower, but as soon as he thought about the consequences of North Moon staying behind, he changed his mind in a hurry. That'll be far too troublesome. Moreover, what's the point of me being alone? I'm willing to stay here and drink with you. Si Mon, let's go have a chat. Si Qing believed he was fearless of death, but when he heard that, his heart skipped a beat. He was very afraid that he would not be able to hold back his killing intent, which would make all of his previous efforts go to waste. He silently warned himself, Si Qing, you have to be patient. The most important aspect of hunting is patience. This prey sure is unexpectedly difficult to deal with. North Moon half-pushed and half-pulled Si Qing to the balcony that faced the square. Gu Yenying arrived beside the two of them, and the Golden Core cultivators all stood up and followed behind the 3 of them. By now, the clouds in the sky had already dispersed. The sunlight shone down at a slanted angle, extremely resplendent. Everyone raised their heads and gazed at the 3 strongest people in the Rui Commandery. More accurately, they were a human, a demon, and a half-human, half-demon. Si Qing began his speech with his unique voice of a jackal. To his relief, North Moon did not interrupt him casually and embarrass him in front of so many people, or he really would have lost his temper. All he did was smile foolishly, wrapping his arm around his neck the entire time and sticking to him. Li Qingshan discovered that the speeches of the leaders of the world were all filled with clichés, expressing their gratitude for everyone's arrival. Afterwards, they would toss around idioms like working together, or working together, like they were free. In the end, they would announce the official beginning of the ceremony. Banners hung down from the 9 soaring dragon ships. They were the congratulatory speeches from the various prefectures. This bearing won't do at all. North Moon shook his head in disdain. It's all their kind intentions. It obviously can't compare to our friendship. The corner of Si Qing's eye twitched. Everyone who came today has sent a congratulatory gift. Only a wretched demon like you didn't send anything at all. You even gave one of mine to that Li Qingshan. Afterwards, there was a grand performance similar to the opening ceremony. The banquet was moved to the balcony too. North Moon sat down with Si Qing without any hesitation. Si Qing forced a smile. You've come from afar. Go rest up. Get those beauties to serve you. I'm not tired. The performances here are quite interesting. Si Qing gritted his teeth. First up will be the competition between the schools of miscellany. I'll get someone to accompany you. Didn't I tell you already? I don't have 100 treasures pouch with me. That's easy. If there's anything you like, feel free to buy it first. North Moon was furious. Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of my friends? Then, just treat it as me lending it to you. That's more like it. What about you? I'm staying here to watch over the place. Then forget it. I'll stay here to accompany you. Come, let's drink. You fucking evildoer, can't you get the hell away from me? Si Qing roared in his heart. He helplessly raised his wine cup. That's fine too. The grand celebration continued all the way until dusk. Just now it ended. Thousands of fireworks rose into the sky, exploding with a bang, transforming into thousands of different shapes and forms. They were far more colorful than the fireworks Li Qingshan had seen in his previous life. They complemented the sunset, creating a magnificent sight. This was naturally the work of the school of Moism. Li Qingshan and Han Xiangji stood side by side as they watched. Han Xiangji turned her head and watched as his face was reflected in a myriad of colors. It flickered between bright and dark as if he had been smeared with colorful rouge and powder. Sometimes he looked a little comical, and other times he looked a little mysterious and even terrifying. Li Qingshan sensed her gaze. He turned his head and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Han Xiangji grabbed his hand. When the sunset completely disappeared from the west, the fireworks also became sparse. Si Qing stood up on the soaring cloud platform and loudly announced the official start of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures. According to the usual practice, the first to compete would be the School of Miscellany. Li Qingshan turned his head around and discovered that the 9 miscellaneous goods stores had already formed a circle at some point in time. Chapter 635. The competition between the schools of miscellany was extremely interesting. It was not a battle of martial arts, but a competition to see who could sell the most items and earn the most spiritual stones. Not only would the school that emerged victorious receive a tremendous reward, but they would also gain an advantage in the transactions between the various prefectures. As a result, whenever the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures came, the schools of miscellany would take out their trump cards to sell, and the prices would often be extremely discounted. The cultivators of the various schools and sects temporarily broke through the barriers between sects and territories, surging into the various stores and buying what they needed. Everyone was beaming with joy. It was a very lively scene. Apart from the 9 stores of miscellaneous goods, many cultivators used this opportunity to set up stalls and sell their own items. Many mechanisms and structures rose up loudly, and restaurants and tea houses lined up one after another. The empty square turned into a huge market in the blink of an eye, brightly lit. Fireworks would illuminate the night sky from time to time. The air was filled with a festive atmosphere. Li Qingshan understood the intentions of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures a little. It was a grand gathering for the entire cultivation community of the Rui Commandery to take part. It focused on communication, not a battle to the death between the various prefectures and clans. Li Qingshan did not have anything in particular that he wanted to buy, while Han Xiangji mostly just enjoyed strolling around with him. The two of them strolled through the stores leisurely, pointing at something new and interesting from time to time as they discussed it. In the eyes of the bystanders, they were obviously a loving couple. Li Qingshan suddenly let out a sound of surprise. He discovered a painting scroll. It was covered in ink, but it did not resemble calligraphy or painting. However, a wild aura permeated the entire scroll. It was very familiar. It was the cursive sword calligraphy. The cursive sword calligraphy was only a mid-grade spiritual artifact. It had been placed in an inconspicuous corner, with no one paying any attention to it. This was not strange. When Qi practitioners chose spiritual artifacts, they would definitely choose spiritual artifacts of the 5 elements that corresponded with their element first. Only then would they be able to wield them as they pleased, and their power would multiply. The cursive sword calligraphy was powerful, but it consumed an extremely great amount of true qi. The profound sword style it had could not be comprehended by just anyone. It was definitely not the best choice for cultivators. Han Xiongji said, "This seems to be a set with the scroll in your hand." "Not bad." Li Qingshan immediately called over the school of miscellany disciples and bought the cursive sword calligraphy. He was also interested. "Let's go take a look at the other shops." According to his guesses, although the original cursive sword calligraphy had been scattered in all directions after shattering, it was basically impossible for it to have dispersed too far away. It probably could not have made it out of the Rui Commandery. Furthermore, the remnant scrolls were not actually suitable for ordinary cultivators. Even if they obtained them by chance, they would not particularly cherish them. They would most likely be willing to exchange them for a suitable spiritual artifact. As time passed, it was not surprising that they would eventually gather in the grocery store. If he took this opportunity to look around, he might be able to find something. Han Xiongji was fine with it, but Li Qingshan couldn't find any traces of the cursive sword calligraphy after running through all 9 stores. He couldn't help but scratch his head. "Did I make a mistake? Do you want me to help you think of something?" Han Xiongji asked. The Han family's connections spanned across the entire Rui Commandery. Li Qingshan shook his head. "There's no need. I'm just satisfying my interest in collecting." Right now, the cursive sword calligraphy in his possession was only an inferior arcane artifact. Even if he obtained another 3 or 5 scrolls, he would only be able to upgrade it to low grade at most, and he would have to trouble Chu Danqing. The two of them left the grocery store and made their way through the bustling streets, gazing at the scenery on both sides. To Li Qingshan, this was a rare moment of peace. However, he could not help but think of Little and again. Most of the peaceful times in his life had been spent with Brother Ox first, followed by Little and he could not help but hold Han Xiongji's hand. Although he was ambitious, he treasured every moment of peace, as well as every person who could bring him peace. Li Qingshan suddenly frowned and pulled Han Xiongji into a small alley on the side. "Qingshan, what's wrong?" Han Xiongji asked. "It's nothing. It's just that someone is following us," Li Qingshan explained. Although he was the focus of everyone's gazes as he walked on the street, there was only one gaze that kept wandering to his left and right, following him from a distance that was neither too close nor too far away. He looked at the entrance of the alley and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't be so sneaky. Come in and have a chat. Please don't misunderstand, Commander Li. I have no ill intentions. I just have some things that I want to discuss with you, but I haven't found the opportunity. Why don't I invite the two of you to the tea house next door for a drink?" A gray-clothed Qi practitioner walked swiftly into the alley. He looked to be in his 30s, and his appearance was very ordinary. Add to that his cultivation was at the 9th layer of Qi refining, and he was the kind of person that would be hard to spot in a crowd. "If you have something to say, then hurry up and say it." "Just now, Commander, have you bought a scroll of calligraphy? Can you sell it to me? Also, according to what I know, Commander has a similar scroll in your possession. I am willing to pay a high price for it." Li Qingshan was rather surprised. Originally, he thought Si Qing was up to something again, but he never thought he had come for the cursive sword calligraphy. He took out the 2 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy and unfurled them with a swish. "Are you talking about them?" The gray-clothed man's eyes immediately lit up. His gaze moved back and forth between the 2 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy as if he was verifying their authenticity. "Yes. May I ask if the commander is interested in selling them? You're a Qi practitioner, but you sure talk big. This scroll is an arcane artifact. Can you afford it?" Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. As it seemed, his guess was not wrong. He was not the only one who collected the cursive sword calligraphy. "I don't have any other hobbies in my life, but I have a special fondness for calligraphy. If I come across something I like, I'll buy it even if I have to bankrupt myself. You can say that I come from an aristocratic clan, so I do have some wealth. As long as the commander is willing to sell it, there's always a way. What's your surname?" Han Xiongji studied this person in doubt. There were actually not a lot of prominent aristocratic clans in the Rui Commandery, and they were all connected to one another. In the past, when Han Ongwa was a great general, the various aristocratic clans would send their descendants to congratulate him on every festival. Of course, every single clan had many descendants, so it was impossible for her to recognize all of them. However, the aspect that left her doubtful the most was that this person's appearance was far too ordinary. He did not seem like a descendant of an aristocratic clan. My background is far too lowly. It's nowhere near as great as the Han family. Even if I tell you, you probably won't have heard of it, fellow Han. The cultivator in gray bowed slightly and played dumb before looking at Li Qingshan again. It's a pity that I don't want to sell it. Xiongji, let's go. Li Qingshan stowed the 2 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy away and called out to Han Xiongji before making his way out of the alleyway. Please wait, Commander. These 2 scrolls of calligraphy aren't of much use to you, so please feel free to name your price, the gray-clothed cultivator called out to Li Qingshan's back. Name your price? His tone was getting more and more arrogant. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, but he did not stop walking. No matter what price you name, I won't sell it. Commander, you'll regret it in the future if you miss such a good opportunity. The gray-clothed cultivator was flustered and exasperated. These 2 scrolls of calligraphy were not as simple as a magic weapon and a spirit weapon to him. If he could not complete the mission, he would definitely be punished when he returned. Regret? Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks and suddenly turned back. He actually sensed a hint of threat in his words and found it rather unbelievable. A Mirchi practitioner dared to threaten him? The gray-clothed cultivator shuddered and took a few steps back. What are you trying to do? Even if we can't make a deal, we'll still be righteous. We won't regret it. If you want the calligraphy, go look elsewhere. Stop following us. Han Xiongji pulled Li Qingshan back to the main street. You've really changed quite a bit. People always say that a leopard cannot change its spots. Looks like that's not true after all, Li Qingshan said with a smile. In his memory, Han Xiongji was a young mistress with a fiery temper. Han Xiongji rolled her eyes. We're in the Marquis Manor now, so it's not convenient for me to act. I'm a White Wolf Guard, and I'm in charge of maintaining order. I'm not so narrow-minded that I'll yell and kill anyone who offends me in the slightest, Li Qingshan said with a smile. He glanced at the alleyway again, then held Han Xiongji's hand and blended into the crowd. Meanwhile, on the Soaring Clouds platform, Li Qingshan used his identity as the North Moon to tease Si Qing a few more times. Sensing that Si Qing's killing intent was growing stronger and stronger, he did not dare to continue, lest he really fell out with Si Qing. That would be counterproductive. Thus, he casually said, I'm tired. Si Qing perked up, as if he had heard a royal decree. Butler Zhang, quickly send you to his quarters to rest. North Moon tugged on Si Qing's sleeve. Let's go, Qing. Let's continue drinking in his quarters. I still have to entertain my fellow Taoists. Another day, another day. Si Qing's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. All right then, I'll be leaving first. North Moon waved his hand, and followed Butler Zhang to a luxurious palace. The eaves were arched, and the beams were richly ornamented. It was like an immortal's palace. Welcome, Lord North Moon. A group of women knelt down in front of the palace. They wore the same style of floor-length dresses, and every one of them was beautiful. Their makeup was different, and they were all 1 in 1,000 beauties. Their temperaments were also excellent, and they were definitely not ordinary beauties. Who are they? North Moon saw that every one of them had aura refining on them. Although their cultivation levels were not very high, and most of them were only in the 2nd or 3rd layer of the aura refining realm, they were still cultivators after all. Moreover, the woman in the lead had even opened up her sea of aura and reached the 6th layer of the aura refining realm. They're all maids in this palace, and they're here to serve you. Your luck with women is really enviable. Butler Zhang revealed a smile that all men understood. They're also cultivators. There's nowhere in the world that they can't go, so why do they have to do such a thing? North Moon was a little confused. If they had a cultivation level of the first or second layer of the aura refining realm, they could do whatever they wanted in the mortal world. Why would they become maids? None of them have the aptitude to cultivate. They were selected from young and given medicinal pills to barely be able to cultivate their aura refining realm. In reality, they're all just maids, and they're sold to the Marquis manor. They can't be considered real cultivators. I see. North Moon nodded. This Jiangfu really had too much money to burn. To do such a boring thing, aristocrats were really extravagant. Chapter 636. Even if mortal women were born beautiful, if they didn't cultivate, then they would have many flaws and their beauty would quickly age. Moreover, the cultivation techniques that these women cultivated were specially arranged by the Marquis estate. They only sought to maintain their beauty, improve their bearing and charm, and add some methods to serve men. However, this wasn't like what Li Qingshan thought. It wasn't for the sake of satisfying a moment's lust, it was for the sake of producing offspring. The children of cultivators and cultivators would basically possess natural talent in cultivation. So, for the sake of ensuring the bloodline of the clan, the great aristocratic families would prepare such a reserve. The concubines that the Han clan arranged for Han Tie were mostly women like this. Moreover, this was an opportunity for these women to change their fates. Becoming a cultivator, even if it was a cultivator of the lowest level, would allow them to possess a healthier physique than mortals, a longer lifespan, more beautiful appearance, and enjoy a life of luxury that mortals were unable to imagine. Once they were able to give birth to a child with natural talent, their entire lives would be guaranteed. Steward Zheng first brought North Moon to tour around the palace. The decorations within the palace were extremely luxurious, and all sorts of facilities were available. There was even a wine cellar that stored a few hundred jars of fine wine. Then, they arrived at the rear hall, and they saw white smoke rising into the air. It was actually an open-air hot spring, and the walls of the spring were made from warm white jade. Moreover, the surrounding walls were painted with alluring murals of beautiful women. The women in the murals wore revealing clothes, had graceful postures, and frequently cast flirtatious glances at each other. Amidst the rising mist, it was dreamlike and illusory as if they were alive, and it was naturally the work of an artist. Moreover, those maidservants arrived at the side of the spring, making the dream become reality. Steward Zheng smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist North Moon, this is all His Highness' kind intentions. Please enjoy it, fellow Taoist North Moon. I'll be taking my leave first." North Moon smiled lightly. He removed his clothes and leaped into the spring, and then he immediately sat down cross-legged and entered into a meditative state. This caused those women to look at each other, and they didn't know what to do. When Si Qing heard Steward Zheng's report, he slammed the table heavily, and then he let out a long sigh. This monster was able to rise in such a short period of time. As expected, it isn't something that can be shaken by wine and beauty. Dripping water wears through a stone, and a rope saws through a tree. "We can't be impatient," said Jiazhen as he waved his fan. "Not in a hurry? I think he's clearly using his doppelganger to toy with me today. Do I have to endure him forever? But it's not as if he's not showing his goodwill and probing. As time passes, we will eventually let down our guard. Right now, the most important thing is to refine the Azura field. Yes, as long as I refine the Azura field and find out where his main body is, let's see if he can still escape from me." Si Qing spread his fingers and clenched them tightly. Actually, Si Qing had overestimated the thoughts of North Moon, or rather, Li Qingshan. He wasn't someone who was infatuated with love, and he would drink whatever was given to him most of the time without holding back. If it was on a normal day, he would naturally accept all of this filial piety. But now that Han Qiongji was by his side, he would feel bad if he used his doppelganger to steal her. The competition between the schools of miscellany would continue for a few more days. Some cultivators were still tirelessly searching for the things they wanted, while others had already returned to their accommodations. With the vastness of the Marquis estate, accommodating these cultivators was not a problem at all. As the night deepened, the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and slowly pulled his arm away from Han Xiongji's body. He knew that this kind of movement could not be hidden from the person next to him, so he leaned down and kissed her gently on the cheek. He said softly, "I'll be back very soon." Then, Li Qingshan withdrew his aura and hid his figure, merging into the night. Han Xiongji opened her eyes and resisted the urge to follow and take a look. "Qingshan, just what is your secret?" Li Qingshan wrinkled his nose. Among the many complicated auras, he found the one he wanted. It was the aura of the gray-clothed cultivator who wanted to buy his cursive sword calligraphy. Then, he followed an invisible trail and chased after it. It was not that he was so narrow-minded that he would hold a grudge and want to take revenge after being slightly offended. Instead, he recalled a small matter from a few years ago from today. It happened below the Green Vine Mountain, and it was also for the sake of the cursive sword calligraphy. He was hunted down by a masked man in black who wanted to kill him. Was there some sort of connection between the two? Many guards of the Marquis estate and the Hawkwolf Guard patrolled the surroundings, not sparing a single corner. There were also many warning formations operating secretly, maintaining a tight security on the inside. Li Qingshan moved through the buildings like there was no one around. As a signature technique among water element techniques, the invisibility technique was extremely effective when used by Li Qingshan with his current cultivation and talent. Even without external items like the glazed mirror of invisibility or the illusory water sword of invisibility, he could still fool regular foundation establishment cultivators. With the senses of the spirit turtle, avoiding these warning formations was not a problem at all. He arrived before a tall building, and the smell vanished into a room on the 5th floor. Li Qingshan arrived silently and listened carefully, but he heard nothing at all. He could not sense any aura either. Clearly, there had been a formation cast down to block out probing. Li Qingshan pursed his lips and mobilized his soul sense, condensing it into a single point and silently penetrating the formation. Like piercing through the paper window with a needle, he could clearly hear the voices of people, and it was not just a single person. This seemed simple, but it required an extremely powerful soul sense. He practiced the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. The 4 powerful wills that belong to the ox demon, tiger demon, spirit turtle, and phoenix filled his sea of consciousness, constantly clashing with one another. Water and fire, god and demon, had refined his soul sense to an extremely powerful level. Even regular golden core cultivators paled in comparison. There were a total of 7 people in the room. Apart from one foundation establishment cultivator, the others were all chi practitioners. Their attires were very ordinary, making it impossible to tell which sect they belonged to. It was as if they were purposefully keeping a low profile. The cultivator in gray knelt on the ground and begged the foundation establishment cultivator, "Sir," he turned me down flatly. "There's nothing I can do." Li Qingshan, you really are as arrogant as the rumors say. You really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The foundation establishment cultivator was a stern old man. He swung his sleeve viciously. Li Qingshan thought, why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what you're made of? You're already so old, yet you're only at mid-foundation establishment. Let alone golden core, you don't even have much hope in reaching late foundation establishment. Though, just what is this bastard relying on to make him so confident? The stern old man paced around with his hands behind his back. Niu Juxia seems to have vanished into thin air. He's nowhere to be found anymore. Even the whereabouts of the 2-3 Absolutes calligraphy are unknown. Li Qingshan must obtain those 2 scrolls in order to answer to that lord. You didn't complete your mission, so your punishment is unavoidable. Li Qingshan's heart shook. These guys were indeed connected. They seemed to be working for an even more powerful person and were collecting the 3 Absolutes calligraphy, which was also the so-called cursive sword calligraphy. That person was not only rich, but he was probably not weak either. This was why these guys were so arrogant, because they relied on their master's power. The 3 Absolutes calligraphy had been split into countless pieces. It was not something that chi practitioners could collect at all. Even foundation establishment cultivators probably did not have it. That lord might be one of the golden core cultivators he had met on the Flying Cloud platform today. However, he felt a little strange. It was just collecting a few spirit artifacts. Why was there a need to be so sneaky? Yes, they were probably afraid that if the price was raised, it would be harder to get them. Fear appeared on the cultivator in Gray's face. Wait, sir, I discovered something strange today. What is it? On Li Qingshan's artifact, the Three Absolutes calligraphy, I feel that some of the strokes on it are very familiar. It's extremely similar to the scroll that junior brother Liu, who was killed by Niujuxia, lost. Are you sure? The stern-faced old man's expression turned solemn. Although to outsiders, every Three Absolutes calligraphy looked the same, and they were all written vertically and horizontally, there were actually many differences between each scroll. They had been doing this for a long time, so they could distinguish between them. A chi practitioner at the side also said, "Speaking of which, this is indeed strange." The remnant scrolls of the Three Absolutes calligraphy are basically spirit artifacts. Why would an artifact appear out of nowhere? Could it be that this Niujuxia is related to Li Qingshan in some way? The stern-faced old man pondered for a moment. I'll report this to that lord and ask him to take action personally. I don't believe that we can't take care of a mere Li Qingshan. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Since you're not willing to let us do as we wish, don't blame us for cutting off your path of survival as a genius. The other chi practitioners also left. They were all itinerant cultivators and did not have much talent. No sect was willing to accept them, so they were gathered to work for the old man. They were instinctively jealous and disgusted of geniuses. Then come. A voice suddenly sounded in their ears at the same time. The door suddenly opened and then immediately closed, but there was no one in sight. There was only a slight breeze that swept through the room, as if the door had been blown open by this breeze. The stern-faced old man's hair stood on end as he felt a great life-threatening crisis. He retreated and was about to activate the defensive artifact on his body when he realized that he was still in the same place. Then, he rapidly fell down. He widened his eyes in disbelief, and only then did he feel the sharp pain from his neck. He did not know when his neck had been neatly severed. His body took a few steps back, but his head was left in midair. Looking at the other chi practitioners, they were all frozen in place. Some even had blank expressions on their faces, not knowing what had happened. Li Qingshan used one of his innate abilities, the Tiger Demon's Breath. Against a Foundation Establishment cultivator and a group of chi practitioners, he did not need to go through much trouble. He only needed to blow. After all, this was the Marquis's mansion. If he caused too much of a commotion and gave Si Qing and the others something to use against him, it would not be good. Thus, he directly killed them in one move. Before the head fell to the ground, it was wrapped up by a gust of wind and sent into Li Qingshan's 100 treasures pouch along with the corpse. After confirming that there was no trace of the smell of blood, Li Qingshan put away the 700 treasures pouches and quietly left the room. Chapter 637. In the 100 treasure pouches of these unknown people, there were more than 10 Three Absolutes calligraphy fragments, greatly satisfying his desire to collect them. If he could reassemble these fragments, Li Qingshan originally wanted to return to Han Qiongji's side, but he immediately changed direction. Chu Danqing was meditating in his room when he heard 2 knocks on the door. He opened the door, but there was no one there. Li Qingshan's voice rang in his ears, "Come in and talk." The door closed again, and Li Qingshan's figure appeared. Chu Danqing asked curiously, "Qingshan, why aren't you accompanying Senior Marshal Sister Han? What are you doing here?" "I need your help with something." Li Qingshan went straight to the point and took out all the fragments of the Three Absolutes calligraphy. "Do you have Grandmaster Chu's skill to reassemble these scrolls?" Chu Danqing said, "So, where did you get them from?" "You don't need to worry about that." "All right, I'll tell you, I just stole them." Li Qingshan thought for a moment and felt that it was better to let Chu Danqing know the inside story, so he told him the gist of the matter. "Qingshan, you're truly daring to make a move in the Marquis's residence. Those people who dared to scheme against you are truly unlucky. So these scrolls are called Three Absolutes calligraphy. That's quite fitting, but since it involves a golden core cultivator, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome." "Who cares? Can you repair them?" Of course I can. Last time when my master repaired them for you, he said it. Unfortunately, my cultivation isn't high enough, or else it would be much easier to use the emerald blood of vermilion to repair these fragments. Chu Donqing's face was full of pride and confidence, mixed with some embarrassment. Chu Shidao had already researched the method to repair these fragments, so Chu Donqing knew the entire process, saving him the most trouble. Moreover, he was full of energy, so it was much easier for him to do this compared to Chu Shidao, who had one foot in the grave. With the help of the emerald blood of vermilion, he could be said to be the best candidate for this job. That's good. Looks like I'll have to make you bleed this time. These paintings will be the reward. Li Qingshan took out the spoils from killing Chu Donqing's 3 senior martial brothers and sisters. Chu Donqing sternly said, "Qingshan, I can't accept these items. These paintings belong to you, the painter, so you can unleash their greatest power. You know that I hate owing people favors the most." Li Qingshan placed the paintings on the table without any explanation. Being able to study the works of the 5 absolutes immortal will be of great help to my art. This is already the greatest reward I can offer. Chu Donqing refused to accept it no matter what. If Li Qingshan insisted on paying him, he would rather not do the job. Li Qingshan didn't like to be pestered. All right then. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Chu Donqing smiled and said, "It's not because of you, Qingshan, that you're so persistent. Actually, I was thinking that one day, when my painting skills reach a certain level, I'll paint a painting just for you." Li Qingshan shook his head and smiled. "I'm not a beauty. What's there to paint? Painters love to paint beauties, but I want to paint the heroes of the world. Then, I'll build a hero's platform so that future generations can admire them." Chu Donqing's eyes shone. "I believe that day will come." Li Qingshan smiled. "Unfortunately, I'm not a hero." Li Qingshan turned invisible again and quietly returned to his residence. He went to Han Xiongji's side. She was lying on her side with her eyes closed. She seemed to be asleep. Li Qingshan lay beside her and gently embraced her from behind. He naturally covered her and whispered into her ear. "What? Don't you want to ask where I went?" "You'll tell me if you want to," Han Xiongji said with her eyes closed. She didn't respond to his caress. Li Qingshan forcefully turned her around, and only then was she forced to open her eyes. She pursed her lips and said nothing. However, Li Qingshan clearly read her thoughts. "I've already been so considerate of you. Are you still dissatisfied?" Li Qingshan felt great pity for her. She had never been a delicate woman. After going through so many things, she had gained a sense of tenacity. "Let me tell you. I just killed a few people, and then I went to find Chu Donqing." Smack! Han Xiongji knocked his hand away and sat up. "Don't touch me. Tell me properly." "I'm listening." Li Qingshan sat up as well and told her everything. He even did not hide the fact that he had killed the masked cultivator under the Green Vine Mountain as Niu Juxia. Niu Juxia! Han Xiongji murmured to herself. She did not have much of an impression of Niu Juxia, but just this fake identity was enough for her to think of many things. If she investigated it in detail, it would become even more thought-provoking. "That's one of my secrets. It really was you who killed Zhuo Zhibua. Who told that old bastard to go too far?" Han Xiongji let out a long sigh. "Actually, I'd rather you tell me you have another woman outside. How I wish your secret was just that simple." Is that so?" "I have another woman outside." Before Li Qingshan had even finished speaking, Han Xiongji threw a slap at him. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand. Oi, isn't that what you wanted to hear? Bastard man, don't forget what you promised me in the past. You go back on your word. You're heartless." Didn't you say it was fine afterwards?" "Never." "Who is that woman?" Han Xiongji grabbed Li Qingshan's neck with both hands and bared her teeth like an angry female leopard. She glared at Li Qingshan fiercely. "You changed your mind so quickly." Li Qingshan felt like he had been tricked. How stupid. For a woman, this was clearly the most intolerable thing. "Forget it, I also know that I'm not a charming woman. If one day I get tired of it and want to find another woman, just tell me. Don't be so fussy. You're not like a man. I look down on you." Han Xiongji suddenly let go of him and lay down with her back facing him. I'm not a charming man either. If one day you get tired of it and want to find another man, just tell me. Don't be so fussy. You're too much like a woman. I look down on you, Li Qingshan said seriously. You said I'm not like a woman. I won't find another man. Being tricked once is enough. Then there's nothing I can do. However, according to my field observations, Qiongji, you're still very much like a woman. Li Qingshan smiled. Although he couldn't indulge himself wantonly and even had to be careful, there was a kind of happiness and joy in the mutual affection between them. Although he hated that he couldn't drink all the water in the world, to him, she was the most ordinary, but also the most special existence. The sky was bright. Perhaps it was because Li Qingshan had done it too cleanly, but the disappearance of those cultivators did not attract any attention. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the competition of the School of Miscellany. The School of Miscellany would bring out new goods every day, and the value was getting higher and higher. The atmosphere of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures gradually heated up. In the empty room, a mass of darkness suddenly distorted and expanded, turning into a pitch-black figure that looked around. Chapter 638. Several days later, after a great auction involving 9 stores of miscellaneous goods, the competition between the schools of miscellany came to an end. However, due to the losses from the war, the Clear River Prefecture only ranked last in the end, which was within expectations. Afterwards came the competition between the schools of music. As graceful music rang out, the bustling market turned into a grand concert. The exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures proceeded in an orderly fashion. Li Qingshan and Han Xiongji were together day and night, inseparable as if they had returned to their passionate love of the past. Under Li Qingshan's intentional honesty, Han Xiongji learned about his secret past bit by bit, which made her feel very sweet inside. Of course, she never mentioned the fact that he had another woman outside again. Finally, the competition between the schools of novels formally began. First, the regular disciples of the schools competed. They pushed their divine talisman of great creation to the limit, turning fake into real and illusions into reality, creating a myriad of attacks. The spectating cultivators could not help but sigh in amazement. Sure enough, the School of Novels was unique for the founding emperor to name it as one of the 10 schools of the 9th rate. However, these competitions were only the appetizers. Once the competition between the disciples ended, it was time for the foundation establishment cultivators to take the stage. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Avoiding Lu Chuanfeng, the leaders of the schools of novels from the other 8 prefectures exchanged glances. They seemed to be constantly communicating with their soul sense. The first match, the Clear River Prefecture against the Leking Prefecture. Under Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai's encouraging gazes, Li Qingshan smiled at Han Xiongji and made his way onto the square, leading to a series of cheers. However, after waiting for a while, he did not see his opponent appear. He glanced around, and the disciples of the schools of novels from the various prefectures all shivered inside. No, this isn't fair. The leader of the School of Novels from the Leking Prefecture, Wang Luocheng, called out. Originally, he was supposed to face Li Qingshan, but after personally witnessing Li Qingshan's clash with caretaker Zheng, he did not feel like he had any confidence in emerging victorious. Fortunately, they had already discussed the countermeasures to restrain Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan asked in surprise, "What's unfair about that?" Exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures. They were competing on the ultimate skills of the various clans. If you had a body full of magical artifacts, wouldn't you be suppressing others with your power? How can it reflect the methods of our school of novels? This is neglecting the essentials and focusing on trifles, turning the tables on the guest, so it's unfair. The other schools of novels disciples also agreed. That's right. This way, even if he won, he would only have won in terms of Dharma treasures. Any cultivator could win. What does it have to do with the school of novels? If you want to compete, then let's compete with our true strength. Lu Chuanfeng said angrily, Wang Luocheng, don't spout nonsense. Wasn't it always like this in previous competitions? In the past, the novelists were all poor. It was already considered pretty good for them to be able to get their hands on an inferior magical artifact. Even if the situation had changed a lot, there was no clan head who could be armed to the teeth like Li Qingxian. Wang Luocheng shook his head like a rattledrum. The past is the past, the present is the past. The rules must be changed. If you don't agree, then let Marquis make the decision. The schools of novels disciples from the other prefectures all called out, "Let Marquis make the decision. Let Marquis make the decision." Lu Chuanfeng still wanted to argue. Li Qingshan waved his hand. "All right, then I won't use arcane artifacts." As he said that, he stowed away all the arcane artifacts on him. That should be fine, right? Even if Si Qing found out about this, the kid wouldn't side with him. Did he even need arcane artifacts against a bunch of repulsive people like you? It's still unfair. Your cultivation is at late foundation establishment, which is the highest among us in the first place. You're skilled in water techniques too. If we fight, you can easily emerge victorious even without the divine talisman of great creation, which goes against the purpose of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures. Seeing how Li Qingshan agreed so readily, Wang Luocheng rejoiced slightly inside. He continued with his request. "That's for your arrogance. How dare you offend the Marquis? Aren't you at our mercy now?" The schools of novels disciples of the Clear River Prefecture were all furious. Since when were there battles between cultivators where techniques could not even be used? Li Qingshan said, "All right, then I won't use any techniques." It's not just techniques. Apart from techniques from the School of Novels, you can't use any other battle skills or techniques. All right. Li Qingshan agreed again. You seem to practice the arts of body practitioners. Li Qingshan smiled. Don't tell me you want me to fight you with my hands and feet tied up? I practice the arts of body practitioners, so my body is relatively tough too. Don't you want me to stab myself and become heavily injured first? Only then will it be fair. It led to a roar of laughter. Even the cultivators of the 100 schools from the other 8 prefectures found these requests to be rather unreasonable. Contempt filled their eyes as they felt pity for Li Qingshan. Why did someone like him join the School of Novels? The School of Novels was renowned for their sleaziness, and the vulgar storytelling technique was not Lu Chuanfeng's original creation either. In the various 100 schools of thought, it was not well received. As for the School of Novels of the Clear River Prefecture, it was mainly because of Li Qingshan that the schools of novels of the other prefectures had managed to pull themselves together. Although the schools of novels of the other prefectures had learnt the ways of management from the Cloud Wisp Association and increased their own strength, their status was still not that great. Some disciples of the School of Novels instead showed signs of developing the vulgar storytelling technique. They even emulated Li Qingshan's partnership with the School of Painting, hiring disciples of the School of Painting at a high price, and inventing a divine skill like the Coptis serial painting. After all, only children liked to read fairy tales, while this was something suitable for both young and old. Reading it once was not enough. They even had to keep it in secret and read it over and over again. When they got excited, they were tempted to substitute the main character and crawl into the book and have a go at it. Sure enough, they received a tremendous amount of power of belief, but their reputation obviously became even worse. If you're willing, then we obviously have no objections. Wang Luocheng shook his head, acting like he was invincible as long as he was shameless. After tasting the benefits of the Cloud Wisp Association, he could already see a vast path of cultivation opening up to him. In order to occupy a leading position in the Greater Cloud Wisp Association, he had to restrict this Li Qingshan to the point of death. Li Qingshan was amused by this. This bastard really did resemble Lu Chuanfeng in the past. After thinking about it, he said, "How about this? In order to save some time, the 8 of you can come at me together. I won't use arcane artifacts, techniques, or battle skills, but you can all use them. That should be fine, right?" The spectators were thrown into an uproar. These were all a part of a cultivator's strength. He had already underestimated his opponent slightly by not allowing his opponent to use them, yet he still wanted to take on the 8 of them alone. Wasn't his defeat certain? Although most of them had heard of Li Qingshan's name, they had only truly seen him fight in the air above the Marquis estate. He had only clashed with caretaker Zheng a few times, which was rather tricky. If it were not for the power of his arcane artifacts and his ingenious battle skills, it would have been impossible for him to achieve that. Qingshan, you mustn't. Lu Chuanfeng even tried to stop him loudly. Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear to him, while Sun Fubai said, Junior brother, Qishan has his own plans. His decision isn't something you or I can change. Let's just wait and see. Is that true? Wang Luoqing's eyes lit up. Si Qing, who watched from afar on the soaring clouds terrace, smiled scornfully. Yenying, this subordinate of yours doesn't seem to be too smart. Gu Yenying said, actually, he's the same as you. He hates battles that have no suspense or difficulty. Do you think he can be mentioned in the same breath as me? Si Qing squinted his eyes. I think his accomplishments in the future will definitely surpass yours. Of course, they'll probably surpass mine as well. Gu Yenying smiled. Probably not a lot of people understood better than her just what kind of situation he had started from and just what level he had reached. He could sense that he would definitely play a relatively important role on the stage of the 9 provinces in the future. He might even have the chance to stand side by side with the various kings. Even right now, a clone of his is enough to give you, a mighty prince, quite a headache. Such a high evaluation even made Si Qing slightly moved. Looks like you really think highly of this child. However, most geniuses in the world die young. Very soon, I'll kill him in the cradle with my own hands. A genius that dies young is not a genius. Returning to the field, Li Qingshan said proudly, of course. Let's not waste any more time. Come quickly. Wang Luocheng and the 7 other school leaders reached an agreement. Let's take down this Li Qingshan first. Immediately, the 8 foundation establishment cultivators stood up and drew their own spiritual or arcane artifacts, surrounding Li Qingshan tightly. They were all hostile, only lacking vicious grins to express their complacency. Boos rang out from the surroundings, but they turned a deaf ear to them. Shamelessness was not something that could be trained in a day. There were also people who were worried that such an unfair battle would cause Lu Chuanfeng to lose, so they shouted, School Leader Lu, don't forget our initial agreement. At this moment, Lu Chuanfeng could only choose to trust Li Qingshan completely. With a dark expression, he said, I won't forget. Li Qingshan, I've heard of your name for a long time. Thank you for thinking of a way to revitalize our school of novels. However, there's a saying from the ancients, arrogance leads to madness. You might not realize it yourself, but this is what happens to mad people. I advise you to quickly wake up. No matter how strong you are, you're just a tiger with its claws and teeth pulled out. It's better for you to surrender obediently, lest you hurt the harmony of the school of novels. Wang Luocheng smiled, trying to use words to sway Li Qingshan's will. Li Qingshan also smiled. It's fine. Even if I can't win, I can still make sure you can't. Wang Luoqing's expression changed slightly. If Li Qingshan really attacked him crazily, he would inevitably be injured. Then, he would be at a great disadvantage in the upcoming competition with the other prefectures. So that was what he had in mind. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did I stand out and say so much nonsense? He smiled shamefully and said, Don't misunderstand. What happened just now was the result of everyone's discussion. It wasn't my decision alone, so you don't have to blame it all on me. Is that so? I wonder who came up with such a brilliant plan. I'll have to thank him properly. Li Qingshan's gaze swept across the faces of the other 7 people. They either puffed out their chests and raised their heads to show their innocence, or their eyes flickered, not daring to meet Li Qingshan's eyes. They were all afraid that Li Qingshan would fight like a cornered beast and target them crazily. Dang! The strongman struck the gong, the sound reverberating for 10 li. Let the sparring begin. Li Qingshan's body leaned forward, and with a boom, 2 deep pits were blasted open under his feet. He flew up and pounced toward Wang Luocheng. He was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage, unstoppable. It was true that he didn't use any spells or battle techniques, but his killing intent, which had been honed through hundreds of battles, was faster than any spells or battle techniques. He charged toward Wang Luocheng. Chapter 639. Wang Luocheng had many hobbies in his life, such as walking dogs, cockfighting, drinking wine, and playing with women. He was good at many things, but not one of them was fighting. Intimidated by Li Qingshan's killing intent, his brain slowed down a little. He instinctively retreated, hoping that someone else could block him. However, the others didn't expect Li Qingshan to attack just like that, and with such momentum. Their reactions were also a little slow. After all, the school of novels wasn't known for being good at fighting. Because the power of will was hard to come by, they couldn't practice fighting like the other schools. They were more willing to transform into beauties and practice on the bed. Of course, some of them were really slow, while others wanted to let Li Qingshan and Wang Luocheng drag it out. In the end, both of them would be injured, and two competitors would be eliminated. As their eyes darted around, they realized that no one was a fool. Thus, the 8 of them surrounded and instantly turned into a one-on-one battle between Li Qingshan and Wang Luocheng. Wang Luocheng also realized that he had been betrayed. He cursed in his heart, "Those who write novels aren't good people." His stunned mind recovered a little, and he immediately activated the divine talisman of great creation, creating a huge door made of refined steel. It was a foot thick. At the same time, he quickly activated the protective spirit tool on him. As long as he could stop Li Qingshan for a moment, the others couldn't just stand by and watch. However, before Wang Luocheng could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a loud bang, and the huge door twisted inwards. Li Qingshan broke through it as if he had smashed through a paper door, his 5 fingers reaching out to grab Wang Luocheng's face. Only a few people saw clearly that in the instant Li Qingshan collided with the door, his hands pressed on it dozens of times in a complicated manner, destroying the structure of the door from its foundation. Wang Luocheng was shocked, and he let out a strange cry. A flying sword flew out of his sleeve, piercing toward Li Qingshan's chest. The sword shone with spiritual light, and it was also an artifact. Although it was the weakest inferior artifact, its power was not to be underestimated. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but stand up. His face was filled with anger and worry. Without a protective spell or artifact, how could he block the flying sword with just his own spirit force? However, Li Qingshan completely ignored the flying sword. He unleashed a vicious aura like he was determined to smash Wang Luocheng's head to pieces. Wang Luocheng was utterly shocked. He staggered backwards, but his mind was distracted. The glow on the flying sword immediately dimmed slightly, and it slowed down too. Li Qingshan smiled and flicked with his left hand. At the same time, his right hand turned into a fist and punched toward Wang Luocheng's chest. With a bang, the spiritual light scattered, and Wang Luocheng was sent flying while coughing up blood. His protective spiritual artifact had already been shattered. There was only a thin layer of protective spiritual light, so how could it block Li Qingshan's fist? Wang Luocheng was only in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, so he was 2 realms lower than Li Qingshan. His cultivation technique could not compare to the arts of the boundless ocean, not to mention the difference in body tempering. Li Qingshan didn't even use the ox demon's immense strength. In the end, he still held back 30% of his strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be strange for him to have killed Wang Luocheng with a single punch. Wang Luocheng fell unconscious on the ground, and the medical disciples carried him away for treatment. Li Qingshan turned around and faced the remaining 7 people. He raised a finger and said, 1. Although they had gone through many battles of wits and courage, in the eyes of the bystanders, Li Qingshan had killed a Foundation Establishment cultivator with a single pounce. As expected of his reputation. Even without using an artifact or battle technique, he's still so ferocious. Is he really a disciple of the School of Novels? I think he's clearly a disciple of our School of the Military. The leader of the School of the Military of the Han Yong and Prefecture was filled with surprise. The leaders of the other prefectures all stood to one side, surrounding Han Tie. The Han family had held the position of great general for many years, so the disciples of the School of the Military and the Rui Commandery were all old subordinates. They were on good terms with one another. As a result, when they mentioned Li Qingshan, they all referred to him as son-in-law. Han Tie said he really should join the school of the military. Fortunately, he's a disciple of the school of novels. Otherwise, if he were representing the school of the military, we could just directly forfeit. Han Tie said, do you really think you can win right now? Kid, don't be cocky. We're going to test you this year and see whether you're a good father and a bad son. Everyone laughed aloud. Someone said, look, the son-in-law has struck again. Li Qingshan's body surged with dreamy, faint, blue light. He thought, this is the exhibition match of the school of novels after all. If I don't use the divine talisman of great creation, they'll be dissatisfied even if I win. I might as well make them accept it wholeheartedly. He powered the divine talisman of great creation wholeheartedly. Slivers of power of belief were drawn out, gradually weaving into a humanoid figure, bones, blood vessels, and meridians. He had never powered the divine talisman of great creation so seriously before. Everyone, let's use our full strength together. The remaining 7 cultivators from the school of novels all returned to their senses. Seeing how fiercely Qingshan was, none of them dared to think about anything else anymore. If he really won against 8 of them alone, they would be utterly humiliated. If Li Qingshan knew what they were thinking, he would definitely be extremely surprised. You still know how to be shameless. 4 spiritual artifacts and 3 arcane artifacts charged towards Li Qingshan together. At the same time, they conjured blades, spears, swords, and halberds with the divine talisman of great creation, all of which lunged towards Li Qingshan. The attacks were numerous and powerful, making the spectators feel that the school of novels was not as useless as they were rumored to be. Li Qingshan soared into the air, drawing the water, fire, and spears towards the horizon. The figure he had painstakingly created had already taken shape. It was a young man in blue, dressed in a rustic manner. His face was also covered in dust, but his facial features were handsome and he exuded an air of righteousness. He cupped his fists and said, I am Tsinga Nyo, and I would like to seek guidance from all of you seniors. Li Qingshan scratched his head. His original intention was to draw the attacks away and let Tsinga Nyo take the chance to launch a sneak attack. He hadn't expected Tsinga Nyo to be so open and aboveboard, just like what was written in the books. It seemed that the characters conjured by the school of novels were no ordinary puppets. The higher the level of the divine talisman of great creation, the more intelligent the characters would be. Only by borrowing the coercive power of the divine talisman of great creation could they make them do things that went against their nature. No one had expected Li Qingshan to spend so much effort to conjure such a country bumpkin. One of the leaders of the school of novels had specially studied Li Qingshan's works, and he shouted, Everyone, don't be careless, he is Zhang. Nonsense. All of you, die. Tsinga Nyo roared, interrupting him. He raised his hands high and said, Power of the Dragon Slayer, Heavenly Strike. His originally rustic and honest face was instantly beaming with joy, and his aura was blazing. The muscles all over his body bulged and tore through his clothes, fluttering about like butterflies. A huge silvery white sword appeared above his head, and a golden dragon coiled around the sword hilt. He swung it down with great force. The silvery white sword light lit up the heaven and earth, and the incomparably sharp sword chi whistled out, slashing toward the 7 people from the school of novels. Chapter 640. Tsinga Nyo was awe-inspiring, and his sword chi was like a rainbow. Wherever he went, the 7 cultivators all ran away. No one dared to block his blade. They all activated their divine talismans of great creation, conjuring all sorts of powerful figures and beasts to block him. However, they were all killed with a single strike of his sword. These fellows are really surprisingly weak. Li Qingshan could clearly feel that the Tsinga Nyo he had conjured, whether it was the sword technique or the way he fought, all of them had traces of his own understanding. Although words were unrestrained and could be used to write about how strong and intelligent a person was, the characters conjured were restricted by 2 factors. One was the amount of power of will, and the other was the author himself. No matter how mysterious the imagination was, it could not escape the limits of a person's thinking. If a novelist did not understand swordsmanship at all, then even if he wrote about a peerless swordsman, he would only be a swordsman idiot. No matter how real they looked, they were not real living beings. They were just projections of the novelist's own imagination. Just like how an omnipotent god could not create a rock that he could not lift, a novelist could not write a character that surpassed his thinking. They could be vivid and lifelike in the book, but once they were conjured using the divine talisman of great creation, their true form would be revealed. The 7 cultivators were facing such a problem. They lacked combat experience, so although the figures they conjured were all at the foundation establishment stage, their combat strength was terrible. Therefore, under the same situation where the divine talisman of great creation was activated, the Tsinga conjured by Li Qingshan had the upper hand, even though it was 1 against 7. Li Qingshan did not want to waste any more time. He flew high into the sky, turned, and pounced down. The remaining 7 people did not even know the most basic coordination, let alone tacit understanding. They were scattered by Tsinga charge. In Li Qingshan's eyes, they were full of openings. It was no different from challenging him one by one. Then, with a few punches and kicks, another 5 people were knocked out. 5. Li Qingshan stretched out his palm. He was about to finish off the remaining 2 in one go. I don't want to fight anymore, I don't want to fight anymore. You're good, okay? The remaining 2 people actually admitted defeat. Amidst the booing, they directly left the martial arts arena. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and Tsinga dissipated like mist. Because he had not been killed yet, he did not expend much power of will. Victory for the exhibition match between the School of Novels and Li Qingshan of the Clear River Prefecture. It's done! Lu Chuanfeng swung his fist viciously. With that, the Cloud Wisp Association could expand across the entire Rui Commandery. Sun Fubai stroked his beard and smiled. Gasps of admiration burst out from the surroundings. Although Wang Luocheng and the other 7's performance was somewhat unbearable under Li Qingshan's attacks, they were still 8 foundation-building cultivators after all. Not 8 cabbages. Moreover, he defeated them without using any magical tools or magical techniques. Moreover, he did it so easily. It was truly inconceivable. Gu Yenying said to Si Qing, "Looks like he didn't achieve his goal." Did you anticipate this outcome? That's because his opponents are far too weak. Although they're all at foundation establishment, they're on completely different levels. Even if their numbers are doubled, the outcome won't change. Even if a tiger loses its claws and teeth, it can't be defeated by a flock of sheep. He really is a genius worth paying attention to. Si Qing actually expressed his sincere admiration towards Li Qingshan. Gu Yenying furrowed her brows slightly before easing them up. As it seemed, Si Qing had made up his mind to eliminate him. If he were not the North Moon, the matter really would be rather troublesome. Who would emerge victorious in the end in this fierce battle? She was not optimistic about Si Qing's chances, but she also did not think that Li Qingshan would be able to deal with Si Qing. At their level, it was easy to determine victory and defeat, but it was difficult to determine life and death. They would probably have to maintain the current situation for a very long time, until the North Moon revealed a flaw and was killed, or until they obtained the power to not fear the Great Xia dynasty's revenge. At the side of the training grounds, Wang Luocheng had also woken up under the medical school's treatment. He sat at the side and regulated his breathing. Raising his head, he saw Lu Chuanfeng striding over. Pointing at them, he said in a pompous manner, "Humph, no matter how crafty you bunch of old fellows are, under my might, you still have to bow down to me. You're really asking for trouble. From today onwards, I'm the president of the Great Cloud Wisp Society. Who dares to defy me?" Although Li Qingshan had won, he felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment at this moment. There was a saying that killing someone was just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. If you were to force them so viciously, if these people were to get angry and go their separate ways with you, wouldn't all your efforts be for naught? However, to his surprise, Wang Luocheng immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, yes. We overestimated ourselves. Such petty tricks naturally can't do anything to Junior Brother Li. And Senior Brother Lu, when you take charge of the Cloud Wisp Society in the future, hope that Senior Brother Lu will take good care of us." The other defeated heads of the schools of novels also came up to congratulate their president, Lu Chuanfeng. Li Qingshan was stunned. These people who wrote novels really did not have any integrity at all. What he did not know was that this was mainly due to his efforts. Just now, Wang Luocheng was still feeling a lingering fear after the exchange. How would he dare to use force again? He was the type of person who would not submit without a beating. Time passed in a hurry, and the matches of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures went by. The mechanisms of Moism, the Dharma of Buddhism, the divination of the school of Yin-Yang, and so on had all broadened everyone's horizons, allowing the cultivators of the sects to witness the heritage and strength of the 100 schools of thought. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The final match was the grand exhibition match of the school of the military. Although everyone had used their full strength, it was more like a friendly match than a battle to the death. In the end, Han Tie led the disciples of the school of the military to victory, which basically drew a perfect conclusion to the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures this time. All they had to do was wait for Xi Qing to make his final speech, and the grand gathering of the cultivation community of the Rui Commandery would come to an end. Under everyone's gazes, Xi Qing stepped onto the soaring clouds terrace once again and said loudly, "The exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures this time have allowed me to witness the supreme skills of the fellow cultivators of the various prefectures and schools." After praising the cultivators of the various prefectures as usual, he explained the significance of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures this time. Li Qingshan found it boring, but Han Xiongji was reluctant to leave. She was tempted to let the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures continue like this forever. She gazed at the soaring clouds terrace. The North Moon doesn't seem to be here anymore. She studied Li Qingshan's expression. During this period of time, the various past and secrets Li Qingshan had revealed had indeed made her think of many things. "He's probably gone," Li Qingshan said. He did not have that much time to waste on Xi Qing. He had sent his clone off a long time ago, returning to refine the water system. If it were not for the sake of saving his main body, he would not have appeared at all. However, before he left, Xi Qing made a strange request. He wanted him to send some demons and night roamers to participate in the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures, saying that he wanted to increase communication and ease their relationship. He also promised many benefits. Li Qingshan had no idea what Xi Qing was up to, but under the principle of, "I'll oppose whatever the enemy supports," he did not agree in the end. He could obtain these benefits from Gu Yenying anyway, and he did not have to worry about being tricked. There was really no need for him to waste his breath on Xi Qing. However, Li Qingshan had a vague feeling that the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures this time would not end so easily. Sure enough, as Xi Qing went on, he suddenly changed the topic. The only pity is that the fellow cultivators of the various sects and schools can only watch from the sidelines. They can't take part. Even most of the cultivators of the various schools can't take part, so it'll be much less interesting. As a result, I want to add another event after the traditional exhibition matches. That way, all cultivators can take part and benefit from it. Xi Qing spread his arms and announced in high spirits with his wolf-like voice. There was a faint hint of excitement on his face. Li Qingshan could sense that his expression was very different from when he was spouting nonsense earlier. It definitely was not an act. His heart sank slightly. Here it comes. The cultivators below the platform all broke into a discussion. There's still a competition? Everyone can take part? There are so many people, so how are they supposed to compete? If it's one-on-one, who knows how long it'll take? Who cares? As long as there are benefits. Even the golden core cultivators on the soaring clouds terrace looked at one another. They had no idea what Xi Qing was planning. They all had different thoughts as they quietly waited for Xi Qing to announce the method of the final competition. After exchanging glances with Yi Dan and Jiazhen beside him, Xi Qing took out the dragon arena and tossed it into the main martial arts stadium below. He gave a rough introduction of the dragon arena first before announcing the rules of the final competition. Every single cultivator who was willing to take part could receive a special medal. According to their cultivation, the medals were split into various grades. Every single medal represented battle accomplishments. What the cultivators needed to do was steal the metals in the hands of others as much as possible. The time limit of the competition was 10 days in total. After 10 days, the Dragon Arena would reopen, and the cultivators would be able to exchange the metals in their hands for spiritual stones and other resources. A chaotic battle between 10,000 people. Li Qingshan understood Si Qing's thoughts. As it turned out, this was the reason why he had made the North Moon send people. Just what was he trying to do? Was it just to satisfy his deviant interests? It probably wasn't that simple. And would the cultivators of the various sects and schools really follow his wishes and take part in this chaotic battle? Immediately, a golden core cultivator objected, "Your Highness, a competition like this probably doesn't align with the peaceful exchanges that the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures have always advocated." Even the golden core cultivators from the 100 schools of thought disagreed. Mighty cultivators fighting like goo insects? What kind of propriety is that? The other cultivators said nothing. Gu Yenying and Si Bao exchanged glances. They could vaguely guess what Si Qing was trying to do. He wanted to refine the Dragon Arena into an Azura field. The Azura field was similar to the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. It was a secret treasure that connected to the Azura realm of the 6 realms of Sasra. To open the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, he needed to choose a place where corpses accumulated like Burial Mound Mountain and cast down formations meticulously. Only then could it be opened. In order to refine an Azura field, one needed to open up a large battlefield, allowing powerful cultivators to fight with all their might. The berserk killing intent and battle intent would merge with the will of the Azura realm, and the Azura field would descend upon the world. Chapter 641. From the moment the Dragon Arena was built, it began to gather cultivators from everywhere, fighting and killing in there. Countless lives vanished in there, but the will to fight remained. Although the intensity of the battles was nowhere close to the level of the War of the 9 Provinces, later generations of cultivators could use secret techniques to store their killing and battle intent inside, constantly building it up. This process was relatively slow, but once it reached a certain level, it would change qualitatively, turning the Dragon Arena into an Azura field. The Dragon Arena was no longer just a large, expensive toy. Instead, it was an arcane treasure that could connect with the Azura realm and possessed various powers. This was the reason why the Imperial clan of the Dragon Province constantly built dragon arenas. All forms of entertainment were not just entertainment. The great general of the Green Province, Wang Wuging, possessed an Azura field like that. The most outstanding disciples of the school of the military of the Green Province had all been tempered in there before. Only the most tenacious warriors could pass through the trials. However, the method to refine an Azura field was a secret that could not be passed on to anyone. Only Gu Yenying and Si Bao had a rough idea of it. As for how to operate it and what kind of formations and inscriptions to use, they had no idea at all. Big sis, this Si Qing is so vicious. He wants to use the cultivation community of the entire Rui Commandery to fulfill his ambitions. Should we stop him? Si Bao asked Gu Yenying secretly. Let's just wait and see, Gu Yenying said in thought. The Hawkwolf Guard possessed great authority, but they could only supervise the Marquis of Rui. They could not directly interfere with government affairs. If they tried to forcefully stop him, they would fall out with Si Qing. Stopping someone from cultivating was equivalent to killing their parents. However, he could order the 100 schools of thought, but why would the cultivators of those sects listen to him? They would have to see what he did. Si Qing said proudly, "The world is in chaos right now, and war can break out at any moment. If we still follow the tradition of the past and carry out a competition that's no different from playing house, how are we supposed to deal with the chaos in the future? If you really don't want to take part, I won't stop you. However, you might as well take a look at the value of these metals first." Jiaxin took a step forward and waved his hand. A black curtain fell from the soaring clouds terrace like a waterfall. A few words were written on it, recording the value of the various metals in detail as well as the rules of the competition. The crowd below the soaring cloud platform was in an uproar. This was because the metals that ordinary Qi practitioners received were worth thousands of spirit stones. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more valuable the metal would be. There was no need for him to kill anyone. As long as he could keep the medal in his hand, it would be a considerable income. As for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator like Li Qingshan, the medal he received was enough to be exchanged for a magic tool. No one would be able to refuse such a good deal. The Golden Core Realm cultivators glanced at each other and said in their hearts, "This Si Qing is really extravagant. He's taken out an enormous sum of 10 million spirit stones, various spirit artifacts, talismans, and countless medicinal pills in one go. He's simply like the child of wealth, and he's getting rich." Si Qing said, "In this competition, all the disciples, guards, and servants of my manor will be participating in it. If you're willing to take part, then collect a medal and prepare to enter the Dragon Arena. For the sake of fairness, everyone's position in the Dragon Arena is arbitrary. Do you have any objections?" Since there were benefits to reap, and the reason was so dignified, who would be willing to offend Si Qing? All of them expressed that they had no objections. There was a hubbub below the soaring cloud platform. The cultivators of the sects discussed among themselves. "Senior brother, should we take part?" "Of course, I'll hide as soon as I go in. The Dragon Arena is very large." "How useless. I want to win a few more medals and exchange them for a true spirit pill so I can break through to foundation establishment." "How can we compare to you, first senior brother? Anyway, if you really can't win, just hand over your medal. It's not like you'll lose anything anyway." As a result, most of the cultivators signed up and collected their medals. As for the cultivators from the 100 schools of thought of the 9 prefectures, they obviously had to listen to the Marquis of Rui's orders. They had to take part, but they all seemed overflowing with interest. After a long period of peace, the peaceful atmosphere of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures naturally made most cultivators believe that this final competition was just a game Prince Si Qing had set up for everyone to take part in to win them over. Gu Yenying shook her head gently. She knew this was already something that had to happen. Si Qing had gone all out, taking out tremendous amounts of resources, gaining the recognition of the cultivators. One was willing to fight while the other was willing to endure. Intense battles like this had always been a tradition of the Dragon Province. Even if it was reported to the imperial court, they would only praise Si Qing's actions, not rebuke him. Li Qingshan raised his head and carefully read the words on the black curtain. It recorded the mode of operation of the Dragon Arena as well as a few simple rules. There were a total of 41 fields in the Dragon Arena, and all of them had been activated. Flying in any direction would allow one to enter another field. This was equivalent to several hundred kilometers across. It was quite a large area. However, in order to prevent some people from avoiding battle passively, a few fields would vanish every day, and the cultivators in them would be transported to a nearby field. After losing their medals, they would still have to wait 10 days for the competition to end before they could leave the Dragon Arena. This was to give the cultivators who had lost their medals the opportunity to obtain other medals. Everything seemed very reasonable, but Li Qingshan's brows gradually furrowed. He could vaguely smell the heavy scent of blood. Si Qing must want to use this opportunity to finish me off. They've sent out all of their disciples and followers. There are no fewer than 20 foundation establishment cultivators, and they've definitely prepared many powerful techniques to deal a fatal blow to me. Han Xiongji said, "Qingshan, you have to be careful. Commander Gu has just ordered all the White Wolf Guards to continue maintaining order." Li Qingshan's brows eased up. He smiled. "Don't worry. We'll probably have to go on a killing spree this time. Qingshan, let's come up with a plan." Lu Chongqing was stern. Having gone through the baptism of war, he dared not be careless about any battle. However, he did not believe the competition this time would be very dangerous. After all, they were all humans. Deciding a victor was enough. What mattered was how to assemble as quickly as possible so that they could obtain as many medals as possible. After a series of discussions, the gong rang out again, and the final competition formally began. Everyone entered the Dragon Arena. Before Li Qingshan entered the Dragon Arena, Chu Danqing suddenly rushed over and passed a scroll to him. "You finished it so quickly," Li Qingshan said in surprise, but he saw that Chu Danqing's face was pale as if he was completely drained. Originally, I wanted to give it to you after I got back, but it'll probably be dangerous this time. Refine it again after you get in. This three absolutes calligraphy will definitely come in handy. Over the past month, Chu Danqing had been repairing the three absolutes calligraphy in his room apart from the competition between schools of painting. He had used up many of his jade blood of vermilion and gained a deeper understanding of its power. Chapter 642. The wind and snow assaulted his face, and Li Qingshan appeared on a frozen mountain out of nowhere. Snow covered everything as far as the eye could see, drifting down like feathers. The mountain happened to be the very center of the battlefield, so it had an extremely open field of vision. Li Qingshan gazed at the surroundings and saw black specks appear on the snowy ground in the distance. There were around 200 people, and there were a few Foundation establishment cultivators among them. Although they had all concealed their auras, they could not fool Li Qingshan's senses. However, he did not recognize any of them. They're spread out even more densely than I imagined. An area of several dozen kilometers was indeed an extremely vast area for mortals, but for cultivators, it didn't seem that big. Even Qi practitioners would take less than half a day to explore the area, let alone Foundation establishment cultivators. Had it been a chaotic battle right from the beginning? As Li Qingshan observed, the Foundation establishment cultivators sensed his existence too. They all raised their heads and gazed over. When their gazes pierced through the wind and snow and saw the familiar figure, their expressions all changed. Li Qingshan. Afterwards, they all took off into the air without the slightest hesitation, flying off in all directions. They were afraid that he would catch up to them and take their medals if they were even half a step too slow. The vision of Qi practitioners was not as good, and they lacked sharp senses. Under the cover of the wind and snow, they could only see a few kilometers away at most. The Foundation establishment cultivators flew with streaks of light, which caused some panic. However, when they saw how the streaks of light did not fly towards them, they eased up again. Many Qi practitioners took out the medals in their hands, and their eyes shone with eagerness. As long as they could keep the medals for 10 days, everything would be fine. If they were lucky, they might even be able to collect a few more. The Qi warriors with relatively high cultivation bases began to quietly approach the weaker auras. Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain. He had no intentions of chasing after anyone. He was not particularly interested in collecting medals. His primary objective this time was to deal with the vengeful attacks from the disciples and followers of Si Qing's trio. He took out a glass ball that resembled a compass. The bright red arrow pointed in a certain direction steadily. This was a communication item that Lu Chongqing had given them. All the cultivators from the 100 schools of thought in the Clear River Prefecture had one, and they were all connected to Lu Chongqing. This was the plan they had decided on right from the beginning. After everyone entered the Dragon Arena, they would gather together as quickly as possible so that they could gain an advantage first and avoid fighting on their own and being defeated one by one. With Li Qingshan's flying speed, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the assembly point. Being with them would undoubtedly be a great help. But after some consideration, he put away the glass ball. He had no doubt that his current position had already been betrayed. Once the other party gathered enough strength, they would attack without hesitation. Then, it would be a situation where they would fight to the death. In fact, he was still a little worried that once he met up with Lu Chongqing and the others, they would have some misgivings. It was better to deal with his own problems by himself. Let's see if you're going to kill me, or if I'm going to kill off all your disciples and grand disciples. Si Qing's voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Thank you all for participating. In order for you to unleash your full strength, there won't be anyone monitoring your movements. You're welcome to use everything you have to obtain medals and other spoils of war to ensure your final victory. What I want to say here is that not everyone can live past 10 days, and the dead and the weak are not worthy of sympathy. Only the living and the strong can survive. For the sake of this path of cultivation, do your best and kill. Without a doubt, this set the tone for this chaotic battle, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. Even the naive optimist suddenly felt that this competition was probably not as simple as it seemed. In other words, no matter who kills who, it's allowed by the rules? Li Qingshan smiled in disdain towards the statement that was filled with malice. He sat down on the top of the mountain and channeled his soul sense into the three absolutes calligraphy in his hand, beginning to refine it. This was a stone forest filled with grotesque rocks. It contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a natural maze formation. A faint white mist floated in it, making those grotesque rocks look like ferocious ghosts and beasts. If a mortal were to enter it, it would be difficult for them to walk out even if they spent their entire lives. It originally existed on the border between the Dragon Province and the Harmony Province. Si Qing had gathered it and placed it in the Dragon Arena, and after being reinforced by a formation master, it became a special battlefield. A young disciple of the school of Yin Yang currently held a compass, searching for a way out. He was not flustered at all. Instead, he smiled confidently. Apart from being skilled in divination, the school of Yin Yang was also rather skilled in destroying formations, and he happened to be one of the best of the best. Even the heavens are helping me. I can attack or retreat here. As long as I grasp the circulation pattern of this formation, I can use the terrain to my advantage. If my attack fails, I can retreat into the formation. Even Foundation Establishment cultivators can't do anything to me if they don't understand the mysteries of this formation. Right as he thought that, a black shadow suddenly rushed over. He dodged in a hurry, but it was already too late. The black shadow brushed past him, and when he turned around, all he saw was that the black shadow had already vanished into the forest of rocks. He was still shaken. He was not even certain whether it was a person or not. If it was a person, the black shadow was just far too small. He took another step forward before suddenly collapsing on the ground. He felt a sharp pain from his waist. His entire body had been snapped in half, cleaved in half while he was still alive. His organs flowed out with blood. Arg! In his fright, he let out a series of earth-shaking shrieks, but they were absorbed by the forest of rocks, unable to travel too far away. He finally calmed down after much difficulty. Before he could even think about whether it was the black shadow's doing, he went to retrieve some healing pills in a hurry. Suddenly, he discovered that the 100 treasures pouch that should have been hanging on his waist had vanished. His heart immediately sank. With his cultivation at the 9th layer and not a disciple of the School of Medicine, it was impossible for him to recover from an injury like that on his own. Moreover, there was a strange power attached to the horrific wound on his waist. It had all died the moment it was severed, making it difficult to heal. "Save me. I want to get out." Naturally, there was no response. If he wanted to leave this place, he would have to wait for 10 days. He could only watch helplessly as his blood flowed and soaked the wet soil. He waited in pain for death to come. In his despair, he began to scream again. He did not understand why the black shadow wanted to kill him. If it wanted the metal, couldn't it have just given it to him? He suddenly recalled Si Qing's words, "Only the strong could survive." That black shadow shuttled through the forest of rocks as if he was in his own backyard. It was the dwarf who had been one of the fighters that night at the manor's banquet. The expression on his face looked as if he could crush an ant. He should have won the battle for sure, but he ended up admitting defeat, directly leading to the final battle. Li Qingshan had chosen a favorable location, which was considered the key to his defeat. Because of this, he was severely punished by Si Qing. His heart was simmering with anger, so his attacks were especially vicious. He quickly arrived at the center of the forest of rocks. Several people were already waiting there. Every one of them was a foundation-building cultivator, and their bodies were suffused with a faint killing intent. The leader was the scarred man who was wielding the high-grade magic artifact, the earth-shattering hammer of the 8 directions. The dwarf asked, "How's the prey?" "He's still on the snowy mountain. He hasn't moved." The scarred man's eyes seemed to pierce through space, allowing him to see where Li Qingshan was. As the master of the Dragon Arena, it was all too easy for Si Qing to cheat. They had 3 missions this time. The first was to incite the cultivators into fighting one another, the second was to collect as many medals as possible, and the last was to kill Li Qingshan. The first 2 missions were relatively easy to complete, but the last mission was the most troublesome. Are they going to use him as a target to gather? No, the cultivators of the Clear River Prefecture haven't approached him. They've gathered around someone else. He's the only one there, as if he's waiting for us. Waiting for us. We have 19 Foundation establishment cultivators. Doesn't he know? It's probably because he knows that he's remaining there, wanting to finish us off alone. It's just like what your highness has guessed. This arrogant bastard. The scarred man swung the earth-shattering hammer of the 8 directions viciously and struck the ground with a boom. The ground shook and fierce winds kicked up. He's probably treating us like the trash from the school of novels. A cold light flashed through the dwarf's eyes. He had witnessed Li Qingshan's battle against 8 people alone, but he did not find it impressive at all. Those 8 pieces of trash who did not know how to fight or kill were enough for him to slaughter them all alone. He's underestimating us? That's for the best. I'll definitely smash him to a pulp. When do we set off? When we gather everyone. That's His Highness's orders. No one dared to disobey Si Qing's orders. They waited in the forest of stone, ready to gather everyone and kill Li Qingshan. On the other hand, the hundreds of Qi warriors under Si Qing's command with relatively weaker cultivation bases had already joined the chaotic battle, stirring up the water violently. Hua Chenglu raised her head and gazed around, but she could not see the sky. The layers of leaves completely obscured the light. The surroundings were as dark as night. She took out the glazed ball and set off in the direction that the needle indicated. Suddenly, she stopped. Get out here. There was a rustle in the canopy, and a man in black flew out. A sliver of surprise flashed through his eyes. There were plenty of beautiful women among cultivators, but such great beauty was rare. However, he immediately recovered his composure and said coldly, "Hand over the medal." Hua Chenglu frowned. He was a 10th layer Qi practitioner. His cultivation was much greater than hers, and from his attire, he should be Si Qing's subordinate. He would probably be even more difficult to deal with than regular 10th layer Qi practitioners. The man in black was not hoping to obtain the medal from a single sentence. Just when he was about to take action, an item flew towards him. It did not move very quickly, so he caught it easily. It was the medal he wanted. He could not help but be taken aback. Take it and move aside. Hua Chenglu did not care too much about the value of the medal in the first place. Let alone 1,000, even if it was 10,000 spiritual stones, so what? If it were not for Si Qing's order as the Marquis of Rui, where all the disciples of the 100 schools of thought had to take part, Hua Sengzan would have never let her set foot in the dragon arena. If they started fighting here, it would definitely raise the attention of many people. Their priority right now was to rendezvous with everyone. They could still find the lost medal anyway. Chapter 643. You want to rob me? Hua Chenglu's frown deepened. The gloomy, moist jungle suddenly became filled with killing intent. The tangled roots and the hanging aerial roots all came alive like snakes. He was a wood spirit cultivator. He smiled. Who knows whether you're hiding a medal or not? I've only just entered, so where did a second medal come from? Hua Chenglu was furious. She felt that something was amiss with the situation. If he were a regular cultivator, he would not have bothered her anymore after obtaining a medal. Just in case, I want to check. If you don't agree to it, I'll take action personally. Of course, I'll also take action on you. The cultivator in black licked his lips and smiled maliciously. Go die. Hua Chenglu took out a scarlet talisman, which turned into a surging streak of fire and rushed towards the man in black. The vines and roots let out the sound of burning as they all retreated. Boom! A streak of fire burst through the canopy of leaves, blooming like a flower of fire in the endless sea of trees. After saying that, Si Qing directly waved his hand, and the images displaying the situation in the dragon arena vanished. The dragon arena had completely become a sealed box. Your Highness, how can you say that? Aren't you trying to make the cultivation community of our Rui commandery turn on one another? On the soaring clouds terrace, an old man in purple clothes was surprised and furious, questioning Si Qing loudly. The expressions of the other golden core cultivators all changed too. They were even more confused. Just what benefits did Si Qing gain from doing this? It was not just the regular cultivators. They had never imagined that danger might exist in the dragon arena. Even these golden core cultivators were rather taken aback. A battle like this would, without a doubt, drastically reduce the strength of the cultivation community of the Rui Commandery, and Si Qing would lose all prestige. He would even have to pay a tremendous amount of resources. There was basically no benefit to it at all. Without understanding the method of refining the Azura field, probably no one could guess Si Qing's thoughts no matter how clever they were, much less imagine he would be so ruthless. Originally, under the circumstances where they could see what was happening in the Dragon Arena, the cultivators definitely had to hold back a little. Otherwise, even if the rules allowed it, they would come off as overly vicious. If they accidentally fell out with a certain clan or sect, there would be endless trouble in the future. Their surveillance was an invisible restraint, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. Once they lost this surveillance, it would be very easy for the spars between cultivators to devolve into a bloody slaughter. This was not something anyone wanted to see, except for one person. Si Qing slowly turned around, a surprised smile on his face as he said, "What a bunch of trash." Feigning civility with North Moon had already exhausted his patience a long time ago. Now that he had achieved his objective, he immediately revealed his original viciousness. Right from the beginning, he had never planned on properly managing the Rui Commandery like Jiang Fu, treating it as a foundation that could be passed down to his descendants. Instead, he wanted to make use of all the resources in the Rui Commandery as much as possible to increase his own strength. He was even willing to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. To put it bluntly, in the world of cultivators, personal strength was still respected. Even though the so-called powers had their value, absolute strength was capable of completely disregarding powers. If he killed all of the golden core, he could do, Qing, and, the saint, he, and, he, and, with, and he, exclamation point. What did you say? Cultivators who were able to cultivate to the golden core realm were all extraordinarily talented. To reach this step amidst all kinds of praises, the word trash was simply too distant and unfamiliar. Si Qing waved his hand. I'm helping you train your disciples, yet you're spouting so much indecisive nonsense. If you're not trash, then what are you? Si Qing, you're a mighty prince, yet you've insulted us like this. Do you still want to continue being the Marquis of Rui? Open the Dragon Arena and let out all our disciples. The golden core cultivator finally reacted and felt a deep sense of anger. His body glowed faintly as he emitted an astonishing aura that soared into the sky. In the Battle of Burial Mountain, the golden core cultivators who died in battle were all from the 100 schools of thought. The orthodox forces of the Great Xia dynasty suffered a heavy blow. If not for Gu Yanniang's presence, the forces of the sect would have long taken the opportunity to expand. As a result, most of the golden core cultivators invited onto the Soaring Clouds terrace came from sections. The few golden core cultivators from the 100 schools of thought were all afraid of Prince Si Qing's identity. Not only were they unable to say anything, but if they actually began fighting, they could only stand on the Marquis of Rui's side. They all looked at Gu Yanniang for help. As for the golden core cultivators from sects, they did not have so many concerns over Si Qing's identity. However, they were rather fearful of Gu Yanniang. Gu Yanniang had stayed in the Rui Commandery for many years. Her influence was much greater than Si Qing's when he had just arrived. If she stood on Si Qing's side, Si Bao definitely would not just stand by and watch, and the golden core cultivators from the 100 schools of thought would follow her lead. That way, their strengths would be roughly the same. Perhaps they could only forcefully swallow this bitter pill today. To Si Qing, Gu Yanniang's attitude was extremely important. For a moment, everyone's gazes gathered on Gu Yanniang. If a Qing wants to go his own way, how can I stop him? Gu Yanniang strode out and arrived on the terrace, staying out of the matter. Si Bao obviously followed closely behind. Although the way she referred to him as a Qing made Si Qing frown slightly, he eased up slightly when she did not get involved. The greatest problem had been dealt with. The scenery here is quite nice. Why don't you come over and take a look? Gu Yenying then turned around and called over the golden core cultivators from the 100 schools of thought. They all let out a sigh of relief and bowed towards Si Qing coldly but politely before arriving beside Gu Yenying. Although they could not help but acknowledge Si Qing's identity, none of them agreed with him from the bottom of their hearts. The cultivators of the sects all riled up. Sure enough, Gu Yenying was not on his side. Just like that, there were only 3 opponents, but they all came from the Dragon Province. They could not be underestimated, and the prince's identity was rather troublesome too. "Hey, why aren't you two getting over here?" Gu Yenying said again. She was actually referring to Jiazhen and Yidan. "As you command, Commander." Jiazhen waved his black feather fan and smiled. He actually cast Si Qing aside and strode out. Yidan followed closely behind with his hands by his side. He glanced back at the cultivators of the sects and sniggered viciously. Just like that, only Si Qing was left. Faced with the golden core cultivators, they looked at one another. They had no idea what Si Qing was trying to do. "Yenying knows me best," Si Qing praised loudly. His face sank. "You've been eating and drinking for so many days, watching these boring matches. You must be sick of it." "What do you mean? You want us to fight you one by one? Don't even think about it." None of them were idiots. Si Qing was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, and he practiced the cultivation method of the imperial family. In terms of one-on-one combat, probably no one present was his opponent. "I have no time to fight trash one by one. Come at me together. You only have me as your opponent. You fear the North Moon because he defeated a group of demon commanders. From today onwards, you will fear me too." Burning passion filled Si Qing's eyes. None of the battles he watched could compare to the joy of personally taking part. Chapter 644. The Golden Core cultivators used all sorts of methods. Some activated 9 small flags, forming a large formation that enveloped Si Qing's head. Some of them cast spells, turning into boulders that smashed towards Si Qing. Some turned their divine sense into a steel awl, directly attacking Si Qing's mind. Many flying swords turned into streaks of sharp light that resembled lightning, weaving in the sky and sealing off Si Qing's dodging methods. Without any practice, their coordination was flawless. They were determined to teach Si Qing a lesson. A dragon's roar rang out incessantly from the sky. Si Qing turned into a black dragon that was several dozen zhang long, complete with scales and claws. He broke through the formation and the layers of light, galloping in the sky above the city. With a swing of the black dragon's tail, he sent a golden core cultivator flying. Gu Yenying said, "I didn't expect him to have cultivated the Black Emperor Dragon scripture to such a level. No wonder he is ranked 11th. The Great Xia royal family had many peerless techniques, known as the 3 Graves and 5 Classics, 8 Chains and 9 Mounds. The Black Emperor Dragon scripture that Si Qing cultivated was one of the 5 Classics. It was an extraordinary technique. Not only could it be cultivated to the king's realm, it could even allow a cultivator to directly ascend. Its might was even greater. For ordinary golden core cultivators, having a technique that could allow them to cultivate to the nascent soul realm and undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation was already their greatest hope. They could not imagine how powerful the Black Emperor Dragon scripture was. Sibao said solemnly, "With this technique alone, Si Qing is undefeatable. If he wants to fight, he will fight. If he wants to leave, he will leave. No one can stop him." The Golden Core cultivators were not to be outdone. They used their trump cards, powerful moves that could split mountains and sever rivers, blasting towards the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon's massive figure suddenly shrunk to only a few feet long, avoiding most of the attacks. The transformation of a dragon could rise or hide, it could be big or small. When big, it could breathe out mist. When small, it could hide its form. Legend had it that when this technique was cultivated to the extreme, it could shrink to the size of a mustard seed, allowing it to pass through water, fire, mountains, and rocks without being harmed or obstructed. Si Qing's cultivation had not reached that level, so he could not avoid some attacks. However, they could not break through his layer of black scales. After those powerful attacks missed, some of them flew into the distance, while others landed on the prefectural city below. The Jindan stage cultivators were so excited by the battle that they couldn't care less about the lives of mortals. Guarding the land and herdsmen was not their responsibility. It could be imagined that after the great battle, other than the Marquis's mansion which was protected by the arrays, this flourishing city would become a wasteland. Of the millions of living beings, not even 1 in 10 would survive. When immortals fought, mortals suffered. Gu Yenying leaned against the railing and looked at the rays of light that contained terrifying power descending from the sky like meteors. A black shadow suddenly swept past above them. The dragon arena suddenly rose up and swelled with the wind. It was like a huge island floating in the sky. At the same time, it was like a huge protective umbrella that absorbed all the attacks. What a good plan. Gu Yenying smiled. Not only did the dragon arena absorb attacks, but it also absorbed the surging battle intent and killing intent that Si Qing and the others gave off when they fought. As it turned out, Si Qing had purposefully infuriated them verbally so that he could fight them all alone. This was also part of the plan. If he worked with Yi Dan and Jiazhen, sweeping through these golden core cultivators would be far too easy. It would instead be detrimental to the refinement of the Azura field. Gu Yenying swiveled her eyebrows. Her sharp gaze pierced through the obstructions and saw an even dark object hidden in a gloomy alleyway. It gave off an icy cold, deathly aura. If it were not for the fact that a rat had approached the darkness and died on the spot, she would have almost missed it too. He's here too. The explosive flames opened up a charred, empty space in the dense forest with intertwining roots and intertwining canopies, while the man in black had completely vanished. Bright sunlight shone down from above, and the humidity was also dispersed by the blazing wind. Dried branches that were still burning fell to the ground. In a battle between Qi practitioners, a single scarlet talisman was enough to decide the outcome. A good dog doesn't block the way. Don't think I'm afraid to kill you just because you're a dog to a prince. Phew, I can't stay here for long. I better hurry up and leave. Just when Hua Chunlu was about to continue on her way, she suddenly felt her feet shake. The roots that were even denser and more complicated than human blood suddenly burst out of the earth. They wriggled about like thousands of insects and snakes, wrapping around her and binding her firmly. In the charred earth, the man in black leapt out with soil and rocks in his hands. Although he was covered in dust and in a rather horrible shape, he was clearly unscathed. In the moment Hua Chunlu used the scarlet talisman, he used an earth-submerging talisman as well, burrowing deep into the ground and avoiding most of the damage. Although it was only a high-grade yellow talisman, and he had to find a way to dig it out of the ground after using it, it had miraculous effects at a crucial moment. He was still shaken up inside. He had never thought Hua Chunlu would be so vicious at such a young age, and she had used a scarlet talisman right off the bat. Just now, if he had been slightly slower, he would have been smashed to smithereens. Viciousness filled his face. If I let you die easily, then I'm not a man. Hua Chunlu struggled as hard as she could, but it was impossible for her to break free. Her hands were firmly entangled by the roots, preventing her from reaching for her 100 treasures pouch. She was like a beautiful butterfly stuck in a spider's web. The man in black took a step forward. Suddenly, he heard a violent whistle in the sky, suddenly drawing closer. He raised his head in surprise. Li Qingshan sent his soul sense deep into the Three Absolutes calligraphy and saw a wondrous sight he had never seen before. Lines and lines hovered in the air like stars. He had refined many arcane artifacts before, but this was the first time he had encountered something like this. The Three Absolutes calligraphy really was no regular arcane artifact. It was worth looking forward to. On the snowy cliff, as he channeled spiritual qi into the Three Absolutes calligraphy, it shone with resplendent light, becoming brighter and brighter. Below the snowy mountain, the qi practitioners were locked in a fierce struggle. Blades and swords clashed as they fought fiercely. Even if someone noticed the faint light at the top of the snowy mountain, they would not be able to pay attention to it right now. A battle like this unfolded across the entire dragon arena. However, Si Qing's words had thrown them into an uproar, but they did not immediately engage in a battle to the death like Si Qing had hoped. They all held back when they struck out. After determining a victor, they would say, "I admire you," and they would say, "Thank you for going easy on me." Regardless of whether they were furious or not, they still maintained the principles of the cultivation community on the surface. As a matter of fact, many Foundation establishment cultivators refused to fight Qi practitioners from other sects or schools out of consideration for their status. Even if they did fight, they would only take their medals. They would never rob or kill again. The inertia left behind by several thousand years of peace could not be broken with just a few words from a single person. Siqing seemed to have miscalculated in this aspect. This was not the Dragon Province after all. There was no atmosphere of bloody battles. Cultivators were not exactly righteous, but they were not demonic cultivators either. Sure enough, they're all trash from top to bottom. They don't even know what bloodthirst and killing intent are. These old bastards are still afraid to kill me even now. Only that Li Qingshan is something. Looks like I'll have to use that move. Siqing, who had turned into a black dragon and soared through the air, was about to engage in a fierce battle with the Golden Core cultivators, so he diverted his attention. In the dragon arena, there was a flash of blood-red light. The azure sky in the battlefields was dyed with a layer of blood red. The blood-red color was so thin that even if cultivators focused their attention, they would struggle to notice anything amiss. Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes and raised his head at the sky. All he saw were thick, frozen clouds and howling wind and snow. In that moment earlier, the tiger demon that had been suppressed by the spirit turtle and deposited in his sea of consciousness let out a deep growl. Boundless killing intent enveloped him, but the killing intent was far too thin and chaotic. It did not originate from a specific target, nor was it directed at him. What's that kid, Siqing, up to now? Thinking of that, Li Qingshan closed his eyes again and devoted his mind to the Three Absolutes calligraphy. He did not stop channeling spiritual qi during this process. The Three Absolutes calligraphy was like a whale sucking in water, greedily sucking away his spiritual qi until 30% of his sea of qi was empty. Just now, it had stopped. It shone with extremely resplendent light. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He was a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. His spiritual qi surpassed regular Foundation establishment cultivators, yet the Three Absolutes calligraphy was only a mid-grade spiritual artifact. There was no time to think too much. According to his past experience of refining the cursive sword calligraphy, a storm was about to arrive. Sure enough, in that moment, all of the spiritual qi was converted into sharp sword qi from the Three Absolutes calligraphy, flowing against the flow through his meridians and rampaging through his body wildly. At the same time, in the void world where all kinds of strokes were floating, the horizontal and vertical strokes suddenly became round and full like balloons filled with air. They were filled with an incomparably sharp sword intent and flew toward him. Li Qingshan seemed to see the Five Absolute Sword Immortal wielding his brush as a sword and swinging it around after drinking. It was almost like an illusion, but he had no doubt that if he were struck by these strokes, his soul would definitely be severely damaged. If he were a regular Foundation establishment cultivator, they would be heavily injured even if they managed to survive an internal and external attack like this. His body shuddered and his muscles bulged, becoming 100 times tougher than rock. His tightly shut eyes immediately turned scarlet red. The sword qi rampaged through his body, but it was unable to break through the ox demon's mountainous body. It was forcefully guided into his sea of qi. However, they were still like huge fish wreaking havoc in his sea of qi. Not only did the sword qi not weaken, but it even absorbed even more spiritual qi instead, becoming sharper and sharper. If he were a regular Foundation establishment cultivator, all he could do was watch helplessly as his spiritual qi was drained dry and his body forcefully ripped apart by the sword qi. But before that, his consciousness would have already been shattered by the sword intent. Who would have thought refining a mid-grade arcane artifact would actually be filled with such terrifying danger? The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan bellowed inside. The spirit turtle's demon core sank into his sea of qi and suppressed all of the sword qi. The figure of the spirit turtle directly appeared in his sea of consciousness, blocking all of the sword intent. Originally, he thought that would be a success, but the three absolutes calligraphy showed no signs of being refined. With a thought, the figure of the tiger demon leapt out, opening its gaping mouth and devouring all of the sword intent. Chapter 645. As the tiger demon swallowed all of the sword intent in a single gulp, the various strokes of the sword intent that were grand, profound, heavy, light, and so on flew towards a single point at the same time, vaguely forming a section of calligraphy that recorded the supreme path of the sword. However, before Li Qingshan could even look at it, it had vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. In the end, all of the strokes connected with one another like building blocks, forming a black sword. It probably extended from the tip to the middle of the sword, but it was incomplete. The light on the three absolutes calligraphy immediately began to vanish. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and saw that the scroll was no longer filled with crisscrossing strokes. Instead, it formed the same incomplete sword as the one in his sea of consciousness. The unruly strands of sword qi in his sea of qi automatically merged together as well. Three identical swords appeared in the scroll, in his sea of consciousness, and in his dantian. They also contained the essence of calligraphy, the sword, and the painting. So this is the original appearance of the three absolutes calligraphy. The complete three absolutes calligraphy should depict a sword, but after it was split up, all of the strokes split up, forming that wondrous image. Refining the three absolutes calligraphy is basically even more dangerous than facing off against golden core cultivators. If I hadn't cultivated the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, I probably would have died. Li Qingshan relaxed the spirit turtle suppression, and the incomplete sword in his dantian began to absorb spiritual qi automatically again. He was slightly surprised, but he discovered very soon that he could control the absorption. Moreover, as it absorbed more and more, the sword qi became sharper and sharper. The arts of the boundless ocean recovered spiritual qi very quickly anyway, so he just allowed the incomplete sword to absorb spiritual qi. He ingested another pill to recover spiritual qi and wanted to see how much it could grow. At this moment, he felt spiritual qi rapidly approach him. The surrounding temperature suddenly plummeted. Is it finally here? He raised his head and looked over. A blue ball of ice descended from the sky with a cold current. However, the strange thing was that the ice ball's target was not him. It landed far away at the foot of the mountain and kicked up an ice storm, swallowing the space within a radius of several dozen meters. A qi practitioner reacted slightly slower and was caught up in it. He was immediately frozen into an ice sculpture and reduced to dust. Even the spiritual artifact sword in his hand was not spared. What a powerful chill! Li Qingshan pierced through the wind and snow, flying down and shattering that solid ball of ice. From the very center, he took out a sparkling and beautiful snowflake. This seems to be a technique of Ice Couple Palace. To have such power, only a golden core cultivator can do it. He vaguely recalled that he had once seen an ice-cold woman on the soaring cloud platform. That was most likely the palace mistress of the Ice Couple Palace. However, because she was only at the early golden core stage, he did not pay too much attention to her. What happened outside? Li Qingshan did not know anything about the Azura field, so he could not guess what was going on. He wanted his clone to come over and take a look so that he could have another way to deal with the situation. However, his clone was currently using the water god seal to refine the water vein, so he did not dare to take the risk. It just so happened that the carp he named Lil Red was circling around his clone, asking for medicinal pills to eat, creating ripples in the air. A thought flashed in his mind, and he said, "Open your mouth." Lil Red immediately opened its mouth. Its wooden fish eyes seemed to be filled with eagerness. Li Qingshan sealed up the aura of the water god seal and left behind a sliver of his soul sense, tossing it into its mouth. You sure are lucky. Hurry up and swim back to Mooncourt Lake. If you lose it, do you know of a dish called sweet and sour carp? Lil Red opened its mouth again, as if it wanted to eat it. Smack! Li Qingshan smacked its head. I'm cooking you. Lil Red immediately dove into the water and rapidly shrank, turning into the size of a regular carp. It turned into a red streak and swam in the direction of Mooncourt Lake. Right now, the forces of the human cultivators were all tied up in the prefectural city, while the demons of the entire Rui commandery had been terrorized by him. Basically, wherever he went after refining the water vein, they would either flee at the sight of him or surrender at the sight of him. Presumably, there were no ignorant bastards bold enough to kill his subordinates so casually. After arranging this, his clone took off, going straight into the depths of the clouds and flying in the direction of the prefectural city. Below the snowy mountain, Li Qingshan thought in some confusion, "Didn't those guys want to kill me? Why haven't they come after so long?" He could not be bothered with waiting here the entire time, and he only had half of his spiritual chi left after the incomplete sword devoured it. Although he was confident that it was enough to kill those people, he still had to use his full strength to catch a rabbit. As a result, he might as well wander around and change locations until his spiritual chi recovered. 18 Foundation establishment cultivators had already gathered in the maze of the stone forest. Someone said impatiently, "Why hasn't that fire barbarian come yet?" Yeah, with his cultivation, he should have arrived a long time ago. The scarred man said, "Looks like he doesn't plan on rendezvousing with us." The dwarf said, "That barbarian doesn't know how to cooperate at all. We're better off without him. We're not going to wait for him. Let's go." The prey has begun to move, and it's moving very quickly. Let's go after him. Hua Chunlu also heard the whistling from the distant horizon. Through the circular hole in the canopy, she saw grayish-white rocks the size of houses. One of them flew in their direction. Shock filled the man's eyes. He no longer paid any attention to Hua Chunlu, using another earth-submerging talisman to burrow deep into the ground. Hong, 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 hong. The huge rocks bombarded the ground one after another, and the ground seemed to have turned into a huge drum that was being beaten fiercely. Huge craters were formed, and a shock wave spread out in all directions. The power was not as simple as a huge rock falling from the sky, but it was also the powerful spirit energy of a golden core cultivator. Hua Chunlu was not unlucky enough to have a huge rock directly smashed into her head, but the rock only landed over 30 meters away. She felt her entire body shudder, and even her bones became numb. The shockwave swept over her like a hot knife through butter, sending her flying. Only a huge rock failed to hit the ground. Instead, it just happened to fly towards the great banyan tree in the center of the sea of trees. The sunvines wrapped around it and twisted it to pieces. Ouch! Hua Chunlu groaned and sat up from the pile of shattered wood. She felt her entire body ache. She removed the protective talisman around her neck. It had already been completely destroyed. If it were not for the fact that the protective talisman had automatically activated at a critical moment, she would have been doomed. The ground nearby moved, and the cultivator in black crawled out. He lay on the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He had used the same move, but he had made a huge miscalculation this time. If the shockwave was said to be a natural wave of air, then the tremor caused by the falling boulder contained the magical power of a Jin Dan stage cultivator. He was hiding underground, so his internal organs were shaken to the point of rupturing, and he suffered extremely serious internal injuries. Hua Chunlu immediately felt like her entire body was no longer in pain. She leapt up from the ground and used a flying blade, swinging it viciously at the man's head. Haha, go die, bumpkin. Chapter 646. The man in black rolled on the ground, and the flying dagger missed. He had already shoved a pill into his mouth. The flying dagger turned around and pressed forward again. Roar! He produced a beast-like roar, and his legs erupted with startling power. He lunged towards Hua Chunlu with a speed that completely exceeded Qi practitioners. He had ingested a pill that could unleash his potential. Pills like this would inevitably come with side effects, but he was forced to use it in a moment of life and death. If Hua Chunlu took out another scarlet talisman, his life would be in danger. He primarily cultivated the wood element, so he was skilled in nurturing his body. He could slowly recover afterwards. Hua Chenglu's lips parted slightly. She was taken aback. She no longer thought about killing the cultivator in black. She pushed off with her slender legs and rushed into the air. A pair of beautiful wings unfurled on her back, and she flew into the sky. The wings were forged from overlapping metal pieces. They were the crystallization of the school of Moism's mechanical arts. Then, she had painted them according to her preferences, so they seemed like real wings. Regular Qi practitioners lacked the ability to fly at high altitudes. As long as they reached a certain altitude, they would be invincible. Of course, the pair of wings was worth a lot as well. The moment she was about to fly out of the sea of trees, her ankle suddenly tightened. A jade-green vine wrapped around her. It was the man in black's spiritual artifact. He pulled her down forcefully. "Get down!" "Arg!" Hua Chenglu cried out and fell out of the sky. A thick, powerful hand gripped her slender neck firmly. "Run!" The man in black smiled viciously. The veins on his face were clearly visible, which made him seem even more vicious and terrifying. There had always been a great disparity between their cultivation and experience. After ingesting the pill that could unleash his potential, the man in black gained an overwhelming advantage. "If you dare to kill me, my elder brother won't spare you." A sliver of pain appeared on Hua Chenglu's beautiful face, but her eyes remained stubborn. "Kill you? Don't worry, I can't bear to do that right now. Wait until I find a secret place, and then I'll slowly torture you. Don't we have 10 days? By the time your elder brother finds you, you'll already be a corpse, and you'll be completely naked." Hua Chenglu could not help but become afraid. If she really ended up like that, she would be better off dead right now. Was she really a cultivator? "Elder brother, where are you?" "Ahem, I don't have a real brother, but I do have a brother, brotherly." At this moment, the man in black heard a voice from behind. Hua Chenglu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Big brotherly." The black-clothed man suddenly turned his head and saw the speaker clearly. It was a burly young man who was looking at him as if he was a dead man. The black-clothed man's expression changed. "Li Qingshan, don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll—" He hadn't finished speaking when a flash appeared before his eyes and Li Qingshan had already arrived before him. Li Qingshan casually patted the black-clothed man's shoulder, and the black-clothed man instantly felt as if his bones had been pulled out and he fell weakly to the ground. Hua Chenglu also landed on the ground, almost collapsing. Li Qingshan supported her waist and asked in concern, "Are you fine?" Under the impact of the boulder just now, even though she had the protection of the amulet, she still couldn't avoid some injuries. However, in the tense battle, she had no time to take care of it. Now that she was finally free, she felt pain all over her body. Water spiritual energy permeated from Li Qingshan's hand, and only then did she feel much better. She coughed a few more times and rubbed her neck. Something almost happened. "Fortunately, sir, Commander Li, you came in time. You've become a commander so quickly." Li Qingshan smiled. He had met Hua Chenglu very early on. Although they did not spend much time together after that, he had a very good impression of her. Seeing how the little loli of the past had become a great beauty, he could not help but sigh over the passage of time. "If you don't mind my cultivation being too weak, I'll still call you that." Hua Chenglu stuck out her tongue, feeling rather embarrassed. The current Li Qingshan could no longer be compared to the past. The difference in cultivation was like an invisible chasm, and their statuses were worlds apart. Seeing how he still remembered old times and did not look down on her, she rejoiced inside. However, she asked in confusion, "Big brotherly, how did you know I was here?" Li Qingshan's arrival here was not a coincidence. In order to recover his spiritual qi as quickly as possible, he had specially come to the great banyan tree, planning to drink some tree sap like the dwarf. He just happened to hear Hua Chenglu's cry, so he hurried over. "So it's here. Fortunately, you came, or who knows what would have happened," Hua Chenglu said with lingering fear. Hua Chenglu said with lingering fear before becoming furious again. She controlled the flying blade and swung it at the man in black on the ground. "Hold on, I still have use for this person." Li Qingshan caught her flying blade and removed the 100 treasures pouch and 2 medals from the man in black. He tossed them to Hua Chunlu and said, "Just treat it as compensation for the mental damage this bastard has done to you." With a wave of his hand, a white cloud slowly descended. It was filled with people, and from their attire, they were all Si Qing's subordinates. There were around a dozen of them. Although they did not move at all, they were all still alive. These were the captives Li Qingshan had captured along the way. He tossed the man in black onto the cloud and thought, this should be enough. Hua Chunlu asked in surprise, "Big brotherly, what are you doing?" "Feeding the tree." "Feeding the tree?" "More accurately, feeding the vines." "I can't explain it to you in such a short amount of time." "I'm going, so you better go meet up with them." Li Qingshan stepped onto the cloud, and Hua Chunlu grabbed his sleeve. "Big brotherly, can I come with you?" "You might be in danger if you come with me," Li Qingshan said. He had no idea when those people would charge over. "I'm not afraid. I beg you." Hua Chunlu brought her palms together and pleaded. "Fair enough. Come on up." Li Qingshan thought about it and felt that it was rather inappropriate for Hua Chunlu to pass through so many battlefields alone. Along the way, he saw that the battles between the cultivators had suddenly become extremely intense. He needed to retrieve the tree sap as soon as possible and then send her to Lu Chongqing's side. He made Hua Chunlu ascend as well, riding the cloud and arriving before the great banyan tree. Retrieving the tree sap was not a simple matter. He needed to pass through the frenzied sun vines first. However, as a cultivator, he was not necessarily faster than the dwarf in terms of speed. He was much larger too, so the difficulty of passing through the sun vines had increased without a doubt. Moreover, he did not understand the pattern of the sun vines' attacks, so he dared not try it recklessly, just in case he accidentally unleashed his demon powers and gave himself away. As a result, he came up with an idea like this. He used these people as bait to draw away the sun vines' attacks, and then he could take advantage of the situation to reap the benefits. Hua Chunlu sighed in amazement. "So big. Why don't you try tossing this guy over?" Li Qingshan picked up the man in black and passed it to Hua Chunlu. He wanted to see how the sun vines would react. He basically wanted her to kill her enemy with her own hands. The man in black was immobilized, but his eyes were filled with shock. He obviously knew how terrifying the sun vines were. "Is this what you call feeding a tree?" Hua Chunlu lifted up the man in black happily before lowering him again. "Can you raise the cloud a little higher?" "What for?" "There's a tree below to catch him." "I'm afraid he won't die from the fall." "Haha, don't worry, he'll definitely die. If he doesn't, I'll just throw him again." Hua Chunlu adjusted the man's position so that his head was facing the tree. With a cry, she threw him towards the great banyan tree as hard as she could. She was a cultivator after all. Although she was just a chi practitioner, throwing something that weighed over 50 kilograms was very easy. The man in black slammed his head into the tree. Swish! A sunvine as thick as an arm pierced through him and coiled around him a few times. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a dried-up corpse. Hua Chunlu covered her mouth. She never thought the vines would be so powerful, and just now, only the relatively thin sun vines moved. Meanwhile, the huge sun vines that coiled around the tree like dragons did not move at all, as if they could not be bothered with small prey like that. The effects aren't too ideal. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin in thought. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, he grabbed a captive and tossed him out as well. He threw him much slower than Hua Chunlu, while the captive flew into the air and let out a despairing howl. He circulated his true chi desperately in an attempt to flee in the opposite direction. When Li Qingshan tossed him out, he released the seal along the way. Immediately, over a dozen sun vines were alarmed. One of them was as thick as Hua Chunlu's waist. Of course, there was a limit to how thick it was, but it was still an improvement. "I see." Li Qingshan smiled. With a step on the cloud, all of them were launched into the air. He struck out with his palms consecutively, sending them flying in different directions. At the same time, he released the seal in their bodies. They all knew they were done for, but with death at hand, all of them struggled as hard as they could, circulating their true chi with everything they had. Several hundred sunvines began to dance about madly. Just when Li Qingshan wanted to follow them closely, he suddenly heard a bellow from behind. Li Qingshan. The bellow rang out from behind. The first word was still far away, but the final word was already 5 kilometers away. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. It was the group of Foundation establishment cultivators from the Marquis estate charging over. When they saw Li Qingshan use their subordinates and disciples as live bait to feed the golden vines, their eyes were filled with fury. The dwarf used an escape talisman and flew towards Li Qingshan as a streak of light. He could tell what Li Qingshan was planning with a single glance. He would never let him obtain the tree sap to recover his spiritual qi. As long as he could keep him busy for a while, he would be able to block the great banyan tree and end his life. If he dared to force his way through, then all he needed to do was disturb the rhythm of the sun vines dance slightly, and he would not be able to return. He had learned this move during that duel. Li Qingshan had never expected them to come at such a perfect time. He frowned slightly, grabbed Hua Chunlu, and charged towards the great banyan tree. The dwarf was overjoyed. He cursed, "Idiot." Just as he was about to disturb the sun vines, he saw a strange sword suddenly appear in Li Qingshan's hand, swinging it at him from afar. The sword qi that had fused with 50% of Li Qingshan's spiritual qi traveled from his dantian to his arm, then to the traitorous demon sword. It became even sharper, whistling towards the dwarf. Chapter 647. After swinging his sword, Li Qingshan charged towards the great banyan tree without even looking back. A few sun vines lashed towards him. He hesitated with the traitorous demon sword in his hand, but he did not swing it. 2 streams of water rose up under his feet, like 2 extended tracks. He suddenly changed direction and slid to the side. Hua Chunlu heard the whistling of the sun vines before glancing at the group of almost 20 Foundation establishment cultivators in pursuit. Her heart leapt into her throat. Only now did she understand what he meant by there might be danger if she stayed with him. This was not just danger. It was basically a matter of life and death. Although he had erased his presence, over a dozen sun vines still shot over, completely sealing off the path ahead. All that was left was a hole the size of a skylight. A short dwarf would be able to pass through easily, but he would be in trouble. "Hold on to me." Hua Chunlu felt her waist tighten. She had been grabbed by his large hand, going from being held beside her to being held in front of her. His other hand passed over her perky bottom and wrapped around her legs. Before she could think of anything else, she hugged him tightly subconsciously, pressing her face against his chest. She was enveloped by his heavy, masculine scent. Li Qingshan took a step back, and waves surged under his feet. The two of them rushed out of the skylight-sized hole with their heads in front and their feet behind. Thump! Hua Chunlu heard a rumble and suddenly realized it was the sound of his heart beating. Compared to her pounding heart, his heartbeat was strong and calm. Even when faced with such terrifying danger, he did not panic at all. Her nervous and terrified feelings eased up as well. She did not regret staying with him at all, as she believed that no matter what danger they faced, this man would protect her. Suddenly, she thought about how he had stood in front of her without any hesitation when they came across each other, facing the undefeatable Grandma Shimin. She had forgotten how she felt back then. Thinking about it now, she felt like she had missed out on something in the past few years. She felt rather lost. Li Qingshan had experienced countless dangers in his life, so a situation like this was really nothing. With the wave-treading form and the arcane artifact shoes, he constantly moved about, passing through the obstructions and arriving beside the great banyan tree in the blink of an eye. Up close, it did not feel like a tree, but a wooden wall of unimaginable length, width, and height. The iron-gray bark was filled with wrinkles, giving off a sturdy and heavy feeling. He was not too worried that the traitorous demon sword would not be able to cut through the bark. After all, even the dwarf could do it. However, just to be cautious, he still used the evil eye on the hilt to observe the weakness of the wooden wall. As the evil eye shone with a strange light, he immediately saw something different. He could not help but let out a soft gasp of surprise. He discovered many round, dark spots on the bark. There seemed to be nothing under the bark. Were there worms in the book? Before he could even consider whether the Banyan Tree King, one of the 10 demon kings, would have worms, he glanced back. Siqing's lackeys had already closed in. If he failed to break through the blockade in a single stroke, he would face a pincer attack from the sun vines once he left. It did not matter if he was alone, but what mattered was that he had a little burden like Hua Chunlu with him. He made up his mind. There would be danger either way, so he might as well go in and take a look and satisfy his curiosity. He casually swung the traitorous demon sword. He slammed into the great banyan tree with Hua Chunlu. The wooden wall caved in, producing a circular hole that extended towards the inside. The cut was extremely smooth and neat. The dark space was suddenly illuminated by a ray of light. 2 figures hugging each other tightly followed the light and rushed into the darkness. Li Qingshan stopped and looked back. The bark of the great banyan tree was startlingly thick. It was over 10 meters thick, and it was filled with extremely dense spiritual energy. If it were not for the traitorous demon sword's special ability, he would have struggled to discover the hidden hole no matter how powerful his soul sense was, much less carve out the cave in a single stroke. He would have been unable to avoid the tragedy of running into a tree. However, they had finally made it in. Li Qingshan exhaled. He could feel that Hua Chunlu was still wrapped tightly around him, so he could not help but smile. "Hey, you can let go now." "Ah." Hua Chunlu let go in a hurry. Her face was flushed, and her heart that had calmed down after so much difficulty began to thump violently again, but it was not because of fear. She studied the surroundings with feigned calmness, and her eyes gradually grew accustomed to the darkness. All she saw was a long cave that extended to who knew where. "Are we in the tree?" "Yeah." The streak of light suddenly began to shrink. Li Qingshan looked back and saw that the bark was closing up at a startling rate. It closed up completely very soon, and it became completely dark. Hua Chunlu could not help but draw closer to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled. "Come, I'll treat you to something good." He picked up the piece of bark that resembled a pillar. It gave off an extremely refreshing smell. "Eat the tree." Hua Chunlu extended the tip of her tongue hesitantly and licked it gently. Immediately, with spiritual energy surged into her body, filling her mouth with a refreshing fragrance. The hidden wounds from the battle rapidly healed as well, so she could not help but lick it a few more times. "Can't you just take off a piece? Just how long are you going to lick it?" "Here." Li Qingshan could not help but laugh aloud. He broke off a piece and gave it to her. However, her current posture just now was far too alluring. Hua Chunlu also discovered that her current posture just now was rather indecent. Her face heated up as she accepted the piece of wood and shoved it into her mouth, biting down viciously. She cried out and covered her face as she stamped her feet. "You're bullying me. How am I supposed to bite something so hard?" "Then take your time sucking on it." Li Qingshan sniggered. He found this topic to be very interesting. He licked, bit, and sucked on it. Looking at her pink, moist lips, he wondered just who would be blessed with such a thing in the future. Hua Chunlu was no longer a child. She had spent quite a lot of time in the building, so how could she not tell that he was teasing her? If other men had said that, she would have been infuriated a long time ago, but she could not get angry with him. She said in dissatisfaction, "Big brotherly, you're so naughty." "So much for calling you big brother. Once I get back, I'll tell Sister Qiangji and my elder brother." That was what she said, but even if Wasungzan and Han Qiangji pressed her, she would never tell them these things. All right. It's my fault. There's a saying that you can't play around with a friend's sister." Li Qingshan carried the pillar of bark and casually broke off a piece, shoving it into his mouth and chewing it. The bark was very hard, but it was not as hard as his teeth. There was a hint of sweetness in the fragrance of the vegetation. It felt a little like eating sugar cane. When he found it tasteless, he spat it out and broke off another piece. The recovery rate of the spiritual chi in his dantian suddenly sped up. Then he took out the 3 absolutes calligraphy and condensed a strand of sword chi in his body again, allowing it to absorb and strengthen his spiritual chi. He thought, 50% of spiritual chi is already so impressive. If it's 100%, won't I even be able to kill golden core cultivators? Chapter 648. From the moment Li Qingshan swung his sword to charging into the great banyan tree with Hua Qinlu, the series of actions seemed to have taken a long time to describe, but it was actually as smooth as flowing water. It was all done in a single breath. By the time the pursuers arrived before the great banyan tree, Li Qingshan had already vanished into the tree hole. Meanwhile, the dwarf remained frozen in the air, maintaining a defensive posture. Why didn't you stop him? Amidst the questioning, everyone finally noticed his abnormality. His eyes were bulging out, and his mouth was half open as he produced an indecipherable sound. His body trembled slightly as if he was doing his best to suppress something. What's wrong? The scarred man frowned and lightly patted the dwarf's shoulder. The dwarf's eyes rolled back, and he suddenly opened his mouth wide, letting out a blood-curdling scream as if someone was strangling him. This made him, who was already somewhat strange, become abnormally terrifying. However, this terror only lasted for an instant. With a bang that was neither too loud nor too soft, the dwarf exploded in the air, turning into a bloody mist. Everyone was stunned. Their gazes all gathered on the scarred man, as it seemed like he had killed the dwarf with a single slap. The scarred man stared at his own hand, stunned on the spot. When Qingshan swung his sword, there wasn't any earth-shattering momentum. Only the dwarf could truly feel the terrifying sword intent contained within it. No one could have imagined that the dwarf would die under that sword. Before they could return to their senses, countless sharp strands of sword chi pierced through the bloody mist in that instant, shooting off in all directions and scattering everyone. The scarred man flew over 30 meters away before stabilizing himself. The arms he had placed in front of him were covered in blood. Some of the wounds were so deep that bone could be seen. The others were caught up in the sword chi as well. Although they all had protective arcane artifacts or spiritual artifacts, it had happened right in front of them, and they were all in shock. They could not activate them in time, so the sword chi easily cut through their protective spiritual energy and left behind sword wounds on their bodies. Although the wounds were not fatal, their morale took a huge hit. They looked at one another in shock. In just one exchange with Li Qingshan, one of the strongest dwarves had been killed in one move. His death had been inexplicable, and almost everyone had been injured. Although the dwarf's personality was somewhat strange, his strength was publicly acknowledged to be valiant. Not to mention facing a Foundation establishment cultivator, even if he faced an ordinary golden core cultivator, he would still be able to protect himself to a certain extent. In a situation where he had set up his defenses, it was still difficult for him to escape death. If Li Qingshan used this move against them, who could escape? Is he really a Foundation establishment cultivator? Could it be a golden core cultivator who has been hiding his strength? It had to be said that this guess was quite reliable. However, it was immediately refuted. Of course he's a Foundation establishment cultivator. If he was a golden core cultivator, he would have killed us all long ago. Why would he bother hiding? Then tell me, why is his attack so powerful? That person was speechless. Another person guessed, the thing he took out just now has a strange shape. Could it be a magic treasure? Don't talk nonsense. How could a Foundation establishment cultivator be able to activate a magic treasure? That's right. Even a golden core cultivator wouldn't have one. The dozen or so people discussed animatedly, unable to hide the worry on their faces. The mission that they had thought to be extremely simple had suddenly become so troublesome. It was unexpected. The scarred, brawny man growled, "All of you, shut up." This move of his looks ordinary, but he must have paid a huge price to use it. He can't use it consecutively, or else he would have killed us all with just one sword. Why would he need to run? His guess was indeed correct. The reason why Li Qingshan's sword could have such power was not solely because of the effect of sword chi. Otherwise, even if it had been infused with 50% of his spiritual energy, the most it would have been able to do was send the dwarf flying and heavily injure him. It would definitely not have been able to create such a sure kill effect. At that moment, he activated the ability of the traitorous demon sword and found an opening. Sword chi whistled through the air, burrowing into the dwarf's body. Like a rebel wildfire, it wreaked havoc. The dwarf mobilized his spiritual energy in an attempt to suppress it, but he encountered the same situation as Li Qingshan. Not only was the sword chi not suppressed, it instead devoured his spiritual energy and grew stronger. As a result, the dwarf froze in midair, desperately trying to maintain his tottering body. The slap from the scarred, brawny man immediately broke the final balance. He could no longer suppress the sword chi, and it all burst out of his body. The sword chi only had such great power because it was infused with the spiritual energy of two people. However, after infusing with the dwarf's spiritual energy, it also lost the strange ability to devour spiritual energy to strengthen itself. Otherwise, at least 3 or 4 of these cultivators would have died. After swinging the sword, not only did Li Qingshan have to accumulate sword chi again, the demon heart that served as the eye on the hilt of the traitorous demon sword had also been expended quite a bit. However, the terrifying power of the combination of the 3 absolutes calligraphy and the traitorous demon sword had completely manifested itself, and it was possible for these 2 items to become even more powerful. Hearing the scarred man's words, these people were experienced in battle after all. They found it to be extremely reasonable, so they calmed down very quickly. Then what do we do now? We wait. No matter where he comes out, he'll be attacked by the sun vines first. If we trap him inside, he'll be dead for sure. What if he never comes out? Yeah, with how disadvantageous the situation is, I'd rather hide as well. We still have to collect medals. We can't waste all of our time on him. Before long, this battlefield will vanish, and he'll be forcefully teleported to a nearby battlefield. We'll be teleported with him, and we'll be gathered together, said the scarred man. Si Qing had set down this rule to increase the intensity of the battle. Everyone smiled. They felt like the rules that His Highness Si Qing had set down were truly ingenious. If Li Qingshan discovered in the blink of an eye that the great banyan tree that protected him had vanished, only to be surrounded by them, what would that be like? By then, before Li Qingshan could even swing his sword, they would unleash their killing moves together. It would be enough to kill him a dozen times over. Let's go in and take a look. It'll be best if we can find a safe place for you to hide. I'll finish them all off before coming back for you. Li Qingshan strode towards the depths of the cavern. It was no longer just out of curiosity. Instead, he could sense that the wood's spiritual chi in the depths was extremely dense. Just a piece of bark was already so great. If he could dig out a piece of the tree heart, it might be even more nourishing. And he needed to recover his spiritual chi. He planned on nurturing the incomplete sword chi in his dantian to its full power. It's so dangerous, so why do we have to go out? Can't we just stay here? Hua Chunlu caught up to him in a hurry. She also understood that once Li Qingshan went out, he would be caught in a pincer attack. It would be extraordinarily dangerous. And as soon as she thought about how she would be left alone in the pitch-black tree hole, she felt very uneasy. Haven't you seen the rules of the competition? With each passing day, many battlefields will vanish. We'll be directly teleported to a nearby battlefield, and it's very likely for us to be gathered together. By then, it'll be fine for me, but you can't just hide in my arms the entire time, right? Li Qingshan said as he walked. He saw how Hua Chenglu's beautiful face was dyed with worry, so he teased her again. Hua Chenglu was in no mood to respond to his joke. She wanted to say, it might not be such a coincidence. It's this battlefield. However, as the master of the Dragon Arena, Si Qing clearly would not stop until he killed Li Qingshan. It really might be such a coincidence. If it were not for her, he might not have forced his way through the sun vines and entered the tree hole. He could have directly fled. She stopped and lowered her head. Sorry, Big Brotherly. I've dragged you down. She vaguely understood that this was the chasm between the strong and the weak. Even if the strong were not arrogant and the weak were willing to get close to them, they still walked in different worlds. Once they encountered danger, it would be impossible for them to fight together. Suddenly, she felt rather sad. Don't say something so depressing. What do you mean drag me down? If I carry you with one hand and wield my sword with the other, I can still kill them all. I'm just afraid you'll be scared out of your wits, which is why I held back my murderousness slightly and let them live a little longer. Li Qingshan smiled, purposefully acting like he was full of himself. Hua Chenglu smiled. I don't believe you. She knew Li Qingshan was very powerful, but that was close to 20 Foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, she had heard from Hua Sengzan that these cultivators from the Dragon Province were all extremely powerful. However, for some reason, she became rather fascinated by the scene Li Qingshan had described. She imagined him protecting her in his arms while blades and swords rained down from all directions, wielding his sword as he rampaged through the powerful enemies, while she listened to his heartbeat fearlessly and stared at his face. She shook her head and hurriedly dismissed the scene from her mind. Why am I thinking about this? He's engaged to Big Sister Han. And even if he's not engaged, so what? Li Qingshan saw her shake her head and thought she did not believe him. He smiled. Seeing is believing. Didn't I already kill that dwarf while holding you? You killed him. Hua Chenglu was astounded. She only saw the dwarf assume a defensive posture after Li Qingshan swung his sword. She never thought he would actually be killed in a single stroke. That's why you don't have to worry. Let's go. Li Qingshan patted her shoulder and made his way into the depths of the cavern. After taking a few steps, he looked back and said, "Oh right, there's something else I forgot to tell you." Hua Chenglu was currently surprised by his strength. Seeing how serious he was as if he had something important to tell her, she dismissed her thoughts in a hurry and asked, "What is it?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Girl, you've developed quite well. Big brotherly." Hua Chenglu crossed her arms before her chest. Her face was filled with embarrassment and annoyance. Haha, that's the last thing. The two of them rapidly advanced through the mountainous banyan tree through the tree hole that had been carved out by some unknown object. The cave did not lead directly to the heart of the tree. Instead, it constantly twisted and turned. Suddenly, there was a rustle in the darkness. In the beginning, it was extremely soft, but the further they advanced, the louder it became. It was sharp and ear-piercing. Big brotherly, what's that sound? Hua Chenglu frowned. Chapter 649. Then let's go take a look. Hua Chenglu said with curiosity and excitement. What, you're not afraid anymore? Li Qingshan asked in confusion. Hee, don't I have you? Hua Chenglu grinned. Her teeth were like shellfish and her nose wrinkled. She seemed rather childish, which made people want to pinch her cheeks. Li Qingshan thought about the time he met her by chance. Back then, she seemed to only be 13 or 14 years old. She ran away from home and even used a mechanical ship to flatten the island of cherishing flowers. She could be regarded as quite adventurous. As if he thought of something, he suddenly smiled. Ai, what are you smiling for? Hua Chenglu felt uneasy under his gaze. I remember when we first met. Compared to you, you were much more serious back then. Li Qingshan waved his hand with a smile, and a cloud rose up from beneath his feet, lifting them up. I've always been like this. Ah! With a swish, the cloud shot through the air, leaving behind a long trail. Hua Chenglu cried out. The fierce wind blew over, and she charged headfirst into the darkness. She grabbed Li Qingshan's hand before letting go in a hurry. Her cry turned into a soft cheer. Before long, the view before them suddenly widened. They had arrived in a huge cavern. Demon Chi filled the entire cavern, and there was a deafening crunch. Li Qingshan now knew that it was the sound of chewing. A huge, white burrowing mite wriggled about as it munched away at the banyan tree. The tremendous demon Chi made it rather difficult for Hua Chenglu to breathe. A faint, blue barrier of light enveloped her. Just now, she let out a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Li Qingshan. This tree sure is unlucky. It's being eaten by insects, and now it's being entangled by vines. Yeah, it really is unlucky, but what can we do? Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed, and his body tensed up, as he did not say that, nor did it come from the strange insect before him. It rang out from everywhere at the same time, echoing through the space. The voice was ancient and aged. Li Qingshan quickly calmed down and cupped his hands. I'm Li Qingshan. Who are you? Why don't you come out and meet me? The burrowing mite that was focused on eating the wood was also startled. It suddenly turned around. In fact, its head and tail looked almost the same. Only its ferocious mouthparts could be used as a basis for judgment. It kept opening and closing, dripping transparent saliva. A primal and cold murderous aura swept towards Li Qingshan. The burrowing mite's body shrank rapidly, a sign that it was about to attack. Li Qingshan had already made his judgment when he saw the burrowing mite. It was a demonic general, a carapace-type demonic general that was rather difficult to deal with. Yet, it only reacted after hearing Zheng Xian's words, which meant that its senses were very weak and its intelligence was very low. Even though it had survived a heavenly tribulation, it probably didn't even know how to shapeshift. Thus, Zheng Xian didn't think too much of it. The burrowing mite's shrunken body suddenly extended, and a thick, green liquid shot out from its mouthparts. A wall of water rose up out of nowhere, blocking the green liquid like a dam. However, it corroded away a huge hole in the blink of an eye. However, with the obstruction, the green liquid became a spent force. It landed on the ground and kicked up a cloud of white smoke filled with a sour smell. Li Qingshan said, "No wonder it can eat such tough wood." Seeing how the acid was useless, the burrowing mite directly charged over. Who knew how many legs it had moved together, like a charging train? Hua Chenglu felt like the huge insect had arrived before her in the blink of an eye. Before she could react at all, she felt her waist tighten. She leapt over the burrowing mite's colossal body before landing safely on the ground. Li Qingshan rested the traitorous demon sword on his shoulder and looked back. Carapace-type demons truly were very powerful in terms of physical strength. At such a close distance, a simple charge was probably something that most Foundation establishment cultivators would not be able to react to. The burrowing mite missed and came to a sudden halt. A thin crack appeared in the center of its colossal body, rapidly expanding from head to tail. Faced with an attack riddled with openings, Li Qingshan did not even use his evil eye. He only swung his sword casually and cut it in half. However, the burrowing mite's demon chi did not vanish. It did not even decrease by much. The cut did not flow out. Instead, it rapidly grew until it healed, turning into two smaller burrowing mite that turned around and charged over. What a powerful life force! Hua Chenglu said in surprise. Interesting. This must be its second innate ability. Li Qingshan lowered his head and smiled at Hua Chenglu in his arms. Didn't you not see it clearly earlier? I'll let you see it clearly this time. Let's see how much it can split apart. Before Hua Chenglu could even reply, her body began to move with him. Her vision blurred. All she saw was the dance of the sword, leaving behind sharp slashes in her vision that lingered for a very long time. The colossal burrowing mite was constantly split into 4, then 8, and they surged over with their mouths opening and closing. In the blink of an eye, who knew how many burrowing mite there were around him, turning him into a sea of insects. Every single one of them was the size of a wild boar. They constantly wriggled about, still charging over tirelessly. After refining the new 3 absolutes calligraphy, Li Qingshan gained a new understanding of the path of the sword within it. Perhaps it was because of his constant cultivation, but his ability to comprehend was much better than before. He could use the burrowing mite to practice his sword style. He planned on massacring Si Qing's lackeys once he left this place. Every single swing of his sword contained countless variations. It could be heavy and forceful, or light and graceful, but it all merged into one, concealing everything. The burrowing mite that did not know how to dodge was the best target. With Hua Chenglu in his arms, he advanced and retreated through the surging sea of insects like he was taking a leisurely stroll. He was at ease, constantly splitting apart the sea of insects. At this moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw a burrowing mite the size of a porcupine rapidly fleeing towards the cave. Insects actually know how to flee. Looks like survival is the instinct of all creatures. Azure blue light surged from Li Qingshan's body, and he suddenly charged out of the sea of insects. He grabbed the burrowing mite and crushed it forcefully, but it did not explode. Instead, it split into even smaller burrowing mite. The countless burrowing mite behind him seemed to be alarmed at the same time. They all lunged over, exploding into balls of acid in the air with a series of bangs. Li Qingshan placed down Hua Chunlu and the traitorous demon sword and pushed backwards with his left hand without even looking back. At the same time, he grabbed a ping-pong ball-sized burrowing mite with his right hand. With a gentle squeeze, a milky white demon core appeared. It constantly trembled, wanting to fly away. Li Qingshan used the power of the spirit turtle and immediately suppressed it, tossing it into his 100 treasures pouch. The thousands of burrowing mite dispersed, and the ancient voice rang out once more. "Oh my, don't let them escape. They're going to keep gnawing at us." Li Qingshan thought of something. With a wave of his hand, a stream of water flew out, splitting into thousands of water streams and pinning all the burrowing mite on the spot. Chapter 650. As Li Qingshan rampaged through the sea of insects, he paid most of his attention to the surroundings, waiting for the old voice to speak again so that he could track down its location. However, he discovered that the voice still came from everywhere. It was not purposefully hiding itself. And according to what it said, there was only one answer. The one who spoke was the great banyan tree, which was also the greatest demon king of the Mist Province, the Banyan Tree King. He could not help but feel some respect. When he investigated the Golden Cicada Spirit King in the past, he had also looked through the rough information on the 72 Demon Kings. The Banyan Tree King was the one with the longest lifespan. He was renowned for his longevity and wisdom. Normally, the more powerful a Demon King was, the more they would be feared by other races. However, the Banyan Tree King was revered by hundreds of races across the entire Mist Province. The demons went without saying, but even rarer was whether it was the humans who regarded themselves as orthodox or the strange other folk. They all respected him like he was their ancestor. Some tribes even revered him like a god. The history books recorded that when the founding emperor swept through the 9 provinces, he had once visited the Mist Province to ask the Banyan Tree King for advice on how to govern the world, asking about the ways of ancient sages and wise rulers. A figure like that was no longer just powerful. Li Qingshan dared not tarry either, but he never expected the voice to answer, "I am indeed a banyan tree, but I'm not the Banyan Tree King." Li Qingshan said, "But according to what I know, this banyan tree comes from the Banyan Tree King. If I pluck a hair from your body, can I say that hair is you?" From the moment Hua Chunlu heard Li Qingshan mention the Banyan Tree King, she had already become speechless from surprise. The Banyan Tree King, one of the 10 Demon Kings, was a figure who had surpassed who knew how many levels to a chi practitioner. The difference between them could no longer be described as a chasm. Instead, it was an actual chasm. She also discovered that, at some point in time, Li Qingshan had wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her closer. His other hand was tightly gripping the traitorous demon sword, his eyes bright. No matter what kind of opponent he was facing, he would neither relax his vigilance nor be timid. Even when he was facing the legendary Banyan Tree King, he still addressed him as fellow cultivator. Hua Chunlu's heart softened. She rested her graceful figure that Li Qingshan had praised as well-developed gently in his arms. She had actually grown rather accustomed to this. Hearing the Banyan Tree King's words, he couldn't help but mutter, "Such a large tree is actually just a strand of hair to the Banyan Tree King. I really want to see what his trunk looks like in the Mist Province." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "That depends on how you put it. There are tens of thousands of horses in the world, but white horses are the minority. Could it be that white horses are not horses? Although it's just a strand of hair, it contains all of my information. How can you say that it's not me?" Ha 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 ha. The aged voice let out a bold laugh. The entire great banyan tree trembled gently. Its branches and leaves swayed together. The pursuers waiting outside looked at one another. They had no idea what was happening inside. Hua Chunlu felt the entire space tremble. She subconsciously pressed a little closer to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan shot her a comforting gaze and said secretly, "Don't worry. A strand of hair can't do anything to me." The corner of Hua Chunlu's lips curled up slightly. Earlier, he had just said that a strand of hair was the whole. That's reasonable. A white horse is also a horse. I am the Banyan Tree King. The laughter subsided, and the Banyan Tree King admitted it with great emotion. Li Qingshan said, "May I ask if you have any advice for me, fellow? I'm 10,000 years older than you, so it's only right for me to call you senior." "Then do whatever you like, senior." Li Qingshan could not be bothered with these empty titles, but he thought inside, 10,000 years older than me? If I cultivate at the same speed as you, then I'll really be done for. However, I still like you, fellow. Li Qingshan curled his lip. Old people sure are difficult to please. Hua Chunlu shot a glance at Li Qingshan in a hurry. This was the Banyan Tree King. Even Si Qing had to treat him with respect. If he was angered, it would be terrible. "Old person? Hee hee, young man, I want to ask you for a favor," said the Banyan Tree King. "What is it?" "There's been a little too many bugs on me recently. Please help me get rid of them. Also, the vines on me are too tight. I need to find a way to loosen them. It'll be even better if there's some rain." Li Qingshan was confused. "With your abilities, can't you deal with a few bugs and vines? Do you need someone else to do it?" "I'm a tree." What kind of answer was that? Li Qingshan corrected him. "It's the Banyan Tree King. If you remove the king, it's actually just the great banyan tree. Have you ever seen a banyan tree catch bugs by itself?" With the Banyan Tree King's explanation, Li Qingshan understood that as it turned out, there was a complete ecosystem around the great banyan tree in the Mist Province. If there were bugs, then there were birds that ate them. The sunvines were vicious, but there were creatures that restrained them. However, after Si Qing dug them into the dragon arena, the birds and beasts had obviously been dispersed or slain. This ecosystem had been severed. Even if you're right, there's a saying that a slight tug on one hair can affect the entire situation. Surely you can't just stand by and do nothing after being dug up by the roots. If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have been eaten up by these bugs and entangled to death by the vines? The Banyan Tree King said meaningfully, "If I flew into a rage just because a single hair of mine was plucked, I wouldn't have lived to this day. Moreover, if I go out more, I'll always be able to broaden my horizons. If you hadn't come, I could have asked for help from others. That kid Si Qing wouldn't have just watched me wither and die. The worst outcome would be losing a single hair, but if I didn't pluck a single hair, I'd be losing my entire body." Li Qingshan was taken aback by that. He muttered to himself, "Only by not fighting can there be no one in the world who can fight against me." He vaguely understood that this was his path of survival. Although he already possessed the unbelievable power of a king, he still followed the laws of nature and lived as a tree. Even if he had his bark ripped open, vines sucked away his sap, or worms devoured his body, he would not abuse his power. Instead, he worked hard to maintain a natural balance, providing a home for the various races of life. If enemies invaded, the vines and the bugs would both fight for them. This was similar to the intelligence of the spirit turtle. It seemed like he was in a disadvantaged position, but he did not fight back even when he was harmed. Instead, he maintained the optimal form of survival for himself. He had only heard of people hating wolves and tigers, but he had never heard of people hating trees. That's a rather profound statement," said the Banyan Tree King. Li Qingshan let go of Hua Chunlu and clasped his hands. "All right, I'm willing to lend you a hand." He already believed that the Banyan Tree King had no ill intentions. He could even put up with the bugs that devoured his body without using his own power to purge them, so why would he have any ill intentions towards them? He was also very impressed by his intelligence. This was like facing an evil person wielding a weapon and unleashing his might. He needed to stand up and fight to the death. However, when he faced a wise and gentle old man with a cane, he would bend down and ask for guidance. What could conquer a person's heart was definitely not power. However, what Li Qingshan paid the most attention to was distinguishing between kindness and hatred. Since he had eaten his bark and drank his sap, he had to repay him. Moreover, he could obtain the demon core of burrowing mites. It was basically a guaranteed profit. He discovered that unknowingly, he had naturally become part of this ecosystem. Chapter 651. The Banyan Tree King smiled. If you don't let me down, I have a small gift for you. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. The Banyan Tree King's small gift must not be something useless. Although he knew it was unlikely, it would be great if he could get another phoenix feather. Then I'll thank you in advance. However, those insects are all hiding in the tree trunk. How am I supposed to find them? The trunk of the banyan tree was 100 times tougher than rock, and it was filled with dense spiritual qi. Soul senses struggled to penetrate it. Don't worry. I'll show you the way. On the wall to Li Qingshan's right, the wood suddenly twisted into a doorway, leading to where the burrowing mites were. I've never seen a banyan tree do that either. Li Qingshan joked, replying to the Banyan Tree King's words. Have you ever seen a banyan tree catch insects by itself? I'm the Banyan Tree King. Li Qingshan smiled. It was impossible to survive without principles, but it was the same if one did not know how to be flexible. There was no fixed law. It was all for a better survival. Can you make this doorway a little bigger? Li Qingshan saw that the doorway was only a few feet wide. If it were a regular person who could not fly, they would probably only be able to crawl in. Kid, don't be too picky, said the Banyan Tree King. Opening a hole in his own body was clearly not something to be happy about. All Li Qingshan could do was say to Hua Chunlu, just stay here and wait for me for a while. I'll come back for you after I deal with the insects, or I might directly go outside. I'll get Senior Tree King to contact you when the time comes. Big brotherly. I think we can squeeze together. Hua Chunlu pouted. She did not want to stay here alone. All right then. Don't say that Big Brotherly is taking advantage of you. Li Qingshan opened his arms with a smile. Blushing, Hua Chunlu could only throw herself into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his waist and mumbled to herself as if she was comforting herself. It's not like we'll miss this time anyway. The tip of Li Qingshan's nose was filled with a faint fragrance, as if it was a combination of the fragrance of 100 flowers. He had smelled the scent on Hua Sengzan before, so it must have something to do with his cultivation method. Just now he was in the middle of a battle and didn't have the time to carefully appreciate it. At this moment he felt that her waist was slender and soft, yet full and firm. It was indeed like a blooming flower that could be plucked. He lowered his head and smiled. Not bad indeed. Let's go. Hua Chunlu's face was burning red. She did not dare to raise her head to look at him, only urging him. All right. Li Qingshan saw how embarrassed she was and stopped teasing her. He conveniently shoved the burrowing mites that had been nailed to death into his 100 treasures pouch. This thing was a demon general after all, and it had devoured a large number of banyan trees. Its body was filled with spiritual qi, so it would be quite a pity to just throw it away. In other words, although it looks rather disgusting, it's rich in protein. It can provide us with a lot of nutrition. At the very worst, we can even feed it to millipedes. Jumping into the long tunnel, the blue water waves surged around. Rather than saying he was flying, it was more like he was slipping back and forth. The path was not a straight line. Sometimes, he would suddenly enter a worm's path and suddenly change directions. Just now they were in the middle of a battle, so Hua Chunlu did not feel anything. Now that she was focused on traveling, there was nothing else that could distract her. The smell of a man constantly wormed its way into her nose, while his hands on her waist and back seemed to gradually heat up. Through her thin clothes, she felt a burning sensation. She could not help but want to pull some distance away from him, but every time they sped and changed directions, she could not help but stick close to him, as if he was constantly rubbing her, just not using his hands. Her face was so red that it seemed like it was dripping blood. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in another cavern. A white burrowing mite that was even bigger than the previous one was gnawing at it with big mouthfuls. Li Qingshan swung the traitorous demon sword, and the demon heart on the hilt shone with an evil light. With a flash, a huge wound appeared on the burrowing mite. Before the burrowing mite could respond, Li Qingshan had already charged into the wound with the light. He extended his hand and scooped it before leaping out again. He held another demon core in his hand, directly suppressing it with the power of the spirit turtle. Having lost its demon core, the burrowing mite directly went from a demon general to a regular demonic beast. Its body rapidly shrank, reaching the size of a grown man in the end. Just when it was about to flee, a layer of blue light surged and enveloped the burrowing mite. With a series of cracking sounds, it froze into ice. White, cold air permeated the surroundings. The icebound technique. Although Li Qingshan did not cultivate the ice spiritual qi of the Ice Couple Palace, this technique was still enough to deal with the demonic beast. He wanted to shove it into his 100 treasures pouch as well, but he failed in the end. As it turned out, the burrowing mite had been frozen, but it was not dead. Li Qingshan took out a delicate bug pouch and placed it inside. He did not know how to refine goo, but a living insect that had once reached Demon General should be very valuable. At the very least, he could feed it to millipedes. Li Qingshan called out, "Next. Your sword is very interesting." The Banyan Tree King never expected him to kill a burrowing mite so easily. He could also tell that the traitorous demon sword was extraordinary. This is a demon sword, but only demon folk should be able to wield a demon sword. Is he a demon folk in hiding? What's even more extraordinary is the power he used to suppress the demon core instantly. Li Qingshan smiled. If I didn't have a diamond in the rough, how would I be bold enough to do something like that? If he were a regular Foundation establishment cultivator, just killing the burrowing mite would be a problem. Even if he defeated it after much difficulty, the countless burrowing mite would disperse together, and he would struggle to kill it. With the traitorous demon sword in hand, Li Qingshan saw through the location of the demon core with a single glance before suppressing it with the power of the spirit turtle. It seemed extremely easy. However, the Banyan Tree King understood extremely well that as the foundation of demons, the demon core was not some weakness. As a matter of fact, it could even be described as a strength. When it mattered, it could even be used to attack the enemy like controlling artifacts. Only those at a higher realm of cultivation could directly suppress it, but it definitely would not be as easy as it was for him. It's no wonder that when Si Qing dug me out from the Mist Province in the past, I could vaguely sense a change in the heavenly secrets. Sure enough, I've encountered an interesting person. This kid is anything but ordinary. He's fated with me. As the Banyan Tree King thought, he opened up another path. Are you alright? Do you want to stay here and rest? Li Qingshan could sense that Hua Chunlu's breathing was rather disorderly. Her heartbeat had sped up, and her body temperature had risen by several degrees. It was not like he was an innocent young man who had never been with a woman before, so he could obviously guess that it was because of him. He smiled faintly. Her clothes were all woven from the precious silk of spiritual silkworms. Although they seemed tight, they were actually extremely thin. Under such a tight embrace, he could basically picture the outline of her body in his head. Hua Chunlu bit her lip and shook her head gently. She did not want to stay here alone, but if she separated from him right now, she would really be admitting to some strange feeling. Li Qingshan smiled at this act of deceiving himself and set off on his journey again. He had to admit that the feeling of hugging her was quite nice. He added in a very impudent manner, "Don't blame me if you flatten me." It almost drove Hua Chunlu crazy. Didn't you say you could not flirt with a friend's sister? Men are all perverts. Not a single one of them is good. Even if they flatten me, it's none of your business. She bared her teeth and glared at Li Qingshan like a cat with its fur standing on end, which made Li Qingshan laugh aloud. He slaughtered his way through, truly unstoppable. Wherever he passed by, the insects fell to the ground. Only 7 of them had reached Demon General, and several hundred of them were regular demons. There were even more weaker demons, basically numbering in the tens of thousands. Although Li Qingshan did not stop, it still took him 16 to 19 hours to freeze all the burrowing mites and stuff them into the bug pouch. Counting the time, it was almost 24 hours, which was an entire day. The battlefield would vanish very soon. He had gained quite a lot from this trip, and he had achieved his original objective. Although he did not stop for even a moment, he mainly exhausted his mind and the energy from the demon heart in the traitorous demon sword. His spiritual qi was constantly recovering, and it had completely filled his dantian now. The sword qi from the incomplete sword had become even more powerful, absorbing a total of 70% of his spiritual qi. However, after reaching 50%, the rate of absorption slowed down, and it was becoming slower and slower. If he wanted to nurture the sword chi to its full power, it would probably take more than a few days. It was also because the great banyan tree was denser with spiritual chi than any place of cultivation. It was no wonder that 7 of the insect demons that cultivated slowly had become demon generals. 70% was enough to kill people anyway, so there was no need for perfection. Li Qingshan stopped and clasped his hands. "Fellow, it's about time. I'm going to leave." Then he said to Hua Chenglu in his arms, "Chenglu, just wait here for a while. I'll lead those guys to another battlefield first. They've guarded this place for so long, so there probably won't be any other cultivators in this battlefield. You'll probably be the only one teleporting, so it won't be too dangerous. However, you still have to be prepared. Don't be stingy with your talismans." All right." Hua Chenglu only returned to her senses after a moment of surprise. She agreed, but her arms remained wrapped tightly around his waist. She basically maintained this posture for the entire day, clinging to him like a koala and accompanying him to the top and bottom of the banyan tree to fight. This process did not seem boring at all. As a matter of fact, she did not even sense the passage of time. Outside of battle, Li Qingshan would tease her from time to time, and she gradually grew accustomed to this state. She no longer felt so nervous and shy, recovering some of her usual sharp-tongued self. She retaliated without backing down, which left Li Qingshan speechless quite a few times. However, there was one time when she went overboard, and Li Qingshan casually slapped her on her perky bottom. This was a habit left over from his interactions with Han Qiongji, Helicoverpa and Yi Luobua. Afterwards, he also felt that he had gone a little too far. Hugging and hugging were forced by the situation, and teasing could be considered a joke, but the slap was definitely indecent. He apologized in a hurry, and Hua Chenglu clutched her bottom as if she had been struck by lightning. Afterwards, she became completely enraged, insisting on getting off. Li Qingshan was in the wrong in the first place, so how could he let go at a time like this? Apologizing a few times was useless, so he stopped talking. He had already hit her anyway. At this moment, his clone just happened to arrive in the prefectural city and saw the intense battle in the sky. Li Qingshan was also surprised inside. Xiqing was already able to fend off so many golden core cultivators all by himself without losing the upper hand. He truly was the 11th prince after all. As a result, he focused all of his attention on his clone, paying close attention to what his great enemy, Xiqing, was capable of. Hua Chenglu said nothing in a fit of pique, nor did she hug him anymore. She allowed him to hug her like a large doll. Only after over an hour did she take the initiative to wrap her arms around his waist again and press her head against his chest. At this moment, the battle finally came to an end. Li Qingshan returned to his senses and felt like she had calmed down. Just when he was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, Hua Chenglu sighed gently and spoke first. "Big brotherly, I know you didn't do it on purpose. You've saved me time and time again, so I shouldn't have been so headstrong. However, you already have Sister Han, yet you still provoke me like this. I can't take this lying down. My cultivation might be very poor, but I'm not a woman who can be easily taken advantage of. If it weren't for the fact that I'm already engaged to Qiongji, would she not be so angry? Don't flatter yourself too much." Li Qingshan thought and smiled. "As long as you're not angry. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. Just treat it like I'm teaching you a lesson in your father's place. My father has never hit me. Moreover, you're clearly in the wrong, so what right do you have to teach me a lesson?" Hua Chenglu was furious. "You're clearly in the wrong, yet I've compromised to make peace with you, yet you're still in the right? If worst comes to worst, I'll just let you hit me. Women sure are petty. Tui, who wants to hit you back? It's not like I'm your mother." Hua Chenglu smiled. "Sigh, why is my cultivation so slow? Back then, he was clearly around the same age as me, and I was even younger than him. This intelligent and beautiful woman from an aristocratic clan had always been the object of envy, but when she interacted with Li Qingshan, she felt rather inferior. In the cultivation world, the strong were revered. Cultivation was the most important standard of evaluation. Many times, it could even be the only standard. In order to urge their disciples to work hard on cultivation, clans and sects imprinted this idea firmly in their hearts. Starting from chief practitioners, those with a higher cultivation would be senior brothers and sisters. Junior brothers and sisters would have to bow when they saw them, let alone a peak foundation establishment cultivator like Li Qingshan. He was a stunning genius, shrouded in an invisible halo. Hua Qinglu was deeply affected by this, and she was even more reluctant to be looked down on by Li Qingshan. After this episode, Li Qingshan no longer dared to speak or act so recklessly. He needed to think before he spoke. He had always been a casual person. As the saying went, when a flower blooms, one must pluck it. If someone was truly interested in him like Yi Liubo and her sister, he would not turn them down. However, he would not spend the effort to actively pursue them either. Hua Qinglu could be described as a supreme beauty, enough to tempt men, but in terms of beauty and allure, she paled in comparison to Gate Master Qiu. And, after making arrangements for Begonia, he no longer felt reluctant to look back. This was all because his greatest pursuit in life was not love. There was only one woman who had ever made him feel like this, but that woman had poured a bucket of cold water over him, and he had completely given up on that thought. Hua Qinglu sensed the change in his tone and felt rather touched inside. As it seems, he really does care about my feelings. Li Qingshan casually talked to her about matters regarding the Hawk Wolf Guard and Hua Sengzan. Hua Qinglu answered all of them, and she also asked him a few questions. However, their lives were far too different. Their way of thinking differed too, so they did not have much in common. Li Qingshan was not eloquent, nor was he someone who knew how to make girls happy. He was just barely good at telling dirty jokes and acting like a hooligan. As a result, he could only skim over all the topics. The atmosphere was no longer as enthusiastic as just now. He could not be bothered with finding things to talk about either. He spent a little more attention on his clone, paying attention to the changes outside. He wanted to see whether he had an opportunity to steal the Dragon Arena and infuriate Si Qing. Just the thought of Si Qing's expression when he lost the Dragon Arena made him feel extremely delighted. Hua Qinglu saw how Li Qingshan had suddenly fallen silent, sinking into his thoughts and sniggering to himself. She asked, "Big brotherly, what are you laughing about?" Nothing." Li Qingshan was taken aback. Of course, he could not say that he was thinking of a way to kill His Highness Si Qing. Hua Qinglu felt like their relationship seemed to have become much more distant, which made her rather sad again. "You're brushing me off." Li Qingshan smiled. "Of course not. I'm just afraid you'll get angry if I say it." Hua Qinglu said, "Do I get angry that easily? If I say it, you have to guarantee that you won't get angry again." "I can't guarantee that." "Then how would I be bold enough to offend first young Miss Hua with my nonsense?" "Stop mocking me. As long as you don't touch me, I'm not such a petty person." Li Qingshan sniggered. "It feels nice. I wonder which man is fortunate enough to have that." Just now, his thoughts turned out to be reminiscing about the feeling of his buttocks. His smile was also a naked, perverted smile. Hua Qinglu ground her teeth. "It's not you anyway." Her resentful voice echoed through the dark cavern together with Li Qingshan's laughter. By the time Hua Qinglu returned to her senses, the journey had already reached its end. She was unable to describe whether it was long or short, but she had never spent so much time with a man in a row since young, let alone in such an intimate manner. They were so close that they seemed to have become a single entity. Separated, she actually felt a sense of loss. When she heard what he said, all she could think about was whether he would be in danger by himself, and she could not help but think of the worst-case scenario. What if he slipped up and was killed? Afterwards, she began to panic over her imagination, so she called out loudly, "Senior Tree King, my big brotherly has helped you eliminate so many insects. He's in danger right now, so how can you turn a blind eye to him?" The Banyan Tree King's ancient voice rang out grandly. "Don't fret. Li Qingshan, you promised me 3 things. You've only done one now and you want to leave?" Li Qingshan said, "It's not that I'm not keeping my word, but I really can't make it in time." Even if I don't leave right now, I'll be forcefully transported to another battlefield in a while. By then, it'll be troublesome. That kid Xi might be the master of this dragon arena, but not everything in this dragon arena can be decided by him. If you want to stay, you can obviously stay. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Although it was only a tiny bit, a king was still a king. As a result, he smiled. Really? Xi Qing poached you over, so why does it seem like he's inviting a wolf into his house? Though, I really do want to kill all of them. You might as well tell me about the gift I want to give you. Xi Qing specially begged me for it, but I never agreed. All right, I'm tempted. Li Qingshan understood that some precious items could not be exchanged for no matter how many spiritual stones they offered. Qinglu, what do you think? Chapter 652. The black dragon swam through the sky, moving between the rays of light. It sometimes rose and hid, sometimes swelled and sometimes shrunk, making the encirclement of the golden core cultivators miss every single time. Meanwhile, the black dragon brandished its claws and fangs, rampaging about like a wolf in a flock of sheep. There were many sheep, and while they could cause some damage to the wolf with just their hooves and horns, they were unable to play a decisive role. The black dragon suddenly opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of blade-like teeth. It spat out a cloud of black smoke that enveloped a golden core cultivator. Originally, the cultivator was confident in his robes, so he did not take it too seriously. However, the robes rapidly became dyed black, losing their spiritual nature. He retreated in a hurry and fright, flying over 5 kilometers away in a single moment. The crowd of cultivators was gradually filled with shock. How can he be so strong? He cultivates the imperial family's Black Emperor Dragon mantra, which is stronger than all of our cultivation methods. Emperor-level cultivation methods are indeed extraordinary. Xi Qing really was prepared to provoke us. He clearly wants to use us to establish his might. We've fallen for his trap. The cultivators all considered retreating. If it were not for the fact that their disciples and followers were still trapped in the dragon arena by Xi Qing, they probably would have fled in all directions already. Prince Xi Qing, do you really want to become enemies with the entire cultivation community of the Rui Commandery? You can't defeat us today, and we can't defeat you either. Why don't we just make peace and stop here? The cultivators saw how impressive Xi Qing's abilities were, so they all stopped underestimating him, becoming deeply worried. Today, they were all gathered together. Perhaps they were not afraid of Xi Qing, but once they split up in the future, it would be troublesome if Xi Qing suddenly decided to settle the score with them. Not to mention that there were still the unfathomable Jiazhen and Yi Dan who had yet to take action. The situation was against them. So what if they were golden core cultivators? If they encountered an existence even more powerful than them, they could only lower their heads and give in. Although the battle continued, the battle intent and killing intent it provided to the dragon arena had weakened drastically. Xi Qing frowned slightly. This battle had not been satisfying. He curled up and said viciously, "You really are a bunch of trash. You want to flee just like this? Do you really think I can't kill you? If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to collect battle wills and didn't want to reveal my trump card too early, I would have defeated you bunch of trash long ago." Just like how the North Moon was unable to massacre the demon commanders in the past, Xi Qing was unable to do the same. Establishing his might through battle was one thing, but if a golden core cultivator actually died here, that would be a completely different matter. Golden core cultivators weren't just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. The death of any one of them would be a huge matter. Even the Grand Xia Imperial Court had no choice but to respond. Under these circumstances, it was easy for Xi Qing to handle the situation with ease and remain undefeatable, but if he wanted to do what North Moon did to the demon commanders, ripping off the limbs of these golden core cultivators and defeating them all, that would be very difficult. He thought to himself, the strong should be able to do whatever they want, but they have to be restrained by these layers of rules, allowing these weak trash to be so noisy. One day, when I ascend to the throne and become the emperor, I will definitely return this world to normal. All the cultivators exchanged glances. None of them responded to Xi Qing's words. Be it trash or killing him, let him say whatever he wanted. Clap, clap, clap. Gu Yanning clapped her hands 3 times and smiled. Aching, when it's possible to forgive, one should forgive. You should watch your tongue too. Since you've all witnessed each other's abilities, just listen to me and bury the hatchet. Siqing found this battle to be rather unpleasant, but he had basically achieved his original objective. He had awed all the cultivators from sex and gathered enough battle wills and killing intent. There was no benefit to continuing the battle, so he went along with what Gu Yanning had said. Since you've said that, Yanning, then let's just forget about it today. I just want to make them understand that the Rui Commandery is still the world of Granxia. It's not their turn to become a cultivator. Siqing turned back into a human and left with a flick of his sleeve. No matter how displeased the Golden Core cultivators were, all they could do was back down and return to the soaring clouds terrace. They were all worried. Originally, they thought after the Battle of Burial Mountain, the 100 schools had suffered a great loss in strength, and it would finally be their turn to take charge of the Rui Commandery. They never thought a few, even more vicious people would come, which made it worse than before. Li Qingshan hid his mirror clone in the dark and thought, what a pity. These sect cultivators sure are cowardly. He was eager for Siqing to fight with these Golden Core cultivators until both of them were heavily injured. Only then would he be able to take advantage of the situation and take the Dragon Arena for himself. However, he also understood that even if Gu Yanning had not mediated between them, they would not have been able to continue this battle. Suddenly, he felt Gu Yanning's gaze glance over indifferently. Although it was just a glance, Li Qingshan knew she had discovered him. This bird woman sure has sharp eyes. Gu Yanning gazed at the prefectural city again. The gloomy ball of darkness hiding in the alleyway had already vanished. From the beginning till the end, only she had noticed the existence of the gloomy ball, and only she had seen that the gloomy ball of darkness had not left. Instead, it had followed the huge shadow of the Dragon Arena and dove into it. Siqing smiled. Everything was becoming more and more interesting. The Dragon Arena rapidly shrank, returning to Siqing. He sent his soul sense in, searching for Li Qingshan's location first. He searched through it, but he actually failed to sense Li Qingshan's location. He was surprised. Don't tell me he escaped while I was distracted? That's impossible. Immediately, he remembered there was only a single place in the Dragon Arena that he could not sense. He focused on the rainforest battlefield where the Great Banyan Tree King resided. Sure enough, he saw the scarred man's group surrounding the banyan tree. Li Qingshan, do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the tree? Siqing sneered inside, but he would not break the rules he had set down in the beginning. He patiently waited for the 24 hours to pass. Suddenly, he discovered that 2 people were missing. One was July, while the other was the dwarf. Siqing found July's traces very soon. He was currently fighting a woman in white in the lake battlefield. The woman's cultivation was not particularly high, but her control over the flow of water was extremely ingenious. She was even more nimble than fish in the water. July was powerful, but he was unable to do anything to her immediately. However, looking at the situation, killing her was only a matter of time. This barbarian actually disobeyed my orders and went to surround and kill Li Qingshan. Once the competition ends, I'll teach him a proper lesson. However, no matter how Siqing looked around, he could not find the dwarf. Don't tell me he's also entered the Great Banyan Tree with Li Qingshan? Or is he already dead? Although he could immediately obtain an answer as long as he contacted his subordinates, he felt that it was beneath him to do so. In his eyes, Li Qingshan was already a dead man. As for the dwarf, if he was dead, then so be it. He was a cowardly piece of trash anyway. Then he looked at the situation in the other battlefields and smiled in satisfaction. Just like what he had planned in the beginning, the battles and slaughter were gradually becoming more intense. The cultivators, especially the chi practitioners, were currently under the influence of the Dragon Arena. Their attacks became more vicious, and this was only the beginning. He was slightly excited. He had accumulated and endured for so long. He would succeed very soon. Chapter 653. The Scarred Man's group made their preparations too. They unfurled a huge formation first, enveloping everyone inside. The arcane artifacts in their hands flickered with light, and powerful techniques were ready to be unleashed one by one. They were waiting for Li Qingshan to appear so they could deal him a fatal blow. The scenery before them twisted and changed, going from a rainforest to a desert. The sun blazed, and the air was dry. It both limited Li Qingshan's water techniques and prevented him from escaping. However, when they had prepared everything, Li Qingshan actually did not appear. They all looked at one another, wondering what had gone wrong. "Sir Tree King, why have you interfered with the operations of my dragon arena and made that Li Qingshan remain here?" Si Qing's voice echoed through the rainforest, containing a sense of questioning. The rainforest battlefield was originally the battlefield he was most proud of. The great banyan tree could provide him with many extremely valuable resources, but he was still a 10-demon king after all. Although he adhered to the way of nature and stood aloof from worldly affairs, he dared not be too rude. "I've said it before. I'm not some banyan tree king, so there's no need for you to refer to me as sir. I want to keep this little friend here for a few days to help me clean out the insects and vines on him. Afterwards, I'll send him out myself. Senior, you're my guest. No matter what you need, I'll fulfill my duties as a host and do my best to satisfy you. Please let that Li Qingshan out, Senior, and I'll help you clean them up." After Si Qing had transplanted a branch of the Banyan Tree King into the Dragon Arena, he had apologized to it politely and even wanted to take it on as his master. However, the great banyan tree completely ignored him. He had asked for something else, but he was obviously rejected as well. He was extremely furious, but he could not turn against the Banyan Tree King, so he ignored the burrowing mites that had lost their natural predators. He wanted to make the Banyan Tree King suffer a little, but he never thought he would give Li Qingshan an opportunity instead. "It's just a small matter. I wouldn't dare trouble your highness." The great Banyan Tree King's tone remained as calm as ever the entire time, but it gave off a feeling that could not be changed, which made Si Qing hit a snag that was neither too soft nor too hard. He cursed inside, "This old bastard." Si Qing was helpless against a king tier, even if it was the most temperamental king tier. He could only take a step back and say, "May I ask how many days it will take?" "At least 3 days, at most 5 days. "All right, I hope Senior can keep your promise. If you're still not willing to release him after 5 days, then let him stay here for the rest of his life." Si Qing realized that if the Banyan Tree King really wanted to protect Li Qingshan, he really couldn't do much about it. After all, he couldn't uproot the great banyan tree and dig out Li Qingshan to kill him, even though he had the ability to do so. However, the Banyan Tree King didn't even need to think of any methods to take revenge. As long as this news was spread out, the Grand Xia Imperial Court would immediately punish him, the 11th prince, to give the Banyan Tree King an explanation. Not just anyone could offend the Sage Emperor. Offending one's superiors was a grave offense. Si Qing was gloomy inside. His excitement and complacency from subduing the Golden Core cultivators vanished completely. He secretly made up his mind to break through the third heavenly tribulation as soon as possible and reach the realm of kings. The conversation between Si Qing and the Banyan Tree King reached the pitch-black tree hole. Li Qingshan and Hua Chenglu exchanged glances and smiled. Li Qingshan said, "Thank you for your protection. Looks like you've developed very deep grievances with Si Qing. I can protect you for 5 days, but I can't protect you for 6 days. When the time comes, you'll still need to find a way yourself." The Banyan Tree King found this child to be very unusual, so he used this to test him. He guessed that he would probably ask for help. However, he never expected Li Qingshan to smile emotionally. "My path of survival is slightly different from yours. I only seek to do as I please and kill to my heart's content. The more enemies I have, the better. What's hard is easy to break. What's soft cannot be guarded." The Banyan Tree King began to laugh again. His laughter subsided. "Are you prepared for the second matter?" Li Qingshan nodded. "I'm skilled in water techniques, so summoning spiritual rain is no problem. However, these sun vines are far too vicious, and they can absorb spiritual chi from techniques. May I ask how I can kill them?" If he could not keep the sun vines in check first, probably most of the spiritual rain would be absorbed by the sun vines. However, with his strength as a foundation establishment cultivator, he really could not do much about these strange, twisted vines. The banyan tree king said, "That'll require the girl beside you." "Her? Me?" Hua Chenglu widened her eyes. She could not believe that the lofty banyan tree king would need a measly chi practitioner like her. Li Qingshan found this strange as well. The girl was very cute, but probably even the thinnest sun vine could kill her. "Is the cultivation method you practice called the method of springtime bloom?" "Yeah." "How did you know?" The method of springtime bloom was a special cultivation method passed down through the Hua family. It was an extremely special wood element cultivation method, gathering the essence of 100 flowers to cultivate. Although it did not possess the ability to bewitch, it could increase one's allure, allowing them to possess the beauty and fragrance of 100 flowers. As a result, the clan was renowned for having many handsome men and beautiful women. Not only do I know, but I even know the entire manual. I even know that the cultivation method you practice is called the arts of the boundless ocean, which originates from the ocean sect of the past. However, this sect hasn't been around for very long, and no one has ever come to the Mist province, so I have no idea. With the banyan tree king's lifespan of 10,000 years, the various cultivation methods he knew were basically as plentiful as the ocean. His knowledge was so vast that no one could rival him. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. His greatest problem with practicing the arts of the boundless ocean was that he did not have a master to guide him. He could only rely on himself. Although he had reached the 6th layer with his exceptional talent, the banyan tree king would definitely be able to give him some good advice with his knowledge and wisdom. He took out the jade slips for the arts of the boundless ocean and ocean wielding. "If you're interested, feel free to take them out and peruse them. If you can give me a pointer or two, I'll be extremely grateful." He felt an invisible power pass through his body, and the jade slip in his hand vanished with a flash. This cultivation method really is a little interesting. Your cultivation hasn't deviated, but you're still lacking some comprehension. Let me look through it carefully first, and then I'll talk to you in detail. Let's get back to the main topic first. There's only one time when sunvines stop attacking, and that's when they bloom. Hua Chenglu immediately understood what the banyan tree king was trying to say. The method of springtime bloom could make flowers bloom in advance. But with my cultivation, it's impossible for me to make such a large sunvine bloom. If your cultivation isn't enough, you can increase it. I can help you break through to foundation establishment in 3 days, but you'll need to pay a certain price. Not only was Hua Chenglu stunned by that, but even Li Qingshan was taken aback. Hua Chenglu was only at the 8th layer right now. Her cultivation speed was not slow, but it was definitely not fast either. She was not a genius like Hua Sengzan. At this speed, she would need a decade at the very least before she could reach foundation establishment. Although the banyan tree king could make her cultivation progress drastically and undergo a complete transformation if he just channeled a tiny bit of his wood's spiritual chi into her, breaking through required her own comprehension. However, breaking through to the next realm required one's own comprehension. It wasn't something that could be achieved with sufficient resources. She had never lacked elixirs or resources since she was young. If the banyan tree king had not said that, the two of them would definitely treat it as boasting. "What price?" "I have nothing." Chapter 654. Hua Chenglu shook her head. "I've never heard of it." Wisdom imbuement is a wondrous technique created by Buddhism. It can directly imbue one's own comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma into the minds of others. No matter how evil that person has been, they'll abandon good and evil and convert to Buddhism after receiving the imbuement. No matter how stubborn they are, they'll be able to gain enlightenment and advance valiantly on their path of cultivation. Turning evil into good and fools into wisdom is known as wisdom imbuement. There's actually such a wondrous technique in the world. In other words, as long as I receive wisdom imbuement, I can easily break through my current realm. May I ask what you need me to do, Senior? Hua Chenglu's eyes shone brightly. Her talent was not bad, but her ability to comprehend was lacking. After all, Not everyone was a genius. You don't need to do anything. But didn't you say there was a price to pay? Chunlu, I'd advise you not to accept this wisdom imbuement. When Li Qingshan heard the Banyan Tree King's explanation, he felt that something was amiss. No matter how he thought about it, wasn't this the so-called brainwashing? And it really was brainwashing. Why? Hua Chunlu looked at Li Qingshan's frown and became more and more confused. If you completely accept someone else's thoughts, will you still be you? What's the point even if you become stronger and smarter? That's right. This is the price I'm talking about. The reason why this wondrous technique hasn't been widespread is because it's been sealed by Buddhism. The monk who created this wondrous technique also went mad and died. Went mad? Hua Chunlu was horrified. The Banyan Tree King told her about an old story. Several thousand years ago, there was a virtuous, eminent monk in the Western Thunder Province, known as the Jade Wisdom Chan Master. He often felt regret that his wondrous Buddhist Dharma could not be comprehended by everyone, so he read through all the records and thought hard for a decade before finally creating this wondrous technique. He first performed the technique on the stupidest disciple in the temple. Sure enough, the disciple lived up to his expectations. In a single night, he could recite all the Buddhist scriptures in the temple fluently and master them all. Even the smartest disciple in the temple paled in comparison, and his cultivation advanced drastically. As a result, all the disciples in the temple rejoiced and asked the Jade Wisdom Chan Master to perform the technique on them. The Jade Wisdom Chan Master went as far as to expend his mental and magical powers to enlighten all of them. As a result, every single disciple became smart and kind. The Jade Wisdom Chan Master also believed he had grasped the supreme technique to deliver all life, so he was overjoyed. A good friend just happened to visit, so the Jade Wisdom Chan Master showed him. Chan Master of the temple. Of the monastery. If we do this, what difference is there between Buddha and devil? Finished speaking, he left the temple. Zen Master Yutong thought that his good friend was jealous of him and felt a little unhappy. However, he did not take it to heart until the Dharma assembly that was held once a month. The monastery's disciples sat down to discuss the Dharma. In the huge hall, there were nearly 100 disciples, but they spoke like they were carved from the same mold. Even their expressions and tone were similar. The Dharma assembly, which was supposed to be a tit-for-tat and an intense debate, suddenly became peaceful. There was no dispute, just like a pool of stagnant water. Even though he was only 8 or 9 years old, he had the air of an old man. Zen Master Yutong seemed to see 100 Zen Masters Yutong talking to themselves. Fear grew in his heart, but it was too late for regrets. This wisdom imbuement was different from other spells. Once it was used, it would be hard to reverse it. Therefore, on a stormy night, Zen Master Yutong screamed, "I'll kill them all. I'll kill them all." He killed himself. Such a tragic story made Hua Chunlu pale. She did not want to become a Jade Wisdom Chan Master. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Shortcuts were not so easy to take. The Banyan Tree King smiled. "Girlie, there's no need for you to be so afraid. There's no such thing as beauty or evil. Going too far is a disaster. There's no such thing as good or bad cultivation methods. As long as you know your limits, it won't turn you into someone else all of a sudden. During the imbuement, I'll do my best to only give you my comprehension of the method of springtime bloom. The increase in your ability to comprehend will be limited to foundation establishment. I'll reduce the influence on your mind, but it's unavoidable. You'll have to pay a price. Consider the pros and cons yourself. With the Banyan Tree King's 10,000 years of wisdom and comprehension, if he gave Hua Chunlu the wisdom imbuement, it would not just be foundation establishment. She would even have the foundation to condense a golden core. However, Hua Chunlu would be completely drowned out. If he controlled his limits, it would reduce both the pros and cons. Although there would still be some influence, it would not be enough to completely distort or obliterate Hua Chunlu's heart. To Li Qingshan, even the slightest bit of distortion was unacceptable. Even though he admired the Banyan Tree King's way of survival very much, when he was lectured that the unyielding is easy to break, he still had to answer rudely, "The soft cannot be guarded." No matter how great your things are, they're still yours. I have my own principles. Hua Chenglu hesitated instead. She lowered her head in thought for a while before raising her head again. I agree, Qinglu. Li Qingshan pressed down on her shoulder with a frown. Big brotherly, if I can't complete these 3 tasks, I won't be able to receive Senior's gift. Just treat this as me paying you back for saving my life. Hua Chenglu grinned, appearing relaxed and playful. Then forget it. I've never viewed a gift as more important than you, Li Qingshan said firmly. His dignity would not allow a little girl to make a sacrifice for him. He wanted to say that, but she had to stand by her own opinion even more. He smiled again. Compared to whatever gift, I think a kiss from Chenglu is a little more enticing. Hua Chenglu glared at him and raised her chin. Don't even think about it. She burst out laughing as well. You must be joking. I'm not that great. Big brotherly, you're a genius. You have no idea how difficult it is for us mortals to cultivate. Using some changes to exchange for 10 or even 20 years of time, as well as countless pills and the various benefits of increasing our cultivation, probably no one apart from you can remain completely unmoved. Li Qingshan said sternly, this is no trivial matter. You need to consider it carefully. Hua Chenglu shook her head gently. There's no need to consider it. If my cultivation doesn't progress, I'll probably have to obey my father and marry someone else in just a few years. Li Qingshan said, with your elder brother here and me here, Li Qingshan, I don't think anyone can force you. You can take your time to choose someone you like. Hua Chenglu pressed her hand against her chest. It's not force. This is my responsibility. I've been spoiled by my father and brother ever since I was young. I basically grant all my requests. This is something I've come to understand a long time ago. Not to mention that it's hard to say whether or not you like someone between a man and a woman. Even if you like someone today, you might not like them in the future. At the end of the day, it's more practical to find someone of equal status. Li Qingshan seemed to see the serious little Hua Chenglu from many years ago again. He rubbed her head. Girl, you're so practical at such a young age. You don't have any of your elder brother's infatuation at all. Hua Chenglu grabbed his large hand and shook it off forcefully. You're getting touchy again. I don't want to be as stupid as my elder brother. As long as I reach foundation establishment successfully, I won't have to worry about marriage anymore. I'll stay single for the rest of my life and learn from Gu Yenying. I'll make you stinky men die of envy. Foundation establishment cultivators in their early 20s were all geniuses that their clans treasured, regardless of their gender. They had a certain amount of autonomy in all matters, large or small. Unless she was willing, she would never become a tool for marriage. Different cultivation levels directly affected a cultivator's identity and status, or even their fate for the rest of their lives. Li Qingshan smiled. That works too, just in case I get jealous. Though, if you do regret it one day, don't forget about your big brotherly. As the saying goes, don't let goodies flow to outsiders. Hua Chenglu called out, don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. She changed the topic. Though, if there's another interesting adventure like this in the future, you have to call me. I won't drag you down anymore. Li Qingshan shook his head. By then, I'll already be a golden core cultivator. I'll probably still have to fight with one hand. Then I'll have to trouble you to free up a hand to carry me. Hua Chenglu's face reddened slightly. Eagerness filled her eyes. I want to see even more scenery. I want to receive the respect of you and everyone else. I don't want to be unable to be friends with Zijian when I see her again one day. There was nothing else Li Qingshan could say. Since that's your choice, I can only support you. Hua Chenglu raised her head. Senior Tree King, I've already decided. May I ask how I receive the wisdom imbuement? Come. Another hole suddenly opened up in the wooden wall, leading straight to the center of the banyan tree. As Li Qingshan killed the burrowing mites, he circled around the center of the tree. Although the tree trunk had been riddled with holes from being eaten by the mites, the center of the tree was even tougher. Hua Chenglu sucked in a deep breath and glanced at Li Qingshan. Just when she was about to enter the hole, Li Qingshan arrived beside her. Fellow, this is all part of your plan, right? The Banyan Tree King said, this is fate. The heavens have delivered you before me. Li Qingshan glanced at the tree hole. Then can I go in and take a look? Although he trusted the Banyan Tree King's character, he still had to be cautious. If he turned him down, perhaps he would have to make Hua Chenglu reconsider. Sure, the hole is too small. I'll go first. Hua Chenglu was rather troubled. The hole was even smaller than the one they could pass through just now. Before she could even finish, Li Qingshan hugged Hua Chenglu firmly with a smile. It's fine. Let's squeeze. Afterwards, he leapt into the tree hole. You're squeezing me to death. A while later, Hua Chenglu pushed Li Qingshan away viciously. She felt her entire body ache. He was so strong that it felt like he was trying to rub her into his body. Don't be so delicate. You're squeezing me to death too. Li Qingshan answered casually as he gazed at the strange space. It was shaped like an upside-down bowl, roughly the size of a large hall. This was the very center of the great banyan tree. Spiritual qi permeated the place, so thick that it seemed like it was about to solidify. Just taking in a breath was refreshing. Girl, come to the center. Relax your body and mind. The Banyan Tree King's voice grew louder and louder. Hua Chenglu stood in the center, and jade-green aerial roots grew from the surroundings, wrapping around her limbs gently and pressing into her major acupoints with great precision. Over a dozen of them pressed into the acupoints on her head as well. Her feet left the ground and she began to float. Chapter 655. Hua Chenglu let out a soft moan. She was unwilling to endure the pain, but at the same time, it was accompanied by indescribable joy. Extremely pure wood spiritual qi surged into her body, immediately replacing all the true qi she had cultivated arduously for over a decade. Afterwards, it merged into her body strand by strand, circulating automatically according to the method of springtime bloom. The first layer, second layer. In the blink of an eye, she had pushed her cultivation to the 8th layer once more. Afterwards, she continued onwards, reaching the 9th layer, then the 10th layer. All the meridians in her body were connected by spiritual qi, which was countless times purer and more abundant than the spiritual qi she had originally cultivated arduously. It filled her dantian and sea of qi. The great banyan tree was nothing more than a drop in the ocean to the Banyan Tree King, and the spiritual qi that had entered Hua Chenglu's body was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. However, to a puny qi practitioner, it was a gift so great that she could not endure it. Originally, this was already her limit. The Banyan Tree King might have been able to cleanse her body and break through minor realms of qi practitioner, but he could not force her to break through to major realms. She still needed to cultivate and comprehend on her own, but who knew how long this would take? Girlie, wake up. Guard your mind. Don't forget who you are. Suddenly, the Banyan Tree King's voice rang out in her head. It was the complete opposite of her request to relax her body and mind just now. Hua Chenglu did her best to recover a sliver of clarity from the great joy of breaking through. She thought to herself, I am Hua Chenglu. The vast and complicated information exploded violently. In the past, she seemed to be in a dark maze, constantly searching for a way out for her own path of life and cultivation. In that moment, the walls of the maze suddenly collapsed. Scorching white light shone in, and the layers of maze and darkness that plagued her completely vanished. Even her body seemed to vanish, only leaving behind her soul that rapidly expanded in the light. She was like someone who had been blind, deaf, and stupid for their entire lives suddenly being able to see, hear, and think. It seemed like thousands of years, yet it also seemed like only an instant. She was completely submerged in great joy. For some reason, she thought to herself, this must be the land of ultimate bliss that Buddhists speak of. Don't forget who you are. The Banyan Tree King's aged voice rang out again. Hua Chenglu thought of the Jade Passage Chan Master's story and was slightly surprised. Afterwards, she actually asked herself in some confusion, who am I? She was called Hua Chenglu, but that was just a name. Some things had vanished, some things had changed, and some things had appeared out of nowhere, completely fusing with her and becoming inseparable. However, there was no doubt that she had become stronger, both physically and mentally. However, it was as if she had missed out on many things. If a child became as mature as an adult overnight, he would miss out on the naivety of childhood and the frivolity of youth. The child might never know what kind of price he had paid, and there would only be a blank space in his memories. The aerial roots retracted into the tree, and Hua Chenglu drifted down from the air like a graceful petal. Boom! Thunder and lightning streaked across the void, baptizing all life forms that wanted to be reborn. Hua Chenglu did not panic at all. She spread her arms and welcomed the descent of the lightning. Ru Xian was rather vexed. As soon as she entered the dragon arena, she immediately went to rendezvous with Lu Chongqing's group. However, she ran into an uninvited guest along the way, a man who wielded a fiery red trident and burned with explosive flames, Zhu Lai. Ru Xian did not want to fight with anyone, and Zhu Lai also followed Si Qing's orders, going to rendezvous with the others in the stone forest. They planned on surrounding and killing Li Qingshan together. He was rather reluctant to carry out this order, preferring to find another opportunity to fight to the death with Li Qingshan. However, as a captive, he did not have much of a choice. On the mirror-smooth surface of the lake, the two of them brushed past each other just like that as they ran towards different targets. Ru Xian exhaled. Fire devourers had always been skilled in battle, and the power of the flames they used was even more startling. This guy was much more difficult to deal with than regular late Foundation establishment cultivators. A streak of firelight suddenly shot over, blocking his path. Zhu Lai's eyebrows furrowed into a crease as the flames in his eyes leapt about. He stared into Ru Xian's eyes. Her appearance was extraordinarily beautiful, which convinced him that a face like hers did not exist in his memories, nor did he have any thoughts of lust. Instead, he experienced a strange feeling. This woman disgusted him very much. This disgust was almost instinctive. He was tempted to kill her and be done with it. However, when he considered his current situation, he probably felt the same when he saw any human cultivator. If it were just this feeling of disgust, he would not have purposefully turned around. Within the disgust was an indescribable sense of closeness, as if he had run into an old friend in a foreign land. This feeling was so distinct and special that it was unforgettable for anyone who had experienced it. He had only experienced something like this once in his memories, so he asked, "Have we met somewhere before? I've never been to a savage place like the Mist Province. You've probably mistaken me for someone else." Ru Xian smiled and looked at Zhu Lai. She also did her best to search through her memories, but it was to no avail. She had seen far too many fire devourers in the past. After so many years, all that remained in her memories were balls of furious flames and twisted, furious faces. Zhu Lai said nothing more. He suddenly struck out with the trident, shooting towards Ru Xian like a comet with scorching flames. Since she refused to admit it, then he'd just kill her and see what happens. This was how fire devourers operated. People would always reveal many secrets before they died. If she still refused to admit it, then they could take this secret with them to the netherworld. Killing a measly early Foundation establishment cultivator like her would not take up too much time anyway. Ru Xian was already prepared. The moment Zhu Lai raised the trident in his hand, she had already dove straight into the lake. These damned fire devourers. The trident missed. The flames illuminated the surface of the lake as white mist rose into the air. Ru Xian's voice rang out from the bottom of the lake. "I heard that a fire devourer became Si Qing's dog, biting people everywhere under orders. Don't tell me that's you." "Shut up." Zhu Lai swung the trident viciously in the direction of the voice. With a great rumble, the surface of the lake was split open. The flames descended, and a white figure flashed by, but the moment the flames reached him, he slid to one side gently. "I heard that among the many other folk, fire devourers have the worst tempers. They're all hot-tempered men who would rather die than submit. Looks like the legends really aren't true. As it turns out, they swagger around when they face those weaker than them, but they wag their tails and beg for mercy when they face those stronger than them. I heard that Si Qing likes men. Tisk tsk." Zhu Lai's heart ached from being stabbed. The flames on him immediately surged to a height of 10 meters. "Very good. You've angered me. Do you know that the angrier fire devourers are, the more powerful their flames become? Hiss! Ru Xian dove into the bottom of the lake. Zhu Lai originally thought he could finish off Ru Xian in a few moves, but he discovered that she was even more slippery than Li Qingshan. She refused to face him head-on, swimming around like a fish in the water. No matter how violent his flames were, she would always be able to grasp an opening ingeniously and nullify a wave of his attacks. It was as if she knew his methods, moves, and even battle style like the back of her hand. He clearly possessed an overwhelming advantage, but he was actually unable to emerge victorious right away, which made him even more doubtful. Apart from the battle, Ru Xian's mockery constantly rang out from the bottom of the lake, provoking him into crying out. How could he still care about Si Qing's orders? His attacks became more and more vicious. He swore he would not stop until he killed her. Ru Xian encountered danger again and again. If it were not for the many talismans she had on hand, she would have almost lost her life several times. She pursed her lips firmly, and her expression did not change at all like a jade statue. The constantly invading flames, the endless fleeing, the endless jungle. These memories that she had originally forgotten suddenly became clear once again. Her blood was still dripping, without the slightest hint of fading. The pain was still as vivid as before, like it was yesterday. In the depths of her eyes, a flame reignited. After fighting for more than an hour, Zhu Lai seized the opportunity and pounced down, the trident in his hand stabbing towards Ru Xian's back. Ru Xian abruptly turned around, a bright smile on her face. It was completely different from her usual gentle expression. It was as flamboyant as fire, full of aggression. Suddenly, a hideous and strange shadow appeared behind her. It was a strange humanoid figure wrapped in bandages. The white bandages were soaked in blood and pus, completely losing their original whiteness. The body exposed through the gaps was also half-rotten, covered with disgusting poisonous sores. Some parts were bony, as if even the flesh had been cut off, while some parts were swollen like balls, filthy and ugly to the extreme. The moment it appeared, it pounced towards Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai frowned slightly. His body was burning with flames, and he was wearing a sturdy armor that even swords couldn't harm. He was confident that he could block any attack. How could he give up the chance to kill her just because of a mere shadow? The hideous shadow was shockingly fast. Without a sound, it passed through the flames, passed through the armor, and pounced into Zhu Lai's body. Zhu Lai had a bad feeling. His whole body stiffened, and the trident slowed down, allowing Ru Xian to take the opportunity to dodge. Zhu Lai touched his chest, and found that other than the initial stiffness, he didn't feel anything else. It seemed that the shadow could only do so much. It turned out that she was deliberately mystifying, and he was almost fooled by her. However, as time passed, he began to feel uncomfortable all over his body. At first, it was just a little discomfort. His body was sometimes cold and sometimes hot, and he felt a slight itch. His control over the flames became less smooth, and then his head began to feel dizzy, until it felt like it was going to explode. Red rashes appeared all over his body, so itchy that he couldn't help but scratch them with his hands. He desperately operated the flames, trying to get rid of these uncomfortable feelings, but it was useless. Although his attacks were still fierce, and he had the upper hand, he could no longer pose a fatal threat to Ru Xian. "What did you do to me?" Zhu Lai shouted angrily. He no longer had the prestige from before, and his neck was swollen. Chapter 656. Even the School of Music could injure people with the sound of their zither, so the School of Medicine also had their own way of protecting themselves. There was a method to refine plague ghosts in the records of the School of Medicine. Plague ghosts were not evil spirits. Just like the legendary God of Plagues, they were actually gods that avoided diseases. Plague ghosts fed on diseases, accumulating them in their bodies. Over time, once it reached a certain level, they could lunge forward when they encountered an enemy. Because they existed between a god and a ghost, Nothing could stop them from transmitting the diseases into their bodies. However, the bodies of cultivators had always been extremely tough. For someone like Zhu Lai, who was one of the best, regular diseases were unable to affect him much at all. Only by devouring large quantities of diseases could they play a decisive role, which also meant that cultivators had to spend a tremendous amount of time treating mortals. The plague ghost that Ru Xian refined had only reached its current level after several years of war, when plagues ran amok in the Clear River Prefecture. Who knew how many diseases she had collected, allowing it to accumulate to its current level? As a result, while plague ghosts were extremely tough, not a lot of disciples of the School of Medicine chose to refine them. The world had been at peace for a very long time, so who would be willing to waste time on something like this? However, once the plague ghost reached minor success, it would be even more terrifying than poison. Poison could always be suppressed and purged, but the diseases would constantly grow and spread. With every moment that passed without treatment, the diseases would become more and more severe. Zhu Lai could not hold back the itch in his lungs anymore. He covered his mouth and began coughing violently. When he looked at his hand again, it was covered in blood. He felt like his body was rapidly deteriorating, like a building being eaten away by insects and ants, about to collapse at any time. Viciousness rose up in his heart. I've probably been poisoned by this woman's goo. As long as I kill her, the goo will obviously be removed. Even if that doesn't work, I'll drag her down with me. As if she had been expecting this a long time ago, Ru Xian fled far away and said loudly, "Don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, you won't be cured of your disease. Instead, it'll erupt immediately and kill you." In the words of the Mist Province, it's death goo. The Mist Province was a land of wilderness. There were many vicious and mysterious methods of refining goo. Death goo was the most vicious of them all. It could only be activated at the cost of one's own life, taking the enemy down with them. You really have come to the Mist Province before. Who are you exactly? There was no longer any contempt in Zhu Lai's eyes anymore. It was replaced with deep fear. You don't have to worry about that. I just want to ask you, do you still want to return to the Mist Province? Ru Xian's eyes were shining. Her expression and temperament were very different from usual. Even Li Qingshan, who knew her very well, had never seen her like this. This battle seemed to have awakened something that had been dormant in her for a long time. Zhu Lai was speechless. Fire devourers were valiant in nature. If he had to die on the battlefield, he definitely would not feel any fear, but the situation right now was different. First, he had been subdued by Si Qing, and then he was defeated by Li Qingshan. Most of his resolve to die had been worn away, and the diseased pain in his body constantly intensified. He could not help but develop a will to survive. So what if I want to? If you want, I can control the disease in your body. However, you have to cooperate with my treatment and be under my control for 10 days. After a moment of thought, Zhu Lai finally lowered his head. Fine. With that, he felt the pain in his body recede like the tide, but this was only because Ru Xian had suppressed all of the disease. It had penetrated deep into his organs, brain, and bones. Once it erupted, it would completely crush Zhu Lai. What do you want me to do? Zhu Lai originally thought Ru Xian wanted him to collect medals for her, but he never expected Ru Xian to say, "I want to hear about the local customs and practices of the Mist Province. I heard that the main base of the fire devourers in the Mist Province is Fire Melt Mountain. Do you come from there?" When Ru Xian asked this question, her expression became stranger and stranger. She licked her lips subconsciously. An irrepressible desire burned and spread through her chest like an evil fire. Fire Melt Mountain is the holy land of my race. It's not a place that just anyone can live in. Normally, we only gather there during the Sacred War. All Zhu Lai could do was answer honestly. The Sacred War. A gleam of light flashed through Ru Xian's eyes. Fire devourers were violent in nature. They often clashed with other races, but only the war against the merfolk of the South Sea was known as the Sacred War. Every single Sacred War would gather the strength of the entire race, and they would battle until the world darkened, where the sun and moon dimmed. When was the last Sacred War? The two of them conversed back and forth. In the eyes of others, They had turned enemies into friends, but Ru Exine maintained a certain distance from Julai the entire time, asking about the Mist Province with great patience. When the last bolt of lightning vanished, she opened her eyes and unleashed her soul sense. She could sense that the entire world had become different. Something else had appeared in her eyes. This was both the comprehension from breaking through to a major realm of cultivation, as well as the effects of the wisdom imbuement, and the effects of the latter were probably much deeper than the former. Congratulations, Chenglu. Li Qingshan went up to receive her with a smile. He felt rather strange inside. In his eyes, Hua Chenglu had also changed drastically. Her appearance and figure were already close to perfection, but her bearing paled in comparison. Let alone Gu Yenying, she probably could not even match up to the vicious Qian Rongji. Whether it was love or loathing, it was a clear symbol that had been honed. But right now, Hua Chenglu radiated with a peaceful and lively aura, like morning dew had condensed on her petals. Under the illumination of the sun, she shone with rainbow light. She had already begun to show her unparalleled beauty. Of course, this was only his first impression. If there were any more specific changes, even Li Qingshan was unable to describe them. He thought, let's hope it's not a bad thing. Hua Chenglu called out, big brotherly, with a smile before meditating and recovering her spiritual qi very soon. Then she asked, how long has it been already? Li Qingshan said, 2.5 days. Then let's hurry up and begin. Hua Chenglu entered the cavern and left the heart of the tree as she said that. Li Qingshan could not take advantage of her. He rubbed his nose and said to the banyan tree king, the girl was originally a little interested in me, but after what you've done, she's lost interest. How are you going to make it up to me? He had not been idling around in the past 2 days either. He constantly asked the banyan tree king for guidance on cultivation, so they became much more familiar with each other. Most of the time, they joked around. As for whether Hua Chenglu was interested in him or not, he actually did not care too much. The human heart is unpredictable. How can you be certain with a single glance? Then thank you for your guidance over the past few days, fellow. Li Qingshan smiled. The banyan tree king's understanding of the arts of the boundless ocean had benefited him tremendously. He gained some confidence in condensing an ocean pearl and breaking through to golden core. Of course, he did not forget to ask about how to merge water and fire. The banyan tree king had mentioned a few methods, but these methods could clearly only balance regular water and fire. They could not balance the spirit turtle and the phoenix. Li Qingshan dared not say too much either, but a legend that the banyan tree king mentioned piqued Li Qingshan's interest. Chapter 657. Wisps of clouds appeared out of nowhere in the azure sky, rapidly growing and merging together. They barely managed to envelop the cloud-like canopy of the great banyan tree. They were different from regular clouds, seeming rather unnatural. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged in a tree hole near the crown of the tree. He was chanting something, wholeheartedly casting the spell. Even with his ability to control water, casting a heavenly rain of such a large area was not an easy task. He needed to coordinate it with the incantation. The spiritual qi in his dantian receded like the tide, and the clouds rapidly thickened. Sunlight was unable to penetrate them, so they naturally turned from white to black. The rainwater filled with spiritual qi constantly accumulated, like a sponge that had absorbed enough water, only waiting for a carefree storm. Hua Chenglu arrived at the very bottom of the great banyan tree. The roots of the great banyan tree and the sun vines intertwined in the soil, entangling with one another. Very soon, she found a suitable spot and pressed her hands against the roots of the sun vines. She used the method of springtime bloom, and her hands shone with rainbow-like light. The sun vines that were as huge as dragons trembled from this tiny force. They absorbed all of the force with their instinctive ability to absorb spiritual qi, and the trembling rapidly intensified. Mature sun vines could basically ignore any technique, but the purpose of this force was not to attack, but to stimulate. Just like how people who were immune to poison could not resist aphrodisiacs, the flowering and fruiting of plants was deeply ingrained in their instincts. Very soon, All the spiritual qi in Hua Chunlu's body was drained dry. Immediately, an aerial root wrapped around her, channeling pure wood spiritual qi into her body. Flower buds appeared on the sunvines first. A while later, golden sunflowers bloomed resplendently, shining with light as resplendent as the sun. The banyan tree king said, "All right, I feel much more relaxed now." "Thank you. The nectar of the sunflowers is very valuable to you. Go collect some." Hua Chunlu let out a sigh of relief and smiled as well. She had arrived at the banyan tree king, and she finally saw light again. It had only been a few days, but she felt like she had been reincarnated. Li Qingshan also received the banyan tree king's message. His chanting stopped, and with a hua sound, the sponge in the sky seemed to have been forcefully twisted. The heavy rain poured down, landing on every leaf and flowing down the tree trunk. The sunflowers bloomed even more brilliantly in the dark rain. Li Qingshan arrived outside the tree hole as well. He watched as Hua Chunlu fluttered about between each flower like a butterfly. The banyan tree king's voice rang out by his ear again. "Come, take your present." Li Qingshan followed the guidance of the banyan tree king and arrived at the crown of the tree. The branches and leaves crisscrossed, and one could not see more than 10 feet ahead. The branches swayed slightly. The leaves parted to make a path for him. Li Qingshan arrived at the end of the path and saw a small, pitiful flower blooming on a thick branch. It seemed like several hundred strands of fine hair had gathered together. Its color ranged from white to red, making it very inconspicuous. It was completely out of proportion to the banyan tree king's colossal body. It could not compare to the huge, resplendent sunflower either. "Is this the present?" "Don't hurry, don't hurry." Time seemed to pass quickly. The flower's color darkened before it formed a tiny fruit in the end, going from green to yellow. Of course, it was still very inconspicuous. "Hurry up and pluck it," urged the banyan tree king. His voice was slightly tired. Li Qingshan extended his hand and plucked the fruit. He fiddled around with it. "Thank you, but can this fruit be eaten?" He probed it with his soul sense, but he did not sense much spiritual qi in it. Instead, it had gathered another power. It was a powerful will that was similar to soul sense. He had no idea what it could be used for. "Li Qingshan, give me the fruit in your hand, and our grudges will be written off." Si Qing's voice suddenly rang out from the sky. It was filled with urgency. When he saw the banyan tree blossom and bear fruit, his eyes widened. The fruit of wisdom. He had once humbly begged the banyan tree king for this fruit of wisdom. The banyan tree king had been known for its wisdom since ancient times. The fruits it bore could not allow one's cultivation to advance to the heavens, but they contained the crystallization of the banyan tree king's wisdom, which could enlighten one's wisdom and comprehension. This was different from the brainwashing of wisdom imbuement. Instead, it was enlightenment and development, like the Buddhist's severe warning. The effects of this blow were not the same. Ordinary people would at most become a little more clear-headed after eating it, and it might not even have much effect. However, it had a miraculous effect on those cultivators who had reached a bottleneck and their cultivation stagnated. In order to break through the third heavenly tribulation and reach the king's realm, Si Qing naturally needed a fruit of wisdom. However, he was rejected by the banyan tree king. The spiritual power required to bear a fruit of wisdom was much greater than 10 rounds of wisdom imbuement. Li Qingshan had only killed some burrowing mites and cast a spell, yet he had received such a generous reward. This made Si Qing even more jealous. Hearing Si Qing's words, Li Qingshan naturally knew that it was something good. He immediately stuffed it into his mouth and chewed vigorously. The taste was much more sour than he had imagined, but when he thought of Si Qing's ugly expression, his mood immediately improved. He lay down on the tree branch and ate happily. Si Qing's expression was as ugly as he had imagined. He could no longer tolerate Li Qingshan's repeated provocations. A mere foundation establishment cultivator actually dared to be so arrogant just because he had Gu Yening as his backing. "Li Qingshan, you must die." "Heh, just because of that bunch of trash under you." Li Qingshan smiled as he spat out the core of the fruit. He was slightly stunned, as if a spiritual light had passed through his mind. That spiritual light was like an invisible thread, connecting all the messy and disorderly information in his mind together. However, he really couldn't say what effect it had. His cultivation had not increased in the slightest, and his divine sense had not become stronger either. However, the questions regarding the arts of the boundless ocean that he had been asking the Banyan Tree King for guidance these days had suddenly become clear. Originally, he had only listened to them and remembered them in his heart, waiting to slowly digest them in the future. Now, however, he had gained some more comprehension. Apart from the arts of the boundless ocean, the other various cultivation techniques, even the usage of moves in battle and the minor details of his daily life, had all undergone an indescribable change. No matter what he thought of, he felt that it was different from before. It was as if he was looking at these problems from a different perspective. It was a very special and fresh feeling. The Banyan Tree King said, "Other people can teach you knowledge, but they can't teach you wisdom. Although this fruit is known as the fruit of wisdom, true wisdom still has to be found by yourself. I believe that one day, when you stand before me again, you will become even more intelligent and powerful. Of course, you are a good person. No, you are a good tree. I thank you for your help, but there will be a day in the future when you will also need my help," Li Qingshan said seriously. He had gained a lot from this trip, and based on Si Qing's performance alone, he could see the value of this banyan fruit. It had probably far exceeded the reward he deserved. As the saying went, a favor of a meal must be repaid, and a grievance must be avenged. For a mere foundation establishment cultivator to say, "You will also need my help," to a demon king that had ruled for thousands of years, it was definitely extremely arrogant in the eyes of others. They would definitely mock him. With the Banyan Tree King's status, who knows how many people are willing to work for him? What right do you have to say something like that, brat? However, the Banyan Tree King would not ignore such arrogant words. Instead, he felt that the feeling from the unseen world was growing stronger and stronger. It was just like how the Golden Cicada Spirit King was certain that the chant of Devanaga would fall on little and this was not divination, but just a kind of intuition of kings who had reached their realm. But when that time comes, it won't be as simple as killing insects and watering them. That's exactly what I was thinking. Perhaps there will be a chance in the future. Let's go outside the well together and take a look. This sounds like something an old friend would say. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. The Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Banyan Tree King probably knew each other. Their temperaments and natures were probably different even among demon kings. According to the book he had read, there were plenty of brutal demon kings. None of them were easy to get along with. There were probably very few that could be as peaceful as them. The Great Banyan Tree King followed the way of nature, while the Golden Cicada Spirit King practiced the Buddhist Dharma the entire time. Being able to befriend them truly was a fortunate thing. However, it was not convenient for him to ask for confirmation right now. A fragrant gust of wind assaulted him from behind. Hua Chunlu heard Si Qing's voice and hurried over. "Big brother Li, are you all right?" Li Qingshan smiled at her before suddenly looking back. His gaze pierced through the curtain of rain and landed at the end of the rainforest. Over a dozen black specks appeared. Si Qing was already impatient to kill him, directly teleporting his lackeys over. Wasn't Li Qingshan the same? Hua Chunlu still wanted to say something. Li Qingshan leapt up and leapt over the curtain of rain. The spiritual rain that was still falling was pulled and guided, gathering towards him and following him. It was like he had unfurled a pair of huge wings of water as he took off into the sky. The scarred man and the others all revealed vicious light in their eyes. They unleashed various techniques and clashed against one another. The distance of less than 10 kilometers was basically reduced to nothing in the blink of an eye. In that moment, the rainforest vanished. Hua Chunlu held her breath, but she discovered that Li Qingshan and Si Qing's lackeys had all vanished from the battlefield. She cried out involuntarily, "Big brother Li." The Banyan Tree King said, "You can't help him much right now. Stay here for a few more days." Hua Chunlu nodded forcefully. As if she had made up her mind, she flew towards the sunflowers that had bloomed magnificently. As they exchanged questions and answers, time passed by slowly. July was very cooperative, basically telling her everything he knew. However, he did not yield. Fire devourers would never yield to anyone, whether it was her or Si Qing. He was waiting for an opportunity. He understood the rules of this competition very well. This lake arena would soon disappear, and everyone would be teleported to the same place. At that time, it would be the best opportunity to kill her. He did not believe that this woman, who was full of lies, had cast the fatal insect on him. Even if it was him, he had to take a gamble, because he had already remembered where he had seen her before. He counted silently. There were still 15 minutes left before the teleportation. Chapter 658. Zulai's expression changed drastically. His entire body blazed with flames as he charged towards Ru Xian without any regard for the consequences. Ru Xian's smile did not change as she flew backwards. The distance between them rapidly shrank before slowly widening again. Various violent diseases erupted on Zulai's body at the same time. His entire body swelled up and his skin festered. The Ru Xian in his vision gradually blurred. His eyes became clouded over, almost blinding him. "You bastard! Let's die together." Zulai let out the howl of a wild beast on the brink of death. His chest shone brightly and throbbed violently. His heart was about to explode. The heart of a fire devourer was like the demon core of a demon. It was the center where all of their strength was gathered. Once it was detonated, it could erupt with startling destructive power. At such a close distance, it would be difficult for Ru Xian to escape death. The struggle of a trapped beast. Cardiac arrest. Ru Xian spread her fingers with a smile and closed them gently. In that moment, Zulai seemed to have lost all of his strength. For the first time in his life, his heart calmed down, no longer beating. The flames on his body were extinguished as well. His body continued to charge towards Ru Xian, doing his best to raise the trident in his hand and stab it towards her. Ru Xian turned to the side slightly and brushed past him. She plunged a hand that was as white as jade into his chest and dug out a bright red heart. It rapidly hardened in the wind, turning into a fiery red rock, the heart of molten fire. Zulai's body was completely devoured by the disease. He died and rotted away. The plague ghost appeared from his body and returned to Ru Xian's body. Ru Xian let out an undetectable sigh and glanced at the sky. The azure blue gradually turned blood red. She could vaguely sense that she had probably been influenced by the dragon arena in some way, which was why she lost control over her killing intent. However, once the wild beast was released, how was she supposed to lock it up again? As soon as Li Qingshan left the great banyan tree, he sensed an extremely clear change. Killing intent condensed in the air, dyeing the sky blood red. The tiger demon in his sea of consciousness let out a bloodthirsty growl. If it were not for the spirit turtle's suppression, probably even he would have been affected. Although the dragon arena that had almost been refined was not as good as the actual Azura field, it had already gained some of its true meaning. The cultivators of the various sects and schools slaughtered in a frenzy, no longer holding back at all. In just a few short days, several thousand cultivators had died in battle. It was like adding oil to the fire, as if the air itself was burning. The lake disappeared and turned into a wasteland. Si Qing's hunting plan was back on track. The 17 Foundation establishment cultivators rested and built up their strength. Flying swords flew out of their hands one after another. Their spiritual light wove into a dense net, blocking all of Li Qingshan's paths of advance and retreat. Li Qingshan smiled and suddenly disappeared. Although it didn't achieve the effect of invisibility, it made all the locking onto nothing. The coordination between the arcane artifacts immediately became slightly chaotic, revealing an undetectable crack. He swung his sword conveniently, and the net shattered. Right when he was about to kill a few of them, he suddenly felt his body grow heavy, and he could not help but slow down. He knew he had fallen victim to the opponent's technique. It should be some kind of earth element technique. At the same time, at least 7 techniques landed on him. Techniques could not compare to arcane artifacts. Their range of attack was tremendous, so he could only block them forcefully. At least 4 of them were techniques that could slow him down, which immediately made it difficult for him to move. The arcane artifacts took advantage of the situation and flew over. Every single one of them possessed the power to kill. The scarred man bellowed out, and his arms twisted and thickened. The earth-shattering hammer of the 8 directions became extremely huge, smashing down towards Li Qingshan's head. Everyone eased up inside. "Do you really think you can take on us when we work together?" They saw how Li Qingshan was outnumbered, falling into dire straits as soon as they clashed. Clang! A pitch-black tower appeared out of thin air. When all the Dharma artifacts landed on it, they all bounced off with clanging sounds. However, they were all suppressed by the bombardment of the earth-shattering hammer of the 8 directions. The scarred man's perlicue immediately split open. The huge recoil caused him to suffer internal injuries. Looking at the undamaged pitch-black pagoda, he revealed a look of disbelief. Even golden core cultivators could not forcefully endure his strike, yet it was unable to destroy the strange tower. Little did he know that even golden core cultivators could not open Li Qingshan's demon suppression tower, not to mention that he was the first seat elder of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Everyone was surprised, but they were not afraid. They called out, "Fall into formation." Immediately, 8 cultivators took out the formation flags that they had prepared a long time ago and placed them in 8 directions around the pagoda, setting up a wind formation from all directions. Fierce winds howled within the formation and slashed at the demon suppression pagoda like swords. They had the power to accumulate and destroy bones and cut through gold and jade. However, to the demon suppression tower, it was like a gentle breeze. It did not take it seriously at all, unable to even leave behind a mark. Boom, boom, boom. The cultivators all unleashed their most powerful attacks, bombarding the demon suppression tower. Great rumbles echoed through the entire desert. The demon suppression tower swayed gently under the attacks, almost collapsing. 8 chains of demon suppression flew in all directions, locking the demon suppression tower in the air and stopping it from swaying anymore. My demonic nature gushes endlessly. My sins are endless. To Li Qingshan, this was the strongest defense, only second to the spirit turtle's profound shell. No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out he has a method that makes him invincible. The scarred man was secretly surprised. He ordered loudly, "Everyone, take turns wielding the formation banners. Conserve your spiritual qi. Let's see just how long he can last." Everyone nodded, their faces twisted. The more powerful the arcane artifact or technique was, the more spiritual qi it consumed. Defending blindly would only result in the depletion of spiritual qi. This was obviously a very logical deduction. However, the secret technique of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga used the demonic nature of the person suppressed in the tower as the source of power. Li Qingshan remained in the tower. The reason why he did not immediately kill his way out was because he felt his demonic nature surge. During the battle, the tiger demon became more and more restless. Originally, suppressing the ox demon and tiger demon with the spirit turtle was already rather difficult. Under the influence of the killing intent of the dragon arena, the tiger demon that had already been violent became more and more unsettled. He had to deal with the internal problems first before dealing with the external ones. Moreover, compared to his own problems, the encirclement outside was nothing. He comforted the tiger demon and diverted the malice away. One strand was channeled into the dark red demon heart, which became even more crystalline. The other strand was directly channeled into the sword chi in his dantian, making the sword intent sharper and more murderous. A while later, Li Qingshan let out a tiger's roar. He no longer hid and suppressed his demonic nature. Instead, he released it in a different form. His body swelled to 3 meters in size, and he was covered in a set of vicious armor. It was so red that it seemed like it was dripping blood. He wielded the traitorous demon sword in his left hand, while he held a black hoop in his right hand. This was the demonic artifact that Si Qing was forced to bestow upon him on the Soaring Clouds Terrace. Originally, it was meant to harm him, but it suited him perfectly. It was called the Demon Raining Hoop. Seeing how the demon suppression tower did not seem to be damaged at all, the Foundation establishment cultivators gradually became stern. He must be holding on with pills that can rapidly recover spiritual chi. As long as we attack for a little longer, we'll definitely be able to force him out. Before they had even finished speaking, the chains of demon suppression were stowed away. Just when everyone beamed with joy, they saw the demon suppression tower fly over, colliding with the formation with a boom. All the cultivators holding the formation banners felt their chests tighten. Maintain the formation. Don't let him escape. The demon suppression tower flew high into the air. The vicious demon general that appeared inside surprised everyone. How did he become like this? They powered the formation even more frantically. The fierce wind landed on Li Qingshan, producing a clang. His heavy armor became riddled with countless marks in the blink of an eye, almost peeling off a layer. Li Qingshan raised his hand and brandished his sword. The demonic eye on the sword hilt released a demonic light, which then shrank. The blood-red sword light tore through everyone's vision, tearing apart a cultivator holding the formation banners. Under the horrified gaze of the cultivator was cleaved in two. The wind formation from all directions was broken. The gale immediately subsided. At the same time, the demon suppression tower charged forward under his control, blocking countless attacks and scattering the encirclement of Si Qing's minions. There were still many techniques that landed on his body, but they were all blocked by the armor and neutralized by the demonic qi. Li Qingshan did not stop. He turned around and swung his sword. There was a flash of blood-red light, and a head was sent flying with blood. His tridemise sword chi was absorbed into the traitorous demon sword, condensed and not released. The sword intent also contained the monstrous killing intent of the tiger demon. Wherever the sword pointed, the killing intent would intimidate the enemy. It could not be dodged. The demonic eye could see through openings and could not be blocked. No matter what kind of enemy it would be broken with a single strike. In an instant, he had suffered countless attacks. His protective artifact had been destroyed, and his demonic armor was covered in cracks. He took this opportunity to swing his sword 5 times. Kill, 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 kill. Of the 17 cultivators, only 10 were left. The 2 specks of red light in Li Qingshan's eyes swept across them. Everyone's expression changed, their hearts filled with shock. The battle went from the sky to the ground. Suddenly, a giant hand formed from sand reached out from the desert and grabbed Li Qingshan. The scarred man roared as he swung the earth-shattering hammer of all directions. Li Qingshan's demonic qi moved, scattering the giant hand. Then, he punched the earth-shattering hammer of all directions. Boom! The armor covering his arms shattered into pieces, scattering in all directions. The scarred man's eyes were wide open, his hands dripping with blood. The earth-shattering hammer of all directions flew out of his hand, spinning into the sky. Suddenly, he felt something tighten around his neck. A black ring had appeared. The reigning demon ring tightened, digging into his flesh. With a puff, a huge head was forcefully snapped off. His last words were, "So you've been hiding your strength all along." In his battle with Zhu Lai, everyone had seen him being forced into a desperate situation. He had only managed to turn defeat into victory with great difficulty. Everyone had thought that was the limit of his strength. A bunch of weaklings dares to kill me? Li Qingshan laughed. The reigning demon ring flew back into his hand. He pointed his sword at the sky. "Thank you for your generous gift." Si Qing saw the scene. He clenched his fists tightly, his expression changing drastically. Kill! The remaining 10 cultivators gathered their courage and charged at Li Qingshan. However, they couldn't win even with numbers, let alone with fewer people. Li Qingshan had fought fiercely, but not only did he not feel tired, his killing intent surged. He hadn't had his fill yet. In the blink of an eye, another 3 people died. The remaining 6 were frightened out of their wits, fleeing in all directions. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the demon suppression tower suppressed one person. The chains of demon suppression wrapped around another with a clatter, and the demon raining hoop wrapped around another. He showed no mercy, swinging his sword and killing them one by one. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.